this. I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. And she wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know.
哎，同学们上课啦！那今天我们到了一个课堂当中，就是来考验一下大家对于英雄联盟的小知识是不是很有把握呢？
拉姆斯，
法师多少件？
不是说是上路的吗？
上路的，会讲吗？
啊，一定是上路英雄吗？
这个角色他的 Q 会加攻速。
艾奇，
英雄太熟了，
Kino 现在只剩下3分就可以下课啦，
还好第一题没有让他对哦。卡桑列 W，
瑞纳达，
刮胡，
直接在技能题
9分，
直接达到了9分。
我现在不想翻了，9分。
来啊，然后
你们选手生涯最大，年资最大，年资最大，阿志，
也是我。OK。
关个门。爆炸头是我们的小编。
哎，早安，早。
你要吗？
你的房间里面。
小哥的，我抽200就好。
一点。基本上，衣橱什么的。
我们猜拳吧。
猜拳？
对啊。
不用，你就直接没有睡上睡就好了。
那我就睡下面。
等第一次选下面。
我真的没懂他。
感觉也很适合当领队。
整理一下。除了他留下来的垃圾，我不要用吸尘器的洗过。
换到头感觉没有那边换头肯定不算了，那边换头。
其实当初也没觉得会上一队，然后就因为乌迪走了嘛，那也没什么人啊。虽然车也没有多好，但还是上一队了，就挺惊讶的。
第一次团练，你的心情？
就挺难的，难打，就有点小紧张。
就一开始团练嘛，那跟越南对打，那下路超猛的，我根本不知道怎么打，那随便就越塔把我跟水晶杀了，那时候被打懵了，然后就慢慢团练嘛，开赛前我跟水晶就变成被压，就变成在压对面，我没办法压对面。
我如果塔利亚去上的话，就变成我的。
因为他那时候。
我觉得陈汉应该算相对性能辅助里面算比较有潜力的，但就是很缺乏比赛经验，就真的不会的东西太多，然后本身游戏理解不太好，所以他也不知道自己要讲什么，就现在就像一个白纸一样，然后提升空间很大，然后我觉得与此同时他这样进步速度也会比较快，就未来可期吧。
上不要追吧，没有错。对啊，那我不玩的话，就做不到这件事情，所以不要再跟我做这件事情。
今天对自己队伍的新阵容的话，我觉得其实不会比去年差，但主要就是我们中上人可能需要带一下我们下路的新人吧。
然后把我们中下游的优势打出来，让下路压力不要那么大，这样子。
输了，你这个已经被控了，有点难。
当初离开 PSG 加入 DG 的原因就是 DG 的阵容就是去年是季后赛第4名，然后打我们的时候，我觉得他们中卫发挥的就比较出色，然后就觉得加入这里可以争取这里的 PCS 的冠军，所以就来尝试了。
我觉得新赛季的阵容跟去年差不多，虽然乌迪走了，但我们补上了之前的练习生欧卡，我觉得指日可待。
开打前最大的敌人应该是 PSG 吧，因为他们人的调度都算蛮厉害的，然后尤其是辅助还是我们的前队友嘛，所以要特别关注一下。我觉得开季前最大的敌人是 BYG、CFO 跟 PSG 这3支，就感觉比较有机会在前4遇到。
那这个不是有相当于？
还有是我们
比例刚好就好了，你就分别对。
我们如果都没杀了，那我们也可以。
赢了也可以啊，赢了也可以啊。
那一点先起来。
是这样。
OK， 我等下就跟主播讲。
把我刘海盖起来。
可以，盖起来，
这样吗？
对对对，啊，你先抢，先抢。
啊，我打完就这样子。
对，大概10秒就好，10秒。
晕他。别在这。看路线，打一子。
nice。
好，推掉这种。好。
龙开情况吧，龙没推的。
可以。我们下路这么多的，他们打也不会来。早点控龙优势很大，你们可以开头。不可能死。啊，我跟辣的打。
上去了。
OK， 好，来，帮我吃。OK， 我会看你。
看波比哦。
看下波比推了，波比，就打波比，
拉。
拉。哎，抓了。OK， 抓没踩。再开追。陆翔。可以，我换了。来，看我。再开。哎呦 ，OK， 来呀。没抢走，没抢走。
拉一下 ，M 打兵点哦。
哦，曹哥，你吹好的时候跟我讲，我可以闪开。对，我1秒大。我大了，看一下。
打第一个吧。
OK， 看。伤亡死。OK， 看。慢慢拉。过分钟。折。
拉一下。
来。
等兵线，拉一下。等兵线。
一波吧。啊，去。10秒大。去带上路线，我去带上路。
我要带线，别说。
没事。
好 ，OK。
nice 啊！
有冲动起来，你是最近的。
那你到正确了，就是完全
给他们在这边。
感觉快掉了。
还没4圈而已，他们打架，我先打一下。
拉一下，
我一样沉了，有视野吗？有视野吗？
我跟你。
那我们开始了，
对。
拉一下，
好，低点赔线。
我去下吧，你去吧，
慢慢推就好。
好，我去。我隔了。哎，看虚了。
就看虚了。
帮我打，喂，这个，来，打第一个，再来，
打第一个。
对，可以吗？第一个
我们自动吧。
知道。
我往前了，机会没到。我看虚了。
打第一个。推线。
我推。
你可以了。
nice，可以吧？我是塔利亚，胜率的保证哦，我很会隔哦。一波。nice。
先推下面，我会卡。
先点下面的。
nice，
打得好难哦，为什么要这么难呢？
真的哎，中间打走了，
我知道他靠那格啦，B 闪第二波就他死掉。哎，为什么要玩到塔利亚格？因为这要有水格啊，基本是格啊，超快的。我看他们家也不知道，我就跟着这样讲。
我很开心，我很难受，被误会，他们竟然说我不开心。
这边他没有闪开啊，主要是基本的猫还是想在那麻生，我觉得飞弹还是有点不大。
对线打烂了，被打烂，你打不好，没有被打烂啊，就我打不好。
那个等下回去，
我有照了，我直接往上照。
直接照，直接往上照，直接往上照。
主警没了。
哦，对。哎，他站3楼了，你们小心一点。好，我去抬人。对，打他去打。我也在往下走，我也在往下走。我有大，就打，这边，可以。
开。打一面了 ，AD 没闪，你们打 AD 打一面的，我们去追踪，我们推中塔，追不到了。
他很爽。对，来呀，要抬开，你看。我搭卡利了，他要进来，哎，这边打第一个，中女有，打第一个，慢慢打，我们这个慢慢打，主要是小龙，哎，我要去看讲，
我们打龙，看我大招，等下看我大招。我到，打了一个，
贾克斯，看贾克斯，要随便秒，可以吧？好，卡比。
我觉得我们输给 CFO 最大的原因是太多细节没有做好了，就是前面一点点的小失误，导致我们后面打团打不起来。
输给 CFO 的那一场可能就是我们不够谨慎吧，就是太给机会了，因为其实我们都知道对面打野在哪，但就是大家觉得不会死嘛，所以就给了机会，然后导致那场其实因为我们训练赛玩了很多，所以那种阵容选出来的时候，只要基本上我们不失误的话，很好拿下来。但就是失误太多了，所以就被滚到雪球，对，后面有点难以翻盘。
大的打掉了，打掉。
我去卖，谁把我去卖掉？你不用踩，
这边踩住吧，
你们这边打，
我被打了，我死了。
我进来，可以吧？卡利，nice。
好，你死。
打猪女，打猪女，
太秀了，太了，机会没踩。绝对是。可以。哦，卡比。哦，抢，下来。快回，哎，
他没打。
卡他了。我卡他了。来，可以吧？
丢脸。
对，来，加了，那大了，接安杀。大。OK。哎，看阿丁。
看我他妈踢都踢不了，没有眼。
卡丁边。
没到，使劲。
哎，我看。我绑了。把我宰。
好。
哦。
Oh my god！
一波嘞。
倒闭。这个在走。在哪？
过来在这了，我要10月。
这是 HD 的，但是也不是很大。他们家这个好像是也是当 PCS 就他们在玩这种节奏。这个阵容说起来没有点难。
我觉得我得背包啊。
所以我觉得全场没有声音，我觉得我得换人了。
但我不知道，就是我们选那么凶的下路。
我先说下礼拜，如果我感觉没有什么变化，我就直接换人。我觉得太夸张了。不该选这种我们需要要拿优势才能赢的阵容。我打上一把打了一次，第二波这把打第一次都赢，我选了必输。我的人就是不会滚优势的，副业就是一点优势都不会拿，然后我的线上人也会犯一些蠢事。你先看 RP 吧，我前面对线下路是有优势的。
对，有优势，然后那个一直要快把答案交回来，他们也没做啊。这个玩要拿资源的路本来就要自己扣了，不是吗？很基本不是吗？ 我把全部的资源都送给你们了，因为我是3位，我就帮忙打先锋而已啊，然后帮开啊。你们要拿资源的人，你们不去抠打野，那打野怎么知道你们想要什么？
我觉得输 HPS 主要原因是我们给他们的角色就是他们喜欢的英雄，然后再加上我们选一个我们比较不熟悉的阵容，所以导致那场的失败。然后打 CFO 的话，我觉得他们的实力就是跟打法都打得比我们好，所以那场才会输。
目前没有一个很稳定的 C 的路，然后就也是在春季赛自己也在摸索队伍的象限，然后这2把算有点测试，然后有一点得出心得，所以没有到很气馁，但稍微有点看清一些东西，然后对我们团队可能有点更多帮助。
这边我会看啊，看我吗？看一下啊，哥哥。来，我可以换重击大龙，换重击大龙。那是多少？慢一点讲，对，我知道。
我觉得灯透个阵，你们蹲了吧，别开起来吧。
我们先吃，1200。
你们讲慢点，我觉得高阶得打架，因为我们拼中，除非你们想拼中。
高阶打架，我不拼蹭的，我要看我这里，你可以看我这里，我们先吃。看我这里。再看。
看一起。去看，再走。
好像没踩过。
一等回下，待会传给你们去吧，你们去吧。
这边就换成。不重要。
到底现在走吧。你大多久？先走。
我大15秒，
我们现在就兵线很好。
我来看，开始追。
打上面吧。打上面。打上面。3号没打，打上面。
没有大了，3号没打。
拉一下，我走掉了。
慢打。靠。慢打。我要一波。我追。我3秒打，我追。一波。来，一波。
啊，好险，快点上。好稳。对。
都给鸟卖的，太深了，应该放他们出来就好。
没有加入更高的。
完蛋，
你好强哦。没有啊，你们是仓库，我们仓库那时候好啊，不屌我。所以 PY 大于 IUP， 然后 S 会员打个没有。
飞展天空吗？
第7史诗吗？要谁？水晶灵。第7史诗吗？我不知道，我现在也不知道我的角色是什么。
我准备好。OK， 我要死，哦，装闪。
打 PAG 那场就是前面我的对线就找到一波机会换到对面血嘛，但我有一个 fail 就是没有把我们大 A 叫过来，然后那个优势就没了。但后面的话，对面也没什么给我们什么机会吧，因为新的打野俊佳嘛，就是很稳定的一个选手，也不失误，然后那场就慢慢把我们给掐死，4-4。
我在看了。我到不了。我在走，还要看。
还没 W。
打完就1轮嘛，我整个打下来 ，PH 下路很猛很强，那个挖扣特别猛，然后特别准，无敌就普普通通。
下再打。我第2个打。
只要看第二，看了。他小只，看
晕了。
知道。
对。干嘛？好，没了，回去。还有。傻小。保是没闪。走。
我回了。
闪现。5个闪了。
其实说真的，打 PSG 那场全出来阵容，我觉得我们会赢。但一样就是流程跟细节没有做好吧。只要我们那场中野有优势的话，他们上下都很难受。但那场我们中野就输了嘛，所以导致我们上下 得不到帮助，就变成是对面很舒服，然后我们很难受这样。
大家可以看我这里吗？
我看卡嘛，
这里吗？我也可以看。我也在看，
我看冒牌。
可以看右边，看右边，看冒凯。没闪的。我进来。冒牌1秒，我要去卡一点，我回打前面打那。
啊，找1秒。拉一下，2秒。
我死定了，卖完了。
我大概只看 AD 小可，我知道。看。没事，你就拉回来。
拉掉。
我会拉回来。
拉一下哦。
我7秒火。
哎呀，这个
拉不动。
第一轮打完对自己的表现就是一般般吧，没有到特别好，只是还可以再更进步一点，因为还在找那个打比赛的感觉嘛，每次都要进行的那种流程。
打完第一轮对自己表现算普通吧，就不会打得太差，但也不会打得太好。
打完第一轮对自己的表现，我觉得只有40分哎，因为现今的那种版本就是不适合我们，但就是我们需要细节做的比其他队伍好吧，才会看得出来我们是真的有在进步这样子。
LPL 跟 PCS 选手最大的差别，就 LPL 那边环境相对更竞争，然后赛制也差很多，然后赛制可以让你练更多的新人。然后BO1赛制的话 ，PCS 跟BO1赛制，就每一局都蛮重要的，所以就整体试水温的机会会变得更少，然后有点恶性循环。第一轮打完对团队的表现，感觉还有很多地方可以进步吧。然后不该输的东西太多了，然后该赢的没赢下来，就没有很满意。但第一轮会更加努力。
主女，我有号在，我去后面冷静一下。对，去后面冷静一下，还是要回来。闪现过去开团，又拉到纳米，把2个人给拉在了一起。接下来追星所有人乱顶一通，全部顶进去之后，再回去把 IMP 给按到了车下。那现在是属于阿月的时间，然后杰里拿了一个 double， 只剩下一个纳米，最后是惨遭毒手。
这个是 poker 阵非常好玩的方式，
往前再甩，命中的是优宝，配上一个反击风暴，伤害足够吗？优宝交了一个闪现，往后这边卡马的先线定住了哈纳比，再往前阿志交闪下来 ，TB 下来交闪，配上一个血槽2到2，但是有反击救走所有人，配上茂凯的鬼灵之握，已经要被 poker 到惨了 ，DCG 全员残血，这就一个茂凯的鬼灵之握，俊驾一个人拯救了这波会战。
就是残血不死，而且这边雀巢也
觉得往前又有一个速金升级后的补血量不足以把雀巢给救了回来，俊家甚至扛塔让挖口拿下了一个 double kill，PSG 7-0的开局，
这就是挖口吗？这里如果要给的话，就是只能抓贾克使用，但这4个人的伤害我觉得都不见得够。
全员冲下来 ，S9W
来了，
巴龙可以给，但 driver 必须倒在这。
5个人是5个人
，S9W 全员集结要抓，
来了，
反攻转起来，开大往前想做天际目标是要抓 YJY， 被一个塔利亚自己翻了他往前再做一个跳跃后交闪现，想要跑在对面接近的也是不断的进攻美梦，鱼口在跳，走了还在跑，他的闪现1秒806级，在对面 Garris 想继续打反击，不放来这边带转，抓了一个人，还有这边继续回血，最后才被对面10瓦尼给击杀。
好像要开扁哦。抓到这个茂凯，好像有个人不知道为什么在奇怪的位置交闪现，但有一个强先卡过来，反而把 B1 这个成员卡成2边。这边 Carry 只是爆到2个，再接一个阵地之击。116的话血量还有一半，然后YGY的话是在一个很危险的位置，开出了一个新人原地转起来之后是自己的倒下，不过后面的菲欧拉也是换掉了人头，现在的话开始追击右小拉了3个，这波拉到3个，然后再交出闪现往后撤退，那这波 S9W 开始全面的晋级，全网的速击全部杀光。这要怎么去呢？有意识到吗？3000滴左右，这边往前抬了一个阵地之机，我就是塔利亚，塔利亚偷到了巴龙，结果是塔利亚来抢的哟！哇！ 拿命在 C 耶！这场比赛有2个人拿命在 C。
好的，欢迎所有观众观者来到2023 PCS 春季联赛第1周，来到第2把比赛。我们在后头也已经可以看到了，就是在去年，就是大家会比较讶异，没有办法去世界赛的 PSG。那对上了也是全新的战队 S9W。那我们也看到了呼夏、优宝、Waco 这个乌迪 PSG 来说的话，在今年的整体调动其实幅度也是非常非常大的。
PSG 他们今年整个阵容上面可以简单讲就是他们是打调重来的。
我觉得 PSG 比去年欢乐啊，这支队伍感觉比较斜开一点。
这闪现！
刚开赛。
给点体验。等一下，我们今天也有这样，我跟你说，小心你们这些刚开赛第1把的。
等一下让我上。
我跟呼夏因为以前就是队友，然后他去过 BYG 之后，人也变得那个怪怪的。
你脸上有巧克力。
等一下就让你眼睛就没有巧克力。
会偶尔嘴他个几句，就开玩笑整那种，然后很好笑。对，
是最近才有还是以前就有？
那应该是因为那个吧，因为 BYG 立凯吧，但是他们才开始的吧？
立凯也是有，不是有字？
对啊。
所以上路都叫阿字。
对啊，
我觉得 PSG 比我想象中的还搞笑吧。其实就是一个白吃的队伍啊。
他的一定 flag 啊，我输了我自己嘛。赌上马尾之战。可以你可以有得一比。他接到，你接到，我真不知道。
然后 Waco 的话活在2次元，所以你要用2次元的方式跟他沟通。然后他的冷笑话也是超级可悲，所以也要搭上他的可悲，所以就会觉得他很好笑。
但好像在看比赛吧。
然后科技好像提到什么哪一个选手很贵吧？
这个人很贵了，这个选手很贵，然后我就接一句嘎的贵，
超级烂。
对，接到这个，大爆笑。我觉得我讲的还不错。
他那个干话其实就是有点不按牌理出牌，那个其实蛮难琢磨的。就我觉得他感觉每一句都是经典语录我觉得。
那紧接着的话呢，将会是由 PSG 要来出战的是 FAK。那这场比赛应该也算是今天的一个重点之战。
没错，
因为2支的队伍包含的是可能在赛前的一些补强啊。
打 FAK 之前的话，知道 FAK 是发挥不好，所以才输的。一样保持平常心吧，就是做好自己的，没有特别紧张或者是怎么样。
好像没了，好像没了。
他们的突破能力，他们的抓机会能力，尤其像这个泰坦的话，就一定要特别在意这个泰坦跟帽。加油，班长，不要急哦。
要没了这个猪女直接顶上去，没有兵线。
现在 Waco 已经在耗血量，不过 AMA 在塔下绝不让兵进塔。
这里人已经在那个赶过来了，但感觉来不及
现在是凯文，你快来救我！凯文在路上了，呼傻知道等不及了，往前一个 Q 闪 ，AMA 也是交错闪现，不过乌在后面给一个泡泡，并没有命中，
边怪怪的，
但自己稍微有点落单了，可能要交闪下去，但有一个鬼灵之握，准备要来握住纳米，握到了，那是一个盖火锅。
我们不用急，他没杀，他们一定没闪，他一定没闪，茂凯也没到。
那这波有怒哦。
但 PSG 的位置有点被分割开来了。现在的话，优宝想要来推人，但同一时间 FAK 是叫做闪现躲掉，反而是优宝的位置很差。虽然说狂上猛击往前一推是推到2人，但紧接着的话反而是 PSG 所有的成员都已经残血，而且这龙甚至还有一半啊。那 PSG 赶紧所有人都往上半部来走吗？乌迪看起来也无法存活，一个重击。直接把乌迪给重死，然后阿紫的话也往反方向来逃跑，不过 Solo Q 已经盯上了他，恩图福强击没有锤到，
哎呦，
等着蓄力的 Q3 扛塔，最后被塔给打死了，
哎呦闪钩，
优宝也是有反应过来，现在挖口滑上去，一个冰河龙老师冰到了最硬的卡桑蒂，卡桑蒂的话 3比5，不过后面还有一个鬼灵之握，两边的打野都交错一个大绝，往前一勾又是勾到了猪女，在这边给到一个荡压在了乌迪的身上，后面阿志推了一个狂笑猛击，不过挖口被盯上，交错自己双招马上往后撤退，不过阿志同时已经击杀掉了凯瑞，不过这时候 M-Man 也在蹦蹦跳跳，然后 solo Q 的话想要来击杀对方的阿奇尔，直接击杀掉了 U 宝倒地之后一个能量守恒，也准备要拿下呼啸的性命 ，FAK 这一波直接拿下了3颗人头，准备要来抄下8龙。
我们去小龙吧，看能不能。
小龙应该掉了。
吃小龙吧，吃小龙吧。
龙不好吃，我一个踢过来我们就炸了。
哦，被绕背嘞，
超级绕背，而且是超硬卡上力。不过正面的话只被冰到，不过他还有一半的血量，但挖口死了。突然之间挖口蒸发。
他被控到吗？他还有闪呢。
挖口不见了。
哇，那这样子是直接掉双龙哎。来了，空
没有高无敌，但是有远古巨龙，那就是属于 FAK 的巨龙咆哮。
哎呦，一
个人直接电歪2人，但 FAK 击破了2座的门牙塔之后，也准备要将主跑击破，击败了 PSG， 还要再稍微调皮一下。
当下这战是就是放空嘛，也输了就输的当下就不知道自己在干嘛。输完 FAK 的想法是，等一下吃什么？等一下喝，我等一下一定要喝奶茶，是这样子。
你都不会想到回去要被喷？
不是喷是一定会喷。
我们来检讨一下吧。然后，其实这把我觉得讲真的，其实东西没有很多，然后都是一点一点的东西。这个画面出现过很多次吧，去年赛的时候，是吧？这个月塔的画面，你们肖先觉得呢？
伤害全冠会死啊！
啊？
伤害全冠会死啊！
伤害全冠，但是
他会死，我不知道。
因为我觉得他们两个不会死，他们两个一起走出来的话，这2个都不会死啊。
然后我就觉得
是有机会打一个闪现，
有机会打一个闪现，但其实
杀掉是有机会啊，
杀掉，
但闪现也是一定会喷的，他对面
我觉得杀掉是真的很难杀，他双招
当时检讨气氛吗？我感觉跟训练赛也差不多，但少了一点开玩笑的那种感觉，就是比较严肃，因为可能训练赛失误了，还会笑一下什么的，因为真的很烂。但比赛输的话，要意识到这是必须改变的。
这边回中干嘛？
没有啊，你可以保护你的周，然后你再去吃这个野怪也行啊。
我是觉得你们太急了。
对啊。
不是，这可以杀，我们在后面等下一波线就好了。
不，下一波线是等不了。
不行，他们卡在靠了，我已经卡不住了。
你们在后面看得到不就好了？
他直接往前跟你1打1吧。
我打不过。
没有啊，兵进不去啊。他直接往前啊！
他直接往前，你不就直接从后面出来？
当时输掉的时候，就我觉得有点不开心吧，因为其实一些东西都没有做到，就有点输的很不开心啊！就明明就可以赢的，不知道为什么一堆事都没做到。
他在卡？
不一样啊，画面不一样，是因为他走回去啊，他后退，我跟着兵出来，我不就直接把他压退了？啊，他要是不愿意出来，那完全不一样。
回去检讨的时候，其实就是稍微沉重一点，但也还好，因为隔天还有比赛嘛，所以大家也不会太低落这样子，就是还是要准备好检讨完，然后准备好隔天的比赛。
第一场的赛程，其实我们也已经在刚刚的休息等待时间的一个 logo 上面就已经有看到了，算是有点世仇之战啊。队名上面的来说，都是有这个很强的碰撞能力啊，蛮期待的。没错，而且这我们都
对 BIG 后勤还有选手很多都认识啊，所以打起来比较有那个想要认真赢他们的冲动。因为我们有湖下嘛、挖口嘛，然后又有空月跟 U 宝嘛，然后再加上他们里面也有几个我的前队友，就是感觉好像就是宿敌，你知道吗？然后就会特别认真，就感觉那一天大家都特别想赢。
打得狠一点，你们能打的团战就尽量去接没关系，然后运线团的时候去沟通清楚你们要怎么打，不要打得太急，好不好？
完了，我们看到了召唤峡谷了，准备也迎来粉丝这是第3天的赛程啊。
没错。
那这边要开战，呼下过强的兵勇龙挑到了 Pino 交了一个闪现，那在打进
哦。同时后面竟然还有个冰剑打到了空月，杀完人 PSG 最后料理完对面的辅助，回头来吃巴喽。
没有中箭，没有。
个来想说
没中，2个弹。啊，没事。
我可以卖。
我
我
可以打。看你。没闪了。好，小龙，还有小龙。
鱼宝交了一个闪现弹，这边反应棒给晕到，想回头继续抓，偷了一个大，想丢大没有成功。
大追击，
这边要开始往前了，变成 U 宝的空月哈，空月跟 Uniboy 合为一了，直接往前要开锤。抓是呼霞，又是一个16的推球，留住了呼霞，大姐进去，但空月伤害并不足够杀掉呼霞，呼霞好硬啊 ！PSG 被这头猪给骗了，冲进来发现杀不了，进来人全死 ，double kill 给到挖口。
5秒大，
他这边全黑的。
怎么样？哦，没事。继续恶心。
走了。
对，不看哦。
8秒大绝。
清楚啊。
老蒋要看。
打这边。慢慢打。看前面，打前面的。这样。贾克斯来，后面贾克斯。拉一下，拉一下。
上面。
我回家 TP。
进场会超坦哦，有一种那种牛的感觉了。往前练，进去开大。 大家来对谈，
好弱
，U 宝快扛不住了，因为空月伤害其实也挺不错的，一发冰剑又是去做骚扰，后面有个 TP 要来，立凯选择进场开大。
你们先拉，会死先拉。10秒大。
会死吗？没有，是 U 宝进场去被击杀。不过后面一个 TP 来的阿志直接限制到了空月靠着球国想往上跑，分也只能回到自家的温泉，看着自家的主堡被 PSG 给拆掉。我们恭喜 PSG 拿下这一场比赛。
OK。 非常精彩的一场网战。
赢了 BYG 的时候就在想，现在可以去恶心一下对面，反正我们都很熟啊。
那你有恶心对方那个时候？
没有啦，没有那么。
私下敲的。
没有那么坏的。
J Team not going to find much value there. Now you're still pressuring the flank, doing a really good job. And J Team, you're playing it so patiently here. Impunity, oh, Minji pulls the trigger, finds 2. Wow. He's going to get followed up by Iron. Bruce has hopped over the wall as well, pops the lightning crash, doing so much damage. Mission has been pulling off his squirrel. He's dead, unstoppable from Bruce. Double kill for him. Lava picking up a kill for his own as well.
Draw. And it's just cool, calm and confident, really. There's not really been a foot gone wrong so far, but here's another attempt onto Yuba, who's flashed away again, Shock. How many times can they escape death? It's criminal. Disengage away, the Nature's Grasp comes in jumps the Yone. He's tried to seal their fate, but ultimately his own fate has been sealed. He's dead, his team are dying, they're bleeding, call an ambulance. And it has to be for them, because they are running for their lives.
Yeah, wow, the health bars are so low. I think PSG, they might be able to clean up a few off the back end of this. I mean, that was so... Oh, actually, snipes another one as well. That was so well played from PSG. I mean, yeah, that was really...
It was a waiting game. The waves have been pushed. The movements have been seen. And the second Baron is calling for them to be claimed. It's actually Driver completely alone in what is now going to be a 1v5. What can you do here, Driver? You've now got a Baron buff. Can you find at least one? He's flashing. He's still alive. They missed the Glacial Prison. The Counter Strike. Don't tell me, Shock. Don't tell me he lives on a 1v5. Karras can't kill him. Counter Strike number 2. He gets the kill. What is happening? Finally falls on down, but that is unreal. And Driver MVP for that alone.
BYG, they're going to be able to gain control.
He is walking so far up. He does drop the ultimate, but he's going to take a lot of damage, forced to flash away. Clearwall comes out, lots of action carries, finding one, but not much to follow it up on. Columbia trying to do his best over the wall as well, but Kino flashing away rather. Rally is going to pick him up, get that extra killing for his team, but Carry, I'm not sure how Wide got picked up there, but he's back in the thick of it. Finds 3 with the stun. Haymaker isn't quite enough to keep him alive, but Liko doing the best he can on the back line. Fear and Rally are going to pick him down, shut down.
Range advantage really coming in big here. Columbia has fun.
Okay, Fear might look for it. He has no flash available though. It seems like it's just...
Columbia stolen.
Columbia stolen with the spell book. He does pop the stopwatch, but it's hard to see him getting out of this one. Almost finds a kill to Kongyo as well.
大家好，我是泰文小老师火龙门干派。今天要教大家使用的泰文单词是氪金 tattoo， 氪金 take two。来，大家跟我念一次，氪金 take two。这个词要用在哪里呢？当你发现你的游戏副本打不过的时候，就需要氪金 take two。当你发现你电竞战队打不过的时候，也需要氪金 take two。今天教的同学都有记住吗？我们下一堂课见，拉弓。
我午餐下河，但河蟹不能给，下路河蟹。
哦，河蟹的话我能打，但你进去找他野区的话我不能打。
对呀。
对吧？稍微注意一下雷兹的车啊。
你刚刚说你不打河蟹，
他说要打，他说要打。
哦，可以啊，可以啊。
哎，烧可以约，
可以啊。
他没进化，
没进化。
对，没进化。
还有治愈，还有治愈。我在走。
要约。
他猫插眼，
他也没插。等
下我先扛。
雷兹能踢哦。
我先把。
但也没插。猪先扛。雷兹能踢哦，直接约比较好。
雷兹踢了，我该死了。换车。可以留。
不会开。
知道，开了。你玩现在的路线。
不急，等我。
要去，他们一样。
看我上次一样。
打架也行，
先打架吧。我拉车很强。
哎，看我。
我有点远了。打第一个还行。
中线。
回中线。
拉扯。先别回，要踩着。
然后这个位置好一点吗？我在找。
我5秒还有大招。
我是觉得真的龙也要看。
这样很好。没有，就这样。哎，这个有点装哎。
我在往前。
路线没清。
哎，我有大的。
不要。我在往前。
我飞大中话，位置好。
我就飞 S 了。
拜。可以往前。
打中地。OK。
打中地。
卡地好。别这边了。我们要扒喽。
好。
扒喽。
好。
我丢不到。
我不会被偷，但是其他逃的时候有没有不要去打？
不要去给他打。我有到他不能装的。
尤其是掉吧，不要打扒喽。回不小龙，
快！
我来。
现在在右边，
那这样可以稍微凶一点。
我们踏去左边吧。雷兹漏了，可以推了。
终于挡一下。
雷兹漏了，我会回血，别急。看一下东山。
那你没大。
我闪。
先上 AI 吧。先下一只，我觉得先下一只，看谁在走。
雷兹没闪。可以。
开地。
开地。我 Q。
上面没闪。左下。
给我上我身上。
我知道。
我去
推中，敢有机会一波呢？那路线会死。
一波。
一波。
拆塔就好。拆塔。可以。
nice。
You feel
to feel. Don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. find you. Like it all feel the way it's coming in, oh. Feel the way it's coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's coming in, oh. Oh, the fairy tales never look like this. And know your heart's kind of troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. It's so caught up, it's so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Feed your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like
Hello, and welcome back to the PCS Week 4, Day 3, our final day of the week. And we've got an absurdly good lineup of games here for you today. And for that, I will be joined by my co-caster here, Skimmy.
We're back again, yes, back for the final day of action. Really excited for this one, as you already mentioned, because every single game is an absolute banger. I mean, you've just got so many narratives to dive right into, and you really couldn't ask for a better one for us as casters and for those of you at home to be entertained by.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane, right? I feel like every single game of the day here is competitive, and it's pretty rare that we get that, at least from the kind of schedule point of view, right? Like sometimes games that we don't expect end up being competitive, but here, I mean, all these teams are very close in the standings, and I think not only that, it actually means quite a lot for these teams, right? It's stuff like the battle for first place, or kind of weeding out the third and fourth teams. Even the battle for last place is here as well, so you've got all across the table some really interesting stuff for today.
You do, right? And it's going to be a massive form check for a lot of these teams, because as much as we always use that word, it's a bit of a buzzword, and I suppose it does get overused for the most part, but it really is a case now, you know, you're so deep into the competition, playoffs isn't too far away, you need to really make sure now, when really push goes to shove, can you answer the call? And it certainly was answered last night as Deep Cross Gaming took down Beyond Gaming in the opening match. PSG in a really exciting one, which if you didn't see, then you definitely need to go back and watch. PSG took down Impunity. CFO hot after that took down Sem9 in convincing fashion, with Duish Team getting the upset win over Hillpigs. And to round out the night, it was a Frank Esports dub over J-Team.
Yeah, and this weekend has really delivered, to be honest. There's been some pretty exceptional games. I think, as Skimmy already mentioned, the PSG versus Impunity match was really, really interesting. But let's take a look at the standings. So we have PSG sitting sole first place, although PSG will versus our second place today, CFO. Then down in that tied position, we've got Deep Cross Gaming and Frank Esports. Below that, Impunity and Megabank also tied up. Hellpigs and J-Team coming in at 4 and 7. And finally, Doish Team and Sem9 coming in at tied last place. But a lot of these teams do play against each other today, so we will see these kind of shake out a bit.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, there's an outright first and second, but every other person has a pairing for 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th. And the schedule really is going to be a case of, okay, let's get some clarity. I think we've found a bit of confidence in our own predictions that we know what the top 6 should look like. But today it's all about making sure, can we get the head-to-head results? If it were to go down to a tiebreaker, obviously the most important thing is to get into the upper 4 for either the bye round or the winner's bracket.
Couldn't agree more. So let's take a look at today's matches. Coming up first, DCG versus Impunity. You know, they're kind of that tied 3rd, 4th match. Megabank Beyond Gaming taking on Frank Esports. And the big one of the day, can CFO take down PSG Town? Currently on a 5-win streak, I believe. We'll have to see. Sem9 versus Doish Team for their kind of battle of last place. And finally, J-Team versus Hellpigs, 2 teams that are just out of the playoffs, at least for now, but could get back in, right? And a win here could mean them climbing back up.
It certainly could. And I think when you sort of characterize what these all mean, you know, the first 2 games is the battle for that top 4, battle for the upper bracket. Your 3rd game, the battle for supremacy, the battle for the throne, more than anything, right? 1st place. Outside of that, Sem9 and Doish Team, it's the battle to evade last place, right? Don't want to be the one that sort of everybody looks at as a free win, and they've certainly showcased that they can take wins if you don't give them the sort of credit they deserve. And then obviously the last match of the night is a case of consistency, which I think J-Team and Hellpigs have really been struggling to find. They can take down big teams, they can lose other times. You're unsure sometimes in their performance as well as their draft. So really across the board, I mean, so many different narratives to drive, jump right into and get really excited for.
And we're getting right into the team lineups here. On the side of DCG, we have Hanabi, Hana, Nesty, Kriskata, and Orca. And this is a team where I feel like originally was kind of just the Nesty show, and I think he remains kind of the star. But we've also seen some really nice performances from Hanabi, and I feel like recently DCG bot lane as well has been kind of stepping up.
I agree. Yeah, I think they've really been stepping up, and they'll need to, especially in tonight's affair, because last time these 2 teams faced, Kriskata and Orca didn't really have the best showing, played a Zera Yumi. Had a combined score of 0-7, which you certainly can't afford to into a pairing like Atlan and Nature. And as you say, right, you know, it is really a case of Nesty showcasing his diverse champion pool. They put 4 bans towards making sure Mission wouldn't have the easiest time. Still popped off, still got MVP, did not really matter. So I'm really curious to see if there is going to be a different approach coming out of DCG tonight.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that as well, because I think definitely that's kind of started to fall by the wayside, right? Impunity has started to win those games where Mission is targeted a lot, and I think Driver as well has, you know, really stepped up as well. As again, on the other side, Impunity's bot lane, they've been carrying some games, right? So I think it becomes much more difficult now to look at Impunity just as that Mission one-man show, and it's difficult, I think, to just put all those bans towards them. But let's take a look at the Impunity lineup. We have Driver, Alex, Mission, Outland, and Nature, and this is a team that, you know, initially came out the gate 3-0, you know, very, very strong. Sort of dipped down towards the middle, but yesterday, despite losing to PSG, I felt like it actually gave me more confidence. Just kind of the level that they put up against PSG was so close to taking them out, and I think if Impunity really want to cement themselves kind of in that top 3 contending for the title, DCG is one of the stepping stones towards that.
Certainly is. I think in terms of recent form checks, DCG should have the favorites. I'd say a bit like 60-40 in their favor. You know, 3 wins on the bounce. I think the one thing that Impunity will have over them is they have managed to take down the likes of PSG and CFO, which has eluded DCG for the most part. So I think they're coming to this one highly competitive. They showed us the on-hit Varus, which looked pretty exciting as well. And is a big ask, right, of, okay, what can we really do to, you know, prevent the result going the way it did last time. Here we go, though, a bit of a deep dive into the mid lane, and really it's an exciting matchup to watch. We always talk about Nesty's unique champion pool. Has a big affection, in particular, towards the Talia. Loves to roam, but Mission will play anything you throw at him. Even if you ban away 17 champions, he'll find a way to be impactful. He'll find a way to carry his team across the finishing line, and you see it from things like his gold percentage and his gold difference, highest in the league.
The gold difference, I think, is real interesting because I think Nesty's gold difference kind of comes from, roaming and pressuring the map, right? Picking up assists and kills, whereas Mission's gold difference comes from that 1v1, from taking plates, CS leads, even solo kills as well. So it's definitely a clash of styles, right? And I think that's always the most interesting matchup is, how does kind of the roaming player play up against the laning player? It's always something that, me as a mid laner, when I played competitively, it's something that, like, if you verse someone that has the same play style as you, it's actually quite easy because they're just kind of you but worse. But playing against someone completely different than you, it's really interesting.
No, it is, right? It's a case of having to match it or be very flexible on the spot, right, as to what you really want to do going into them. And that's what we're going to do right now. Jump straight into the draft with DCG on the blue side with first pick priority. And instantly, big direction is remove all these S-tier junglers.
Yeah, different approach already. The Sejuani Jax combo taken away, so they've obviously seen your driver looks very good on that. And it's much different from before, right? I think the first time around, there was 4 bans towards Mission, and some of those were in the first 3.
Yeah.
So saying, okay, maybe we got to worry about some of the other things. And that could be the thing that maybe you're not worried too much about Mission, knowing that he's just going to be strong no matter what, and you instead trying to target what you see to be the more weaker links, perhaps, of Impunity. But the Azir is banned away, so respecting that from Mission. And Zeri ban, I love it. I think that champ is so overtuned right now. Feels like so much better than the other ADs at the moment. So yeah, taken away makes a lot of sense. Now, Wukong and Vi remain open, Ashe remains open, Varus remains open, so there's a lot of choices here still.
Yeah.
Wukong is the hover. Me kind of surprised to see that taken so early, to be honest. Oh, it could be. Okay, so Wukong's locked in, so that should mean Impunity will answer with something like Vi Ashe or Vi Varus, maybe. I feel like the Vi Wukong thing is always real interesting because I feel like they're very similar in power, and it kind of comes down to which one you actually prefer.
Yeah.
Do you want that AoE team fight, or do you just want that point and click lockdown? But Varus, I mean, seems like the go-to. I like that Atlan's shown the diversity on it, right? He's played both the on-hit as well as the poke, so I think that bodes well for their chances. Ashe is the hover, perhaps saying, we don't need to pick up Vi until our 3rd pick. We can just deny it away.
Yeah, don't feel pressured towards it. And, well, with Ashe up and available, then it definitely says that, the range lethality version is going to certainly feel really strong here. And sort of the woes of not getting ahead, not snowballing before those 15 minutes, certainly don't feel anywhere near as pressured to do so. Caitlyn now being hovered would certainly give you the range to try and contest if it was to be this. If it was to be just a handshake of like a Caitlyn Lux. Lucian Nami also something that's still very prevalent in the meta right now, but deciding against it, don't want to try and take those all-in trades. Certainly want to be a little bit more CC heavy to match and respond.
Okay, so do you go Vi here as Impunity? Like, it feels like the best pick in the, kind of in the meta, but I'm not sure how good it actually is against Caitlyn Lux, right? Because they have a lot of range and it's quite hard to cover that distance as Vi. Be interesting because I'm not sure what other junglers are really good at the moment, especially of the AD variety. Yeah, okay, so perhaps going for something different. This is a flex, and also at the denial pick from DCG, right? Nesty did play Gragas mid previously as well.
Yep.
One thing I want to quickly bring up is that Annie is still open. I think that Mission has a pretty good champion pool for countering Annie, but it's been banned away from Nesty for a reason, right? So perhaps we'll see it.
Yeah, in multiple games in a row, right? So the fact that it's been let through is them saying we don't really care about it. We will now eventually, but we weren't concerned about you locking it in the first 3. So that's a good bit of an indication that, the Gragas is still fairly flexible. Can go jungle, can go mid lane. Has looked a lot better in mid lane. And I think you raised a good point about just being a little bit resource heavy. Feels a little bit starved in the jungle.
Yeah, I think as well, mid, you get a greater variety of keystones that you can run, which does feel nice. The Jace is banned away. So perhaps respecting that as a flex as well. It's something that both Mission and Driver can play. Now, second ban. I'm not sure if Talia's actually... Yeah, maybe ban the Talia. I mean, Talia, it's not super good against the comp, but it works very well with Caitlyn Lux. Allows them to push pretty much as they want. And it's interesting because I think Nesty, he's kind of a roaming guy, but doesn't often pick champs like the Rise. Ari, similar vein, I feel like, kind of ganks it up. CC, definitely more towards Nesty's sort of style. And what would be the answer ban from DCG? I'm not too sure. Perhaps another top lane ban. I mean, we've seen Driver do very well in the Scion, which could be something you look to take away. But with the Gragas still being available, you kind of feel it's somewhat similar. Ooh, Tristana ban. Okay.
Yeah, actually being super concerned about the flexibility of that Gragas, right? So Cynical's a few headaches in this second rotation of the pick ban. Question now becomes, really, where do Impunity go with this one? Do they still showcase that this Gragas is flexible and keep concerning DCG? Or do they say the grand reveal is here? I'm the only person that's played this Orianna in the league right now. It looked phenomenal. But I am a bit of a wizard. I am the control mage expert, and Victor is the choice.
Okay, Victor, I like it quite a lot. I think it's really good against Nesty's champion pool. He doesn't play any of the sort of stuff that punishes Victor, and I think if you can ever blind pick your mid and win at the same time, that's really, really nice, right? Normally, you're not expecting a winning lane from a blind pick, but Mission, I think he has a good idea of what he wants to pick here. Nico is the hover, which I'd be very surprised to see locked in. Ooh, Lissandra would make sense. I think Lissandra Wukong, great team fighting, and is decent at neutralizing Victor. Like, obviously can't really contest the lane, but, you know, has a lot of that CC, still does well in the team fights. Nah, will be the last pick here.
That's Hanabi's bread and butter, isn't it, though? He's been so comfortable in this champion. Goes for the coal, gets ahead, gets a turret play. Played very intelligently last night as well. Rocks up to that team fight and just picks up a very easy double kill. So, quite like this one. I think another pick, although it's risky, right, could be the GP if you want a lot of crowd control. Really lock down a quadrant with the resets, then farming for Lissandra. Not to be the case, though. Nah, just a little bit too free.
And they're gangplank.
The GP in response, though. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I like the gangplank. The one thing I am a little worried about is the prospect of playing Victor Gragas mid jungle. It feels a lot weaker in those 2v2s than something like the Lissandra Wukong. The gangplank ult, though, I think it is pretty good for help kind of bailing out bot lane up against the Caitlyn Lux, right? It can help dissuade dives. It can also just clear waves if they're really in trouble. So I think overall I prefer DCG's composition. I think it's just a little better in terms of that 5v5. But Impunity, they have lots of different things they can go for, right? They've got stuff like the Gangplank poke, they've got globals with GP and Ashe ult, they have a lot of pick potential. But I think that straight up 5v5 does favor DCG.
I think Impunity have a lot of chefs in the kitchen, right? They have 5 different major CC wombos that can certainly go their way. A fair bit of displacement as well. Could be a case of too many ideas at once and a little bit of poor execution at the same time. I think when we talk about execution, that's always been my big advocate, right? What is the easiest way to try and play? What's the easiest way to try and get ahead? And I think really when you look at sort of what Impunity put together, or rather DCG, I think with, you know, the Caitlyn Lux, it's your bread and butter. You're just going to be sieging up an absolute storm. You've then got the reliability of Lissandra Wukong to say in those mid-game fights, come at us. And yeah, I think I still stick to my sort of 60-40 prediction.
Talking about the reliability, I think is pretty interesting because, like you said, I definitely think the top side of DCG are extremely reliable picks. Caitlyn Lux, though, is one that always plays on a knife's edge, right? It's when they get ahead, it's absurd, and they're extremely, you know, dominant from that point on. At the same time, though, I think you are reasonably vulnerable up against the Varus Ashe and the Gangplank ult as well. But like you said, lots of chefs. We're gonna have to let them cook.
We're certainly gonna have to let them cook, and let's cook up an absolute treat here for you tonight. 5 games, all absolute bangers. And it all starts with the opening match here tonight. Deep Cross Gaming up against Impunity, and potentially from the very get-go, a level 1 bit of action. Hunter in trouble. He's forced to burn that flash. He was critically low, but he's lived for the meantime.
That's a pretty nice win for Impunity because not only do they get the flash, they can actually take a lot of this control. And I think if you could somehow force a split map here, it would be really, really good. It would stop the Caitlyn Lux from being able to do anything. I feel like it might be a bit difficult. At the same time, though, you have double range. We'll see what they do. I feel like a split map might be a bit ambitious. And now the double of Halo Blades coming in from Impunity's ball lane is going to be very strong in those early trades.
And certainly plays into the idea you mentioned before, right, about this bot lane matchup being on a knife's edge. One wrong trade, double Halo Blades, the punishment is unreal.
And it looks like Impunity will go for the split map. So I think this is actually a really big win. So when the map is split like this, it kind of means that whichever lane is on the side of the enemy's jungler can't really play aggressive, right? Here, DCG's bot lane, their only choice really is just to play to minimize, because at any point, Alex can just be behind them and will constantly have gank threat without Hana being able to bail them out. And then on the other side, for like the Nara GP lane, it's quite hard to actually punish, right? Like if you're if you're Hana, can you really look to dive? I'm not sure, it seems difficult, but level 1 trade already coming out.
Look at them, they're just walking right at you saying we actually lane from this side of the play. Alex is going to come on through here. Nature forced to flash away. One more auto would have done it, but the potion is ticking. Flash, body slam, can't find it. 2 members once again ever so low, but the first blood eludes us.
Health bar is really, really low. Now pay attention to the sustain. Kriskata has the Doran's Blade, but doesn't have any more potions. On the side of Atlan, certainly does, and as well as being this low on your weak side, it's extremely dangerous here for DCG. It might just be an early recall coming out of Kriskata, and this is honestly really smart from from Impunity to have this split map situation and just completely neutralize the Caitlyn Lux.
Wave's going to crash. Orc's in a lot of trouble, being ditched by Kriskata. That's a Lux in so much trouble. Nature's going to get get traded for it though, but denied to the tower.
Wow, Impunity, I mean, really coming out swinging from the get-go, and I really like how this game has actually started off for them. Hana might look for something mid instead. Mission, he's very far up.
He certainly is. Instant flash away, and the fight will not continue. But right off the get-go, you can see this really is that power struggle for the top 4. And it certainly isn't disappointing in these first few minutes. Alex, now in the area as well, might see the idea of a potential mid-jungle fight breakout. Laser goes across, Hunter in trouble. Hunter flashing, as is Nesty. Look at Alex, and that they do. There's the killer retaliation. The scoreboard now absolutely even. Explosion onto Hunter, and the laser secures.
Secures the blue buff as well. That has to feel good here for Mission. Nesty did manage to get a red, but the health regen early game is not super good. The blue buff, though, on a Victor so early is just going to be able to start putting this on cooldown. And one thing about Hana pathing topside so early does mean that Driver never really felt the impact of this split map, right? Whereas you have to feel Cascada certainly not too happy about how the game started bot lane for him.
Yeah, certainly won't be. So many summoners burnt in the process, right? Flashes lost, heals used. But kills found, and it's the explosive tendency that can really set yourself up for what this game has in store for us. And I suppose really more than anything, it's DCG to have a point to prove, right? It was a bit of a stomp last time. Impunity was 17 kills to 5. It almost feels like Impunity are a bit like a Kingslayer. They come into these games, you're not too sure what to expect, but also a flying start so far.
They certainly are. Now, interestingly, only 9 CS on Alex. He's actually getting bullied out of his jungle a little bit. This is kind of the interesting thing with having the Victor, right, is it gets a lot of priority normally, but it is quite weak in the skirmishes, so it's hard to actually kind of assist at anything like this. But Alex, even if he falls behind, I have to feel like, in a way, his job's already done, right? Like, if he just kind of plays evenly from this point, he's already set up his lanes for success with both a kill onto Mission and Atlan, the 2 big Impunity carries here. So great start from him. And this bot lane, you know, Caitlyn Lux, it's still dealing lots of damage to the tower, which is definitely what you want, but it feels like that early kill going over, it kind of sets them back in terms of the timeline and just a couple minutes. And that's pretty crucial for a champ like Caitlyn Lux that really, you know, needs to keep snowballing, needs to keep the pressure on. Really don't want to fall into the kind of mid-game trough, perhaps.
Yeah, you certainly don't. And I think it's always important to sort of note just how much impact you can find with the level 6 ultimate or Viva, the Lissandra, and the GP, right? Have such high impact. If that gets really rolling, then you certainly do start to snowball a little bit too out of control. A lot of pressure, as is to be expected, is put towards this bot lane. It started from the very get-go, but once again, both junglers are in the area. It's going to be Alex that starts things off, looking to try and find his target. It is still a flashless Caitlyn. The body slam onto Cascada, jumps away with the stun, net, and the damage and retaliation, as both AD carries are the ones to pick up the killing blow.
It's a 1-for-1. I feel like that might actually favor DCG. I think a kill on Caitlyn is really, really important at this point. And also Hana, off the back end of this, can look to perhaps re-gank bot. I mean, health bars are low. Not much mana here too, but I think that's going to be it. It's just going to path away. And I think it looks like it will be the Poke Varus coming out most likely, which I think is good. This game, there isn't a whole lot of sustain again. Level 6 comes through from the Impunity solo laners. And now actually going down mid. No flash for Mission.
Yeah, certainly Mission could be in a bit of trouble right now as the damage goes across. Nesty had to self-cocoon, but is able to live. Still yet to find that kill in the mid lane to really break things open. Still neck and neck despite Orca being there.
Nature now, he's around mid again, trying to alleviate some of this pressure. Mission though, you know, he's very low now, will perhaps be forced into some sort of reset. At the same time, Nesty invested his ult into mid lane, which means there's unlikely to be any sort of roam out here. So it's kind of an interesting choice, right? We don't often see Nesty commit everything for the lane, and perhaps has no choice up against a man like Mission. Nature taking control of this bot river. Herald spawning in a minute, and no one's touched the dragon yet, which kind of makes me feel we will see play for this Herald. At the same time, though, whichever bot lane gets weak-sided here is going to really feel the pain from the other team just being able to pressure the dive.
Certainly is. I think both teams are agonizingly patient in terms of trying to get level 6 as quickly as they can. Really want to make sure that they have any kind of advantage over their opposition. Both junglers still in the area, sniffing out trouble. And with the Scuttle about to spawn at the same time, the battle for vision becomes that much more important as well. As DCG, as a free man, will get unlocked to be able to go into the river.
They're poking, and Alex is around. I feel like Mission still doesn't really want these fights. I think Nesty with the Ignite from the Spellbook is a lot stronger in any of these early skirmishes. At the same time, though, Impunity are the one that ends up picking the Scuttle. And I think if you're Impunity playing up against this Caitlyn Lux, I think you just try and match Hana. If Hana goes topside and looks for Herald, you can contest. If he tries to play for bot ganks, you... Oh, okay, the ult actually comes through. Cascada cleanses,
Instant
has
cleanse,
flash.
as you say. Alex wishes he was level 6 there, but a barrel on its own still does a fair chunk of damage. That's enough to force Cascada back, but ult traded for cleanse. Pressure found, but it won't be enough seemingly at this stage for them to go towards the Dragon. They're going to try and crash this one in first and foremost. But pings continue towards this bot lane, looking for an isolated Lux one more time.
Hana is moving towards the Herald, but it looks like it's going to be a trade. Ulti is up.
It is
Gateway
indeed.
ult committed.
Cannon Barrage, Orca's in a lot of trouble. Deja Vu is what I'm seeing this time at the second turret, not the first. But the outcome is all the same. Orca left alone and Orca dead.
So it looks like the trade will be Hana picking up the Herald. I'm not sure how useful the Herald actually is, though. I don't think you really have any winning lane at this point, right? All the plates are up, and bot lane, the lane you really needed to snowball, is starting to fall massively behind. It's kind of curious, I think, to go for the Herald, because I think it just weak sides your bot lane so much at a time where they almost can't afford to be, right? If you're more ahead on the Caitlyn Lux, you're actually pretty good at surviving any sort of dive. But falling this far behind, you have to feel perhaps
Oh my
not...
god, look at the triple collapse from every angle. They come towards you, so much CC. And so much damage. The damage goes the way of Cascada's favor. He is the one to pick up the kill, but Mission gets one from the grave. He'll be stoked about that.
Trading 1-for-1 in the 1v4 is very good. This is one of those times where your team says play safe mid and you get ganked by 4 people. Doesn't feel the best, but hey, trading 1-for-1, you know, completely fine, especially with the other mid laner, right? Because that means that they're not the one that kind of receives a lot of gold off the back end of that. At the same time, though, I believe it was Cascada who picked up another kill. Oh my god, combo comes out from Alex.
Alex doesn't have turret aggro just yet because the wave still exists, and Orca with the binding, gonna walk away! Oh my god, that damage is unholy! And Cascada finds 2, and he got so many turret plates in the process as well. And yes, Nesty died, but this Caitlyn is unbelievably fed.
Cascada, despite being, you know, hard weak-sided and really feeling kind of the pain of that, has actually managed to snowball himself to 3-0. Still down CS, but definitely recovered a lot. Let's take a look at this 4-man collapse from DCG onto Mission. Poor Mission, man. He flashes very early, but there's just too much CC. I think the fact that this ends up being a 1-for-1 is honestly kind of a mistake from DCG. I think that can just be a 1-for-0. But I think perhaps more importantly, Cascada picks up the kill off the back end and really kind of gets himself back into this game.
Yeah, got 2, got turret plates, and certainly evens out that 20 CS deficit you mentioned before. And this really is a game where both AD carries are struggling to reign supreme. The perfect KDA were the only bounties to talk about. They've certainly painted a target on their back to say, come at me.
Dragon is started up here by Alex. Impunity, you know, very strong on the bot side as well. Cascada, despite picking up the kills, hasn't completed his Mythic yet and is still down a pretty significant amount of CS compared to Atlan. So perhaps not quite as strong, at least until he completes the Mythic. But it's nice to kind of have at least some sort of win condition in this game. W's committed by Mission, but it's not really going to connect. And now with Impunity's bot lane having both their ults up, they might try and look on Cascada while he doesn't have the flash. If you can pick up that bounty, definitely puts the game kind of back in your favor. And DCG, taking a look at the turret plays, despite falling behind in gold, actually did manage to pick up more turret plays than the enemy team, which does feel good always. I think bot lane is very volatile while Cascada doesn't have this flash.
Certainly is. Doesn't have, well, does actually have cleanser, excuse me, so a potential for Atlan to do what he did before to Trainer Corruption will just be traded out for that again. Alex was putting so much priority towards this bot lane, has managed to find Orca twice in succession, and is a big reason why that CS lead is as big as it is. Once again, Mission in trouble. He's the one on the receiving end of the damage and pressure from DCG's end, and they'll find it again, forcing him to now be 2-2.
2-2 from Mission. I mean, he's just kind of... That death, I think, is definitely a bit harder to forgive than the previous one. You know, the previous one, 4 people mid, you're under your tower. Okay, it sucks, it happens. But this one, you know, pushed up very far under the enemy tower, up against, you know, a strong mid-jungle ganking combo without flash and without vision. So I think very greedy there from Mission, perhaps just trying to pressure that 1v1 matchup a bit too much, and has been punished pretty significantly for it. At the same time, though, Impunity using that bot prio to actually take away this red. It will be a red traded on the other side by Hana. So ends up even, all things considered. The spot tower is getting pretty low though, and I think perhaps could drop here. DCG actually swapping lanes. Have Kriskata coming mid. Nesty doing what he can to survive any kind of bot pressure here. And importantly, Mythic still not completed for Kriskata. So actually must be behind at least a little bit of gold compared to Varus. Obviously has the tier 2 boots completed, whereas Atlan does not. Oh, arrow comes in.
Oh, very close, wasn't it? But the reaction was clean from Kriskata, not to get caught out. Does still, as mentioned, have that cleanse available. So shouldn't have been an easy picking for Mission, who did not have ult either, to make light work of that one.
And this tower will be sieged down eventually, but I believe Impunity will play towards this bot tier 1 first. Plates will fall in the next 30 seconds, so if you want to pick up any last gold, now is your opportunity. Top lane, I feel like it's kind of been, you know, fairly stable. No one's really trading too heavily on each other. Hanami, though, as per usual, builds up at least a small CS lead, and Driver could be in trouble now.
So he could be going to use the ultimate to try and trim the wave as the 3-man dive is about to break out, desperately going for the cleanse, or rather the flash away, having used the cask. Oh, it's not enough. Hana still is able to get the kill. The rest of his team were fleeing, but it does not matter. Their response will be good. Bot side, they'll pick up the first tower as a bit of retaliation.
First tower is picked up, but I wonder if they can keep this top tower here still or not. Because I think the top tower is, yeah, probably going to fall to Hanabi. So all things considered, it's an even tower trade, but then a kill traded up for DCG. So feeling pretty good about this. Mission, though, continues to scale, despite the fact that he's had these kind of unfortunate deaths. You know, it's scaling into this game very nicely, and I think Victor does very well into this composition. The later the game goes, oh,
that's
very,
close.
very low. Did he have vision of him? I'm not sure he did. Maybe he just, you know, saw him recalling back there somewhere. This is quite a good read there from Nature. I think actually delaying Kriskata's base there does potentially allow you for a little bit of damage on this mid lane tower.
It should do, shouldn't it? And I mean, Alex also with a bit of inclination there to try and be cheeky with a flash ult to kill Secure, but realizing maybe, just maybe, not worth it. Would certainly feel like a bit of an overextension, and this is much more of an easy acquisition instead. So damage towards the turret, peel away as a squad, pick up the second Herald as a result as well, and look to continue to drive that gold lead home in their favor.
Yeah, and talking about driving this home, I think once you get this Herald, you can really just put that down mid, perhaps break that tower open, and then keep stacking up these drags. While the gold is, you know, extremely close, I think Impunity, they're strong enough that they should be able to get this next dragon, as well as being able to drop the Herald. If they can get that, they kind of start to catapult this game into more of their favor. Actually, the Luden's picked up by the Victor, which is kind of curious. Hanabi, he's pushing this wave in. Dragon only in 15 seconds. I think both teams want to contest, but currently DCG have the much better setup on it. Impunity, I think maybe you just drop Herald mid and try and regain control that way. Driver will clear out this wave. Yeah, Herald is dropped mid. I would love to see that. Okay, so it looks like the tower will die, and Impunity should be able to use the control gained here to regain the bot side vision. Mission actually spots out Nesty on the top side. And Kriskata, he's been chunked down reasonably, you know, to half HP here before the fight starts. Arrow comes in as well. And I think there should be Impunities. At the same time, though, remember, we were talking about how good DCG's team fight is, especially with that Lissandra Wukong Nar.
Yeah.
Nesty, he's still pushing top. Has the TP, though. This fight, it's so important.
This could certainly set the tone for this game, because right now it still is ever so close. And it's not really enough to try and create a divide between these two. Okay. DCG potentially had a window in there, but Impunity a little bit too clean, a little bit too strong to force them back. And now we'll give them a 2 Drake lead.
And the 2 Drake lead, I think, means a lot if you can get it so early into the game. Driver, though, potentially getting dive bot. He's wisely holding the wave off the tower, but smart TP here from Nesty.
What a TP, denying the minion from falling on down. The turret aggro will not switch across, and Driver's had his work cut out for him. I mean, both him and Mission have been really at the forefront of so much attention. And I guess now you put a big target on Atlan and Nature and say, you guys have been left to the wayside to do whatever you like. That CS lead you have, it has to carry us.
It does, and I think if they can carry the kind of the third drag, right, then you're really starting to put the pressure onto DCG of whether or not they can close out the game in time before some kind of soul win condition comes through. But they're doing a good job, right? They're starting to speed up the map. It's currently 2 towers to 2, but I think this mid lane tower will fall reasonably soon. Kind of depends if Alan can keep it alive.
And here's a new build we've seen, right? I mean, we've had so many variations of Varus, but this one is the Dustblade, right? So a little bit of extra ability haste, which is always quite nice. But we've seen Prowlers, we've seen Eclipse, we've seen, obviously, the Shield Bow Rageblade on hit as well. This one feels very akin to, like, my ARAM games, but get to see it in a Summoner's Rift match.
Yeah, the Dustblade is a little curious. I'm actually not too sure why he decided for that this game anyway, but I mean, as long as you have a lot of gold, it almost doesn't matter what you spend it on. Now, top tower, it's sort of being pressured, but I think kind of hard to really do anything into Nesty. I think both teams pretty content to kind of scale up from this position. But next Dragon kind of will be a decider, I feel like. Third Drag, if it goes over to Impunity, will then really be threatening that early soul win condition. At the same time, though, if DCG pick it up, they kind of allow themselves, you know, a lot more chances to kind of play out these team fights. And really, all they need is one big team fight win, right? I think when you've got, like, the Zassandra, Wukong, and the Gnar, it's so easy. If you can get one connection, you know, one big team fight, a lot of the time you can just take a Baron straight after. And on mid-wave, Alan's being looked at. Hana, he's in the wings. Trying to sweep out some of this vision, perhaps looking towards Driver again, who unfortunately has been on the receiving end of a lot of these ganks, but still doing reasonably well for himself, all things considered.
Arrow connects. Cleanse was considered. It was a little bit late, and so much so that Atlan also hesitated, well, do I go for my ultimate or not? Nesty with a Frozen Claw to disengage away, but Alex is still game on despite a 2-level deficit. Still keeps him in the area, and that's enough to provide Misha with the protection needed to try and take down that top tier 1. At the moment, though, just going to proxy it and deny as much of these minions as possible as the GPL comes through mid at the same time as well, protecting that. Flash, still the ult hits from the Lux, does not matter. Nesty now chasing for his dear life, hoping for a Frozen reset. But that pressure alone is enough to make sure that that turret will fall on down.
It does indeed, and there's no trade on the top side. It actually wasn't the top tier 1 going over. So now, finally, DCG pull themselves to a turret lead. However, gold still remains in Impunity's favor. And take a look at the gold. You know, despite Cruscata being 3-0, it's actually still down a good 1,200 gold to Atlan, who's, like, you know, far and away the most fed member in this game. Hanabi, you know, creeping up behind him, but doesn't quite scale as well. And Mission and Driver, I mean, I feel like the gold is really where you want it for Impunity. On the other side, it's really up to Hanabi to kind of bring DCG over the finish line in some of these team fights. And the next one you have to feel like will break out in just a minute. Will be the third drag spawning in a Mountain Soul as well. I think it's so, so good, especially against poke compositions. If you can pick it up, you know, it makes a lot of these kind of flat pen builders very difficult to play. Have to see who will get the control first. Mission hasn't yet completed its second item, so you're not going to be super strong in this team fight. Same for Cruscata, though. Most likely building towards the IE. Obviously, expensive pickup. Does not quite have it yet. The top tower is traded. And Impunity with the slight gold lead, but currently losing control of this Dragon area. Will they be able to retake it? It's difficult into such a heavy engage and pick composition.
Yeah, so difficult to try and face check into that comp, isn't it? With the amount of CC they have thrown your way, and one single kill can certainly balloon into a lot more, right? Between the traps and the face checking of Lissandra and so on and so forth. So let's see really how Impunity can try and regain control, even if they are interested. Because right now, not a single inch has been considered for them. Oh, Nesty flashing in just like that. 2-man route. Chain of Corruption comes across. It's going to spread like wildfire. Hanabi and Cruscata in trouble. Forced to run away. The laser beam confirms as the shutdown goes the way of Driver. He certainly needed that. Now Hanabi, 1v3, forced to run away. Mega slowly ticking away. Flash on his head from GP, but a shutdown that Alex beautifully picks up. You saw a flank on the side angle as well as Hana tried to run down a kill. But Impunity, with no invitation into the Dragon, certainly now have it.
Ends up being a 3-for-1 there for Impunity. And while the shutdown goes over on Alan, you have to feel like it's worth it. I'm going to be able to pick up this third drag as well. And I'd really love to see a replay on that, because I felt like the initial engage from Nesty as well as the follow-up by Hanabi was pretty good. But I'm not sure how Cruscata died. You know, he was so strong. I'm not sure if he just died to Alex on the Gragas or what, but yeah, both the top laners put up big performance, and I feel like Impunity, they're really starting to pull ahead, right? Their kills are even, but 3 drags to none. Feels pretty good. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Initial engage from Nesty, I feel like, is pretty positive. He gets in, deals a lot of damage, is able to disengage. Kriskata nets and Gale forces forward and doesn't really get anything for it. Now, the TP comes in from driving, and it looks like they changed the corruption spread to Kriskata, who did not have cleanse, did use it previously. And while Hanabi manages to take out Atlan, had already used his cooldowns, right? And Poke Varus, it's not a sustained DPS. It's much more cooldown based instead. And so the real damage there comes from Driver and Mission past that point. And yeah, we're able to clean up the fight.
And that's really helped Driver so much in this game. He's really been on the receiving end of so much torture that now a GP with 2 items complete, with the crit cloak starting to stack on up. Yeah, just love to see it as a GP player. Responses though, Kriskata actually not going to go for the IE, actually changing at the last second there for the Bloodthirster for the sustain into so much harass. You saw him just burn down eventually to the GP and the Victor on the tail end of that fight, having eluded so much of the pain. But with Nesty now completing the Zonias, with the Crown also for Lux, I mean, their damage has certainly skyrocketed. If a repeat were to happen, a lot easier for it to land.
I think the BT is interesting because it does mean that there's not really that poke win condition onto the ADC anymore. At the same time, though, I feel like picking up BT this sort of late in the game means that you're not going to have IE by that 4th dragon, right? And that's the fight that you're forced to contest. Now, Ghost actually comes through from Nesty. Nature, perhaps not watching his screen.
Nature completely mind controlled, still goes for the flash, but gets smited and gets bonked on their head. 2-man laser, just a tickle, but to get them vision as well. And it really did look like Nature was lost in the source there for a second, lining up the perfect ult, but dying for it.
It actually was, man. He wasn't even looking at his character. But it happens to the best. And now DCG, will they look to force anything extra off it, like the Baron? I'm not sure they can. The DPS is decent, but starting it up against this very fed Poke Varus, as well as the GPR, always feels like a tall order. But 2 more minutes, 45 seconds on this Dragon. I think that is DCG. They are forced to contest it again, but it's going to be difficult for them. I think Impunity, they've really scaled to the point they need, right? 2 items on the GP, 3 items now on the Varus, approaching 3 items on Mission's Victor as well. It's going to be tough for them. And Driver as well. I mean, I felt like he was kind of the receiver of a lot of this pressure, right? When the map was split, when he was constantly getting ganked, but has still found himself, you know, a lot of impact in this game.
Yeah, the fact that both himself and Mission were at the receiving end of so much of that, but are now even or even ahead. I mean, look at Mission. The fact that he's had a gank, it felt like every 3 minutes, but up this amount, it just feels mind-blowing to me. And once again, just a hallmark of why he is the most valuable player in this league so far. So, an exciting prospect to see once those 3rd items come across as to really what DCG still have left in the bank, because we were crediting just, you know, the ease of execution their comp had, a little bit more finesse for Impunity to work with, but they don't really seem to shy away from that high execution playstyle.
And we've seen a few teams in the PCS, I think, go for the high execution playstyles, and it's been hit or miss, but I think Impunity, you know, if they are contesting for that title spot, have to be able to play stuff that isn't just, you know, your typical group up and press ults. 1 minute 25 on this next drag. Now, consistently, DCG have had control of the area beforehand, but it's never really been enough, right? The engage has either been fumbled or just too much poke damage going over before the fight can begin. And I think now it might actually be Impunity who can pick up the control of this area first, have priority over both mid and bot. Although perhaps moving their vision towards topside first can always threaten the Baron, especially with the Gangplank and Victor DPS. Midwave will get deleted here. Yeah, and still kind of committing members towards the top side. Now, Mission is recalling. I wonder, does he pick up Void here? If he does, it'll be very big into Hanabi's... Yeah, okay, so he's got the Void, which I think is a really big spike. And Kriskata, you know, not quite at the IE. So it's going to be considerably weaker in this fight. DCG, they need to win this fight in order to give themselves the time to hit their big item spike here. At the same time, though, Impunity... they're as spiked as they need, and they're ready to take this fight and perhaps take the win.
They certainly are. I mean, what a phenomenal purchase, right? Just to go from a Blasting Wand outright to now level 16 with the Void Staff 2 with 15 seconds now on that deciding soul point. Another Mountain Wand, by the way, seems to be PCS's absolute favorite. And, well, if you want to try and snowball a game ahead at a 27-minute mark, well, you need that durability, and it is certainly going to help you into a team fight comp that wants to come right at you, especially with Lysandra and Wukong. Let's see what they can do here. Grouped up in mid once again, rallying around for that vision, as DCG just hiding in the shadows, looking to try and find their angle.
Perhaps Impunity want to instead force DCG to leave their control and come towards this Baron. Impunity, they have plenty of turning tools. Blue Trinket is committed. And they've brought DCG outside of the river. Oh, barrel goes over to Kriskar, a little bit of damage.
Oh, Youmu's is on, maybe looking for the angle, perhaps looking for the Chain of Corruption. Instant flash away, Chain of Corruption, rubber, Cannon Barrage onto 4, Orcish is gone, dead! Alex takes him out with the explosive cask fadeaway flash. And they wanted a pick, they'll find that pick. Now Mission in trouble, Cyclone, one man, oh, and a flash across the wall, but the Frozen Tomb still connects. And the shot that is found there by Hana. Can they get much more? Hanabi still has his ultimate, but he's forced in Mega to run away. ST using the Zonias, but in comes Alex. Fadeaway barrel, not able to find it, not able to get the kill. But are they secured enough? Because Hana's gone. They have no smite.
Wow.
And they want that Dragon Point, and they've got the numbers advantage.
I think they'll be able to pick it up here. Kriskar goes down with actually both sums. He didn't flash a huge Gangplank barrel from Driver, and I think that'll ultimately turn the fight into Impunity's favor. Now picking up the Soul at only 29 minutes into the game.
Huge moment in this game right there, where it felt like DCG were in a firm position to go for that Dragon, but just control. And sort of a calm approach from Impunity drew them out and found the picks they were after.
Let's take a look at the replay though. So initial engage, I think, was pretty good from Impunity. You got the, I want to say it was a huge amount of Varus poke coming through, as well as the Gangplank ult. Pretty much take Orca out of the fight, you know, very early, right? There's a lot of damage. Alex goes forward, ults him. I think this should just be an immediate win for Impunity, but Mission, I want to say, greedy pathing to walk through here, and despite having so much DPS, actually just dies kind of too early before it really matters. At the same time though, Driver is still up and alive and has lots of DPS, and really nice there from Alex to cancel the engage from Hanabi. And pay attention to the back of this, especially watch Kriskar, because I think still has the potential to carry this fight, but eats a massive barrel from Driver with flash available, and then is completely out of the fight. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
And it only gets worse, right? Because Driver is working towards that Collector now even stronger. Mountain Soul acquired, Baron on the lines. It's going to be a burger flip. It's running it down ever so low, and it will not be stolen away. Now they need to try and disengage away. How many casualties will be in this fight? So far, they've lost Mission at the very beginning, just like at that Dragon, but the rest of the team are out, and DCG are just so low, even if they were fighting.
Giving over Mission, I mean, it's honestly fine, right? You pick up the Baron. It does mean you perhaps can't pressure as much as you would like. You know, Mission only sitting at 2-4-2, perhaps not the scoreline he was looking for in this game. But at the same time, the other members of Impunity really coming up big, and that's kind of like what we really want to see from Impunity, right? They're no longer just okay, if Mission carries, we can win, and if not, we're just going to kind of fall over. But now, it's kind of the other way around. And what can they do with this Baron? Because with Mission dead, although he does have TP, he's going to be quite late on the map. At the same time, though, you can get your Barons into these lanes pretty early and just TP Mission in and have him kind of poke people off the towers. Have good control. I feel like this will probably end up coming down to an Elder fight, and potentially that's a flip that DCG can win. Now, what can you get done here, though? I feel like probably not inhibs, perhaps just tier 2 towers.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see them play for that. Right now they do have the TP advantage. Hanabi's is down, whilst the GP and Victor have theirs available. So you can see them playing towards those side lanes at the moment. Driver once again is the focus, nothing new for him. Cleanses himself out, A-OK, stunned against the wall, Lux Laser, and shut down. So he's certainly not A-OK now, he's in a lot of trouble. But a response is good. Atlan finds the kill and takes down a massive shutdown onto the jungler and Hana. And his respawn time is now 40 seconds and upwards.
Yeah, so I think that I'm not even sure who this is better for, because I feel like a lot of the engage being gone allows Impunity to siege. At the same time, though, taking a lot of damage, Nesty might look for something. Hanabi on the Nars still has a lot of presence in this game, and it's only one lane being sieged down. So DCG can commit all members to defending this. I think the tier 2 will fall, but I think that will be it. And in terms of a Baron power play, it's not as much as you'd expect. Hanabi, he almost has the Mega, and he has a great flank. Is spotted out nice and early, though. will end up running away. Don't think there'll be any chase onto him, although they might have the Hawk shot. They might be able to find him.
Look at Hanabi on the widest flank you'll ever see right now. I don't know if they've spotted him.
Yeah,
He's been very patient and is going to completely wrap behind them right now as the Ashe ult goes out. But that's a TP, that's a hard force, this is a big read from DCG so far. Hanabi needs to hit Mega, commanding the respect of 3 people so far. 2-man ult, chains miss, fight continues. Mission in trouble again, the first casualty in this fight. They need their star mid laner, but it's once again up to the rest of Impunity to try and clutch it out for the team. Hana, so fragile, but Driver can't find the explosive barrel. He can't find it to get this kill on the boards. And I think we really are working towards that Elder Drake.
I think you're right. I feel like every time Mission dies, it kind of delays the game a little bit. But I'm not sure it ever actually puts it in DCG's favor, right? Every time it just ends up being killed, or a single kill. And as long as Mission can drop the ult before he dies, it still puts out pretty decent damage. So you can only imagine how much he would do if he was alive the entire team fight. Let's take a look at the replay. I mean, it's a really good start here from DCG. They have a massive flank from Hanabi. They also have a TP that I feel like does a really good job of breaking the team up, right? It's difficult for Impunity just to play that regular front-to-back team fight. When TPs come in like this, it ends up very split. Mission kind of has nowhere to go in this team fight. Tries to flash out, but there's just too much CC coming in onto him. Does end up getting taken out for free, but once again, you know, Driver kind of left unopposed and just putting out so much damage on this GP who's been farming up a storm pretty much the whole game long. And yeah, it ends up being a somewhat good trade for DCG, but it's not enough at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they just keep having these phenomenal fights where they're trading with one another, but it continues to favor Impunity despite them finding that mid lane on cooldown. Everything being chucked at him. And resources, you know, not sort of really being there to target much more than just that. 30 seconds and the massive Elder Drake is up for grabs. Impunity have had every single dragon this game set their offer so far. And will they be able to get this one as well?
Nature's chunked out very low and will not have any lifesteal. If he bases now, will be late to this Dragon setup. At the same time, though, 2 ults used from DCG's bot lane. They are the ones with control, and DCG, despite being behind, if they can get this Elder, can potentially use it to pick up the Baron as well, and then could win off of that. So, despite the gold lead, I think it's actually very close here.
Certainly feels that way right now. A few important item purchases. Serpent's Fang there from Alan to remove these shields, or at least do more damage to them. Nature also having picked up the Mikhails for another cleanse. You certainly need that with the amount of CC we've seen in this game. Flashes down,
no
Ashe ult commits. Cascada in trouble, where does he go? Gale forced to safety out of that cannon barrage. Nesty has to attend to the mid lane. The dragon is now just spawned, but Impunity have found a weakness in their armor. Hana is the focus. You remove the jungler, you win the game. It feels that simple. Explosive cast on his head, a Cyclone for disengage potential. It's not enough so far. Cascada fighting for his life as the laser goes out, but the damage just is not enough. And that dragon has been engaged.
It has low health bars on the side of DCG. I'm liking Impunity's position. It's up to Nesty to try salvage something off the back end, but I think he's opened a massive barrel.
Double kill with a kick. Hanabi in the backline right now with a 2-man shove against the wall, trying to keep them interested. He's found Nature, but he'll die for it. And yes, the Elder will reset, but Driver, my God, what a beautiful performance right there.
Yeah, Driver really putting in some work this game despite being the one pressured over and over. And Impunity, they're actually going to push down mid for the win, saying we don't even need the Elder. We can just take your base. And Hana, he doesn't have the ulti. Really, all he has is his body to try and defend this base. And I really don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, 15 seconds on Orca, 20 on Cascada, but 30 in seconds and counting for the rest of the team so far. Let's see how they look to try and play this one out. They're taking out one inhibitor. They're going to take out Hana. That's a delayed ace. Now straight towards the Nexus. Impunity want the win. They want to wrap it up right here and right now. This would make them go 2-0 in their head-to-head and would bring them from 5th place back up to 3rd.
Wow, so I think statement game there from Impunity. And while I think Impunity did beat DCG in the previous time they faced, it was, you know, DCG were looking pretty on form recently. But I mean, big week for Impunity, right? They take out CFO, they really push PSG to the limit, and then take out DCG. And what I feel like is They were pretty much always in control of this game, right? There was perhaps times where it looked a little shaky, but never really fell behind. I think, again, the fashion that I see Impunity win in, where it's other members of the team being able to pick up the slack if Mission isn't having the best game, it's really starting to cement them as, you know, this is a team that we should consider in our top 3.
I agree, and I think just the fact that we said there was a lot of pressure riding on Atlan to perform, given that he was the only one that didn't receive any pressure at all, had a lot of protection more than anything from Alex's Gragas. It worked wonders in those early moments, right? Give them the CC, give them that insane amount of poke that once the GP hit that critical mass of 2 items and a lot of critical chance under his belt between the, you know, piercing arrows and those kegs, I mean, it was just lights out.
And I think, you know, obvious MVP here is probably Driver, right? Absorbs all that pressure, still manages to have a massive performance. But I want to also say shout out to Alex, who I feel like Gragas jungle has been, it's looked real bad, to be honest, so far.
Yes.
But I think this game actually had a very good performance, right? Yeah, I think it was pretty good. And I also want to say, really clever level 1 from Impunity to split the map. And despite Kriskata finding his way back in, sort of getting fed, never really felt like much of an issue, honestly.
No, never really sort of hit the same levels of potential or power that the recipients were able to really deliver. So overall, I think a really clean game. A week that Impunity can really look back on fondly and certainly feel like they have leveled up their game to a different point, right? Certainly looking to try and emulate what those weeks 1 and 2 had to entail, where they were top of the table.
It's really exciting as well, because I think that obviously the week 1 and 2 meta was quite different from where they were right now. And I think now that the meta is opening back up, some teams that were very reliant on the, you know, very rigid Lucian Nami up against the Zeri Yumi have kind of started to fall off a bit. But I think, you know, Impunity, they're showing that they're a team that has multiple threats. They can play lots of different champions. They've got a lot of versatility here. So yeah, Impunity, I mean, I'm really liking them right now.
And I think the versatility for me is the funniest part, right? Is that you've, in your first meeting, banned away Mission completely. In your second game, you said, we don't need to ban you out. We'll just target you with our performance. Still finds a way to be impactful, right? Even if the scoreline, I think, finished like 2-5, 2-6. Always managed to cycle through his entire toolkit, right? Always managed to say, well, I'm in a troublesome situation. I'm just going to stand and deliver and maybe get second MVP just for not tilting.
Yeah, I can respect that. I think it is difficult, right, for Mission to play the game. There is a lot of engage coming out, but it's really nice when it feels like, you know, if you get engaged on and die, as long as you can drop the damage and you've still got those 2 fed carries, the Varus and the Gangplank coming through as well, it's not even that big a deal if you die. It does delay the game a little bit, but it never felt like it was at the point where DCG could use it to pick up dragons, could use it to pick up barons or some towers or something. And I think, yeah, Impunity, you know, in control the whole game. And I think as well, 4 dragons to 0 feels really good. But let's take a look at some of the highlights. So this is that initial engage mid, which actually was pretty good. And I think this was a fight that was, you know, almost salvaged by Driver. You know, the Impunity carry is getting very low, but Driver on the side just manages to delete Kriskata pretty much. And from then on, has so much damage and no real damage left from DCG in order to deal with him.
This felt like, for me, the defining fight, the moment it really said that Impunity were in the lead, because at that point it was so close. You can see then from that point onwards, 20 minutes and later, the goal just ballooned into Impunity's favor. As you mentioned, it was an absolute masterclass from an objective standpoint. Junglers clearly had a game plan in mind, and it didn't matter where you put the pressure. Impunity just always managed to find a way to get themselves back in. I feel like it has to be Driver that picks up the MVP, having received so much attention. But still finding a way to come into these team fights and say, well, you know, the GP was our last pick. And it's kind of picked for a reason, right? Look at him go. He's popping off.
He is. It will be Driver picking up the MVP. I mean, had a massive performance, really put that red side last pick to work. 32% of his team's damage. And the fact, again, as you mentioned, just received so much pressure and actually did so much more damage than the rest of his team. I was actually surprised how much more he did than something like the Poke Varus, right? He actually got very ahead, but Driver, you know, I think that means a lot, right? If you're a player that, despite getting targeted, can still be self-sufficient enough to bring your team to a win like that. He's really, you know, starting to, I was saying the secondary carry perhaps of Impunity, but is now sort of working towards potentially the main carry. Stuff like the Jack, stuff like the GP coming out. Looks very fierce on those picks.
It certainly does, and those are a champion toolkit that really you've got to be fairly adept at. You can't just bust those out blindly, right? You need to really know your inner workings to make it work. And I feel like for me, I've seen enough now from Impunity that if they can continue this level of form, they are my dark horse to try and take up the championship overall, right? Because if you're sitting in third so far, you've already demonstrated that you can challenge as well as beat the likes of CFO and PSG in first. I mean, they can potentially, on their day, do it all.
And it means so much for Impunity with that really difficult schedule coming in this week, managing to actually just clean it up to 1. I mean, I feel like if you got CFO, PSG, and DCG in a week, you're happy with 1 win perhaps, but actually come away with 2, and it puts the head-to-head in a good spot for them. But after that exciting game, I hope you guys aren't all tired out. We expect to see you back after this break for BYG versus Frank Esports.
born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
Mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it the bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come up come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. Woo! The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a caster. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm stunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the shot.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say stop the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say stop the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I got champagne wishes and caveat dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their grave. I'm trying to bury him 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs will try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say stop the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say stop the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say stop the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say stop the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split Week 4, Day 3, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. Up ahead for you, we have BYG up against Frank Esports, which I feel like is actually going to be a pretty close match. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it is. I think really you're looking at this one as a case of Frank really standing strong and holding their third spot, because right now there's a lot of teams hungry, looking to try and take it after the result we just had before, with Impunity taking the win over DCG. So I think you look at this one and say, well, Frank up against BYG. Last time it was a convincing win for Frank Esports. You're imagining it's going to be the same again, one that finishes before the 30-minute mark. Reason I say that is because I feel like yesterday BYG got handled. Kongwei wasn't really the sort of same standards of activeness, and they certainly need to try and find that right. They went for a poke composition, the poke comp fell behind, and the team fight comp tends to win when it comes to those fights in general. But it's the same roster as always: Lakai, Kongwei, 1116, as well as Feng and Kino to round it out in the bot lane. And they'll be looking for a chance at redemption, right? Because as I already mentioned, the last time they went up against Frank Esports, they only managed to find 2 kills.
Yeah, it was a very one-sided affair the previous time. I think it also was Pretender something like 6-0-7 on the Jace, had a very good performance since then. And I think when we're looking at the other side, when we're looking at Frank Esports, they're weird, right? Because they have a pretty good record, but at the same time, they've dropped games. Like, for example, they've dropped 2 games to Helpeg, so their record perhaps should be better than it is. At the same time, though, if you are just going to drop those games randomly, do you really deserve to be that high up? We're not sure. And Beyond Gaming as well, they're a team that is... they're consistently inconsistent, right? They've had some really high highs, they've had some low lows. Kongwei is often mentioned as kind of that driving force of the team. But on the side of Frank Esports, we have Solo Kill, Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, and Kaiwing. And it's a team that I feel like has shown quite a lot of interesting picks, right? We've seen a lot of variation from Pretender. We've seen Kaiwing get Nautilus banned against him a lot. Solo Kill has had some really good carry performances.
Especially last night, right? The perfect 6-0 Shojin Jax at the same time, right? Saying I can go full carry, don't need to build any kind of durability. But as you say, right, I mean, we've seen a bit of a crossover between both these mid laners, both prioritizing the Jace. They played that last night. As you mentioned already in the last affair, Jace was played there by Pretender. So I wonder if it's going to be a contested pick in this game in particular, right? Because Lucian Army has been their go-to at least this week. Completely saying, yeah, we know that Zeri is broken. We're not phased about it whatsoever.
And a stats comparison here between 2 of our top laners, both who like to play carries. And you can see Lakai, actually, the top KP for top laner is 61.5%, which is actually, I feel like, pretty good for a top laner, right? Like, that is pretty high. And also, it's only 12% of his team's deaths, I believe. So that's pretty nice as well. And far fewer isolated deaths than Solo Kill. So you perhaps say a more consistent player. At the same time, though, Solo Kill has had some pretty extreme 1v9 performances, especially on the likes of the Gangplank.
Yeah.
And it's a matchup that I feel like in this game here can't really be ignored.
No, it certainly can't. I mean, I think Solo Kill's biggest testament has been his strength in laning, right? Accruing gold and XP leads by the 15-minute mark. And if he is to receive a lot of pressure, it still finds a way to be relevant, like we saw in that last game from Driver. I think Lakai was like the shining beacon last night on the Gwen. Rest of his team just weren't strong enough, and it was a Gwen that was flanking, was able to assassinate literally anybody, but needed a team to rally around them, right? Had to always fall victim to responding to a split-pushing Fiora, which felt really, really bad. So I think Lakai, if he can continue that form coming into tonight, can look to try and find a bit of personal revenge into Solo Kill. We'll have to wait and see as we jump into the draft.
Interesting things here already. Sejuani and Maokai actually banned from blue side. A lot of the time we see Elise and Maokai just kind of staple bans on that red side. But it's actually banned by BYG, so perhaps want to take away those things that enable the Jace mid, right? It's often AP junglers plus the Sejuani that allow stuff like the Jace to come through. And perhaps saying, the Frank Esports solo laners on those melee picks just look a bit too good. So they take them away and also ban away the Lucian. Zeri banned as well, so we're going to see something a little different in bot lane.
We certainly will, but I feel like both teams would have kind of expected this, right? Frank Esports can always default to the Ziggs Leone if push certainly does come to shove, and they do decide to go for something like the Jace in the mid lane again. Lucian's been removed as well, so certainly looking to try and force their hand and say, well, you've got to dig deep and consider the likes of even Sivir, as well as the traditional Varus and Ashe. Final ban from Frank Esports, you have to wonder, they do decide to make sure that the Fiora is removed and keep the likes of that Jax, Gwen, still up for grabs, even the Cassante, which I imagine both of these teams still will have a bit of an inclination towards.
Now, Varus Ashe both up and available, as well as the typical Wukong Vi trade. I feel like Gragas is starting to rise in priority just in terms of being that flex pick, but Jace actually first picked for BYG.
Yeah, and there we go. You know, I was wondering if it would be a contested pick. It certainly has been one they played a lot, both recently. So to first pick priority really signals just how important it is for these teams. So I'm excited to see what they can do. Like 116, no doubt, will be hoping for a bit of a different tune compared to last night.
And I think the first pick, Jace, is interesting, right? Because I feel like on blue's side, the double flex does lose a bit of its power, given that red side will always have the last pick after seeing the lanes. Obviously, still, though, is a strong pick in the meta, and Wukong is the jungler of choice for Hollow. Will you take the Ashe or the Varus here? I feel like those are the ones that have been prioritized. And I think both of them actually starting to climb back up in win rate. Had pretty disastrous starts, but now perhaps starting to kind of let their strength be known. Or will we see something completely different? I mean, the Gragas is something that, as we said before, has been kind of rising up as that triple flex. But no, it looks like it will be the Varus prioritized. So Ashe is still open, and so is the Gragas. So Gragas locked in. Okay, so this is a triple flex from the Gragas and a double flex from the Jace. So lots of options here still. Now, though, if Jax is locked in, that would, I feel like, reveal a lot of these positions early. Yeah. Perhaps it's worth it, though, just for the priority pick.
I'd certainly be curious if they were to reveal all their lanes just like that and say that whilst they are flexible, you've got to sort of guess yourself. I think the fact that they're just hovering the champion for such a long time like this as well also gives Frank a lot of time to think about what they're trying to consider too. But I'm curious now, right? Knowing that Jax has been locked in, what does Pretender look at this and sort of try to identify? What is he really thinking as to what is my response into this? You know, do you consider something like a Rise? Or do you know, play something like a Cassiopeia, which you've done up against Impunity before?
He has. I think he definitely looked good on the Cassio. It's an interesting choice here because I feel like versus Jace in the 1v1, it's extremely good. But when it comes to the team fights and Jace is just poking out before the fight, it's not as good as you'd think. But certainly in the lane phase is very good for Cassio. And it is locked in, does well up against the Jax as well. And we love to see it.
I suppose the big thing for me with a Cassio is that if you do get ahead and if you do find yourself in a position, you know, wrangling control of things like Baron or Dragon or at least the River, how do you face check a Cassio? I mean, you already have such a hard time face checking a Varus Wukong comp with CC. The Petrifying Gaze on top, I mean, the bruises, the first three from BYG just don't get to play the game.
Ziggs is the ban coming out of Frank Esports. So respecting, I guess, the AP bot lane that could come out of BYG. Be interested to see if there's any pressure put towards the Ashe here. I think on the side of BYG, you probably just ban out Jax counters. The Fiora is already gone. Perhaps you ban out, and you have the Gragas as well. Actually, a lot of the Jax counters are already gone. We'll be interested to see what they look for. I mean, the Gnar is kind of a classic. At the same time, I feel like Gnar isn't the worst. Okay, Sion is banned away. So that's a champion that has had, I feel like, quite a lot of success in the games it's played so far. Even in the games it hasn't won, it's looked pretty strong. And now Frank Esports. Do you ban the Ashe, or are you looking to pick it up on your fourth pick? I feel like maybe you could even ban away the Caitlyn. Lucian Nami's up and available too. Oh, sorry, Lucian's gone actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, BYG, they've only played Zerial Varus as their AD carry in the last 8 games. So either way, they've got to try and figure out something new here. They've actually banned away the Xayah as well, just saying, you know, you're going to have a strong enough front line. But that Featherstorm could be a little bit too problematic if we are all grouped up together. We saw how strong it was last night as well, mind you. Certainly did sort of burst into life and, you know, exploded into Galeforce executions, which was quite clean. Yeah, I suppose for BYG now, you've already banned away the Sion. What is that final pick to deny that Jackson really, you know, exploding? Do you take away something like a Camille, or do you go for another AP source? And it seems to be that, right? If you want full AP or full team fight, then remove a cannon.
I like the cannon ban. I feel like it's a pretty decent answer to Jax, but just hasn't been seen in a while because there's been better picks up and available. Frank Esports, I feel like, potentially looking towards the gameplay. I'm surprised that there's been no Ashe priority here, but perhaps they just want to get Kaiwing on something like the Nautilus combined with the Varus here. Vladimir is another kind of OG counter to Jax. It is locked in. Now, I think it's good, but it's also very greedy. Having Vlad and Cassio as your solo laners, it's a lot of scaling.
Yes.
If they can hit that, though, and Frank Esports, I mean, they have a very strong early game, even when they play those scaling comps, it can be very, very strong.
Oh, it's very, very strong, but as you quite rightly say, they're going to have some moments of weakness that PYG could certainly exploit, just given, you know, how strong we have seen BYG be in some of these early portions. So I'm really excited to see. I wouldn't mind, you know, Carbine going for an aggressive tank support, right? Just gives them another reliable source of engage. Otherwise, it feels like there's a lot of responsibility on Hollow himself, finding all the engages single-handedly, which can be a little bit overwhelming. So I like the fact that BYG have denied it by taking away the Nautilus themselves, but now the question becomes, what is their AD carry of choice? How do they find the early aggression to make sure that Frank don't really hit that level 16 mark?
And it is the Kai'Sa locked in, so I think no matter what we get from this game, it's going to be exciting. I mean, some really new compositions coming in, and perhaps will be the Leona. Ooh, Rel could be an interesting one that we haven't seen in a while. I mean, really different drafts here, actually, right? Like a lot of champions that we haven't really seen a lot lately. I feel like Leona is kind of the obvious one. You oftentimes see just the Leona versus Nautilus matchup.
Yeah, I think maybe what they're considering here is the Rel with the Magnet Storm, just given how melee stacked they are, it could find infinite value already, given that you've got a Cassiopeia, so between the Miasma and that could have been a little bit overbearing, a little bit too much to deal with, but I think Leona just a little bit too simplistic, right? A little bit easy, a little bit easier, right, to try and get it all started, and certainly lock down a single target.
And I think I say this every time I see Kai'Sa locked in. It's one of those champs where you look at the enemy comp and you're like, okay, do we really want to play a Kai'Sa up against something like the Cassio Wukong Vlad? But it's just one of those champs where if the ADC is good at it, they can make it work in just about any game. And a Kai'Sa that gets fed is very hard to deal with no matter what champion you're playing. And here, I mean, real interesting comps from both sides. I feel like BYG top side, it's more kind of like what we're expecting to see, but then they've got this Kai'Sa Nautilus in the mix. And on the other side, the Vlad and Cassio solo laners. I think they're both quite good in this game, but not something we've seen a whole lot. In fact, we're seeing no Vlad, and the only Cassio was from the man himself, Pretender, once again. I'm really excited.
I mean, I am too. I mean, it's always really refreshing to see new picks come out, that teams don't feel that they're falling into the trap of becoming meta slaves. They're not getting too stale with it, right? Constantly figuring out new ways through scrims and just individual understanding of the game as to, you know, what they can do to try and get that killing edge. And I think it's going to continue at this sort of pace, given we're getting closer and closer to the final point before playoffs, where it's almost like the best ones hold a little bit more weight. So you do need to find those, you know, those unique picks to try and get the cutting edge.
Exactly. I think when the best of ones start becoming about the head-to-head, right, as it goes to those kind of final few games, just one game difference can be the difference, right, between getting into playoffs or not. I think especially for these two teams, right, where Frank Esports, they were at the top, but now they're getting a bit lower and beyond, really trying to just make sure they do inch into those playoffs.
Well, let's see what happens here. It's going to be a massive rematch either way, with some unique picks being debuted here tonight in week 4 of the PCS. It's Frank Esports up against BYG. BYG looking to try and really upset the apple cart, having only found 2 kills in their previous matchup. As for Frank Esports, they will be wanting to hold on to 3rd place outright, knowing that there are multiple teams hot on their heels.
Certainly are. Now look, Pretender actually opts for the tier first item. So obviously tier, great scaling, but not very strong against this Jace, who has gone for the Absolute Focus and the Scorch. So very strong early game. And also, Predator picked up by Kongyue. So not something that we've often seen from the jungle Gragas before, but I do like it. I feel like we even had one game where we remarked that the fact Gragas didn't have Predator.
Yes.
Kind of found difficult for him to find those successful ganks. But has picked it up here. Solo kill as well, goes for both the Ghost and Ignite. So doesn't have the TP. Which is interesting.
It really is interesting, right? It's a bit of a gamble because you're so lane focused in this regard then. But I mean, certainly if it does get to an all-out brawl point of the game, then you always are going to have that combat advantage, right? But I think, yeah, it's kind of refreshing to see the Gragas, after the one we just had, actually pop off so well that we're going to go back to a Predator, which, I mean, it was so prevalent for such a long time, got nerfed. I feel like a lot of players then sort of gave up on the idea of it. But certainly here could be the way that Kongyue once again showcases why he has, you know, that absurd KP.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think in the hands of Kongyue is perhaps a different beast, right? He really likes to play for that KP. And Predator, it really enables you to get involved in any sort of skirmishes or ganks early. And I can't think of a better player, honestly, to have it on. But yeah, so far, you know, solo kill. I feel like the Vlad versus Jax matchup is definitely more of a scaling counter. Like, you're not really expecting to get too many kills, but it's very difficult for Jax to get something done in the side lane. Obviously, diving a Vlad is quite difficult. And when it comes to team fights, Vlad, team fight monster.
Oh, absolutely, with the Hemo Plague, right? I mean, you're just absolutely panicking with the amplification that your team can deal out, and certainly with a lot of their late game carries, the damage is going to be just enough. But, you know, talk to me a little bit more about this Vladimir matchup, right? You said it's a bit of a counter, no G1 at that, so really what speaks to mind to you? Is it just the fact that you can just go into your blood pool and sort of dodge out?
I think, yeah, whenever you're playing against Jax, you're looking for something that can both neutralize the side lane and, deal with the fact that he can team fight, right? Most split pushers aren't very good at team fighting, but Jax, I feel like, with the AoE stun, is one of the few that can. So when you're looking towards stuff like the Kennen, the Gragas, the Vlad, a lot of these AP picks, right, they don't worry about having auto attack damage, so obviously the counter-strike isn't as difficult as it would normally be to deal with, and then the fact just that you can avoid getting dived. But Kaiwing, he's looking around mid, 116, does not have any cleanse or anything, it's potentially vulnerable. All as well, looking towards mid. Kino is going to spot this out. Does find Kaiwing on the Scryer's Bloom there.
Oh, he doesn't get the ward though. That's a big dub. That's a big dub for Kaiwing.
It is. Okay, so coming back towards bot lane, and jungle path is pretty mirrored at the moment, so unlikely to see too much action, but I think if you're the side of Frank Esports, you're...
Oh.
Okay, actually.
Face shake there with the Zenith Blade. He went for the ward and ultimately going to cop a massive amount of damage in retaliation. Kaiwing even burning the Ignite to make sure that Pretender will get this lead. You said couldn't be the best matchup potentially at the start here, given the fact you are opting for a tier start, but with a helping hand like that, certainly going to help things out.
It is, and I think this is a matchup that normally goes the way of Casio in that 1v1, especially during the laning phase. And I think on the side of Frank Esports, your scaling here just from the Casio and Vlad is so strong that you have to feel like if you get into the mid game relatively even, you're feeling very, very good about that position. Especially because I feel like a lot of the Jace poke is going to have difficult sticking, right? There is, well, I suppose it depends what build Eminem goes for. It actually looks like he is going for the poke Varus. So perhaps actually the poke can stick. I think a lot of it will come down to kind of how teams position before these fights, right? You've got a kind of a lot of boxes that need to be ticked. Stuff like finding solo kill a flank, getting him down into the fight without having the TP. But already building himself up a pretty significant CS lead. Obviously there is a big wave here for Likai to pick up. But certainly making use out of the fact that he's got the Aerie and the Ignite for that 1v1.
Yeah, it's always a concern, right, is as Lakai, you certainly can't be anywhere near as aggressive as we've seen these Jaxes be in this laning phase, getting away with things at least before level 6 or before that first major item spike, something like a Sheen. So he's going to have to weather this one a little bit more than he perhaps is used to. Wouldn't be a conventional pick, given it is the first time we've seen this, Vladimir.
Certainly is. And so Dragon's actually been picked up here at 5 minutes by Hollow. Kongyue, he's in the area. Frank Esports, though, they have that bot priority. They can perhaps bring 1116 from mid, and it looks like BYG's bot lane is going to be able to force them off. So the Dragon is reset. Will Kongyue look to do it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, you could see both mid and bot, the laners were being certainly told, hey, this Dragon is being done. You need to be unlocked from your lane right now and help out. And that staunching alone was enough to force Hollow back into his side of the jungle to continue clearing. So no early start, no early soul point.
I think denying that soul point is important for BYG, right? I think if you can keep at least that first Dragon up there for a while, you can be the ones that try and stack that up. And for a team that I feel like needs to snowball the side of BYG, if you can start stacking those Dragons early, would feel very good. Now Hollow, he might run into Kongyue here. Will he actually spot him out? No, he won't. Oh, almost.
But Hollow, I think, does know that his Raptors fell on down. Solo kill here. Going to get ignited. Oh, my God. When I say ignited, he's going to fall on down. He's burnt. He's dead. Didn't even get a chance to pop the sanguine pool there. And that's BYG with first blood.
Really nice there from BYG to find that angle. It was extremely close, right? Hollow was in the area, and solo kill actually loses a lot of his lead off that. A lot of CS did crash under the tower, which will be picked up by Hollow. But the goal would have been much better on solo kills Vladimir. Perhaps the one saving grace is that the kill didn't go over to Likai.
It just feels really bad, right, for solo kill to burn both Ghost and Ignite to fall victim to a really well-placed Counter-Strike. And especially because I would have imagined Hollow would have been communicating that, hey, Kongyue's in the area. He's just cleared my Raptors. He may be coming top. So, it works out in their favor. The Predator value is certainly rising.
Certainly is. And I think as well, I was thinking, okay, maybe the kill is better on Likai just for snowballing that 1v1, but I'm thinking that maybe Vlad at all points in the game is just undivable, and actually having that kill on the solo AP Gragas is perhaps more valuable, actually. So I want to say, pretty big win here for BYG. Will it turn into anything more? There's Herald not up and available yet. Dragon has not really been touched by either team. Highwing is around mid once again. There's still no flash for maybe 20 more seconds, or yeah, actually 15 more seconds here from 1116. Unlikely to be punished though. Kino just sweeping some of the vision, providing the control that 1116 needs to continue to pressure this mid lane. Actually pinks the river as well. So really trying to maintain control, you know, not give Frank Esports a window to either start up this dragon or kind of look for some sort of bot play.
It might look to try and start up the dragon now, however. Kaiwing is free to roam with his jungler, who is forced to go back into that pixel bush and make sure that the control ward belongs to them. So, I mean, the dance continues really as to who does start up this objective. It's 8.5 minutes in now, and Hollow's going to have another crack at it. And with mid lane basically locked in the middle, really, it should be Kaiwing and Hollow free to roam up and force a numbers advantage. That does obviously allow Kong Yue the info that, hey, we can start up this Herald. There should not be a contest.
It looks like it is going to be a trade, and I think both teams kind of get what they want, right? BYG, a team that needs to snowball, pick up the Herald, and they're going to find an opportunity probably to use that and get the gold they need. On the side of Frank Esports, though, you've got a lot of scaling. You know that you can just play for that consistent dragon win condition. And so it's really going to come down to how can teams execute with this, particularly Kong Yue. Is he going to find an opportunity to drop this Herald somewhere, or can he get a kill that really opens up the map? He's looking towards top lane.
He certainly is, and if they can get a solo kill or another kill like this again, I wonder if they've just spotted the pet going into that bush, but either way, they're going to go in for the counter-strike once again. Flash! With the explosive cast into so much damage again, but not enough to make sure that he cannot buffer in with the Sanguine Pool. Here comes 1116, and make sure that, hey, it's a triple threat flashing on your head. You've got no juice left in the tank. That is hugely punishing. Wave, experience, and a ton of plates now with this Herald.
His solo kill, despite finding advantages in the 1v1, continues to fall to Kong Yue's ganks. And like you said, this is going to be so much going over to the side of BYG. Huge amount of gold, as well as the kill picked up by 1116. There's a little bit of trade back on the bot side, which is better than nothing, but is it nearly as much as you got top lane? I don't think so.
No, it certainly doesn't seem to be enough. And it's going to be a massive amount found there by the Jacks, which is going to really bring him back into the game. A Sheen with a Cole, and 2 assists to your name as well. And what was a fairly substantial CS lead has completely been equalized now.
It has, but a 1,000 gold lead going over to BYG. It's certainly better than nothing, but is it going to be enough, right? Like, you've put solo kill behind in terms of the 1v1. You've picked up a lot of gold on those plates, but I still worry about the fact, I think a lot of it will come down to, can Feng find value on this Kai'Sa? Because I feel like it's a pretty difficult comp to play into, but has, you know, is definitely scaling up nicely and has the benefit of the fact that his team is winning and in control right now. You can see that represented in the gold difference. 1116 as well, picking up a couple mid plates here. At the same time, it's solo kill will snowball slower than before, but will still scale nonetheless.
Yeah, you've just delayed that spike really more than anything, right? So the punishment is that, well, yeah, first of all, you don't have a TP to get back to lane, so any kill just feels a little bit better. But also with the fact that you want to make sure that this Jax does become a little bit more relevant a little bit earlier, so he can obviously keep you locked in those lanes before the team fights become a little bit overbearing. Kong Yue once again with the Predator active is going to once again poke his head into top lane. Really reminding Solo Kill that, hey, 5th and final pick, they're not allowing you to get away with murder, but they won't find a kill that time.
He even drops a peg ward for him.
have a free bit of gold. You missed so much before.
It's like a tip. Hollow, though, looks like he's going to be able to push out Kong Yue. They have mid priority now, so they're going to finally perhaps buy Solo Kill a little bit of breathing room up here in this top lane. And trades still coming out on the bot side, but Feng, you know, remains within touching distance of this Poke Varus. And I think this could be one of those games where Poke Varus does end up being sort of irrelevant, right? Like, I think there is a reasonable amount of sustain that comes in from BYG, and also a lot of engage to punish potentially that Poke coming out. I have to see, because we've had mixed feelings with the Varus, right? Sometimes it does look good.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's really failed to hit the mark. Pretender has used his mid-prior to move down here, and perhaps will be an extra plate picked up by Frank Esports. But it's not for nothing. 1116 will have priority on that mid-wave. Actually, Pretender might struggle to get back to mid if he runs into Kongyue here.
He certainly could, as pings go down, fully aware that he is on the roam right back, and the Shock Blast will confirm it as so. Has opted for the Rod of Ages. I want to make sure that it's as durable as possible as the hook goes out. Glacial Augment is returned. Look at the damage on the Kino! Why are you ganking me? Beautiful flash to make sure Kaiwing isn't killed in return. And they've ganked them, but died for it.
Yeah, really well played there from Frank Esports. They actually trade 1 for 0 in what I think was a 1v4 there. So I think really, really nice from Eminem and Kaiwing to actually outplay that scenario. And it really sets them up well, I think, for this next Dragon fight in 30 seconds. There were sums used, right? Kaiwing has used Flash and Ult as well as the Ignite. The Dragon only 20 seconds away. Pretender's pretty low on mana. I wonder if he'll try to find a base and TP back before it starts. They're trying to regain a bit of control here. Pretender, I'd like to see him come through the base. Yeah, does start at the recall. Has the TP as well. And I think if Frank Esports can pick up the second drag, BYG will start kind of feeling the hurt from that. At the same time, though, BYG, they have the goal lead, right? You have to feel like they want to contest. Late on the map, though, 1116 does not have TP. BYG, they have to buy some time here.
And Solokill's not even interested, right? He does not have the luxury of a TP. He's running all the way back to top lane, so perhaps the call is see where you can draw away from BYG, because what we can see is Lakai is walking down here. Yes, he has the TP to get back to top lane, but it's a rare moment for Solokill to actually find some experience.
Hook goes wide, and you're right, Solokill trading what he can on the top side. I think if you're Frank Esports, you want to try keep them interested as much as possible, but be very wary of the fact that you're potentially playing a 4v5. Oh, Lakai TP's top, so this is now a 4v4.
It certainly is. I think Frank Esports have got what they want from a strategic standpoint. As soon as the reveal is that Jax is top, Lakai, or rather Solokill, might now start to roam on down and say, no, we have the 5v4. Question is, though, that wave is going to shove in, and that's going to be a lot of plates lost. I mean, actually, the turret itself is going to be lost as a result of this one. So Solokill is going to hold the mid wave, but the second dragon will be going the way of Frank.
Yeah, big gold swing for the way of BYG. At the same time, though, Frank Esports will now be able to potentially pressure the Soul Point pretty early into the game as well. And this is kind of a trade that we see again and again. You know, do you value the more early game, you know, the gold from the towers, from the Herald, or do you prefer stacking up those dragons? Definitely different win conditions here. And I think as long as teams play to them, you know, both can certainly be viable. You do have to worry, though. Like, I feel like despite BYG having a small gold lead, it doesn't feel like it's enough of a gold lead that you can end this game before Dragon Soul becomes a problem, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, you still got to wait for your Kaiser to get a few evolutions under her belt. You got to make sure that, yeah, obviously this Jace is hit the mark as well with a fully evolved tier. As for a lot of these champions, right, waiting for that tier spike is going to be the big point where we'd imagine, you know, a big 5v5 is about to break out. But as it stands, I mean, it really is all about 1116. Most fed in the game. And then there's a bit of a power struggle between both the likes of Eminem and Lakai as to who comes in at second.
Eminem as well, I think, or actually, sorry, 1116 on the Jace, you know, pretty much built this lead by himself, right? He got the kill from roaming up top with his mid priority. Also took 2 plates and a CS lead all by himself. So this is all as the blind pick, first pick Jace as well, right? Oh, Chains of Corruption come out, the stopwatch as well.
Yeah, it's a really good stopwatch, and the piercing arrow afterwards is enough to make sure that you are guaranteed going back to base. But the stopwatch certainly prevented his death. That Solar Flare would have spelled disaster.
Can they get anything off this? It feels like Kino at some point now will have to reset. Will it be now? Potentially, but with, you know, 2 ultis burned, can he really siege the tower? I kind of don't think so. Looks like we will most likely just be waiting 3 more minutes for the Dragon and the Baron to spawn. And Solokill finally picks up the Night Harvester, so starting to scale into this game, which does feel good. BYG, though, they're getting pretty aggressive on the mid wave. They're bringing all 5 members mid. In fact, all 10 members are coming mid at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is, and a big reason is because they want to summon the second Herald that they've managed to acquire. That has been their trade out for these 2 dragons. First found top turret, second now looking to explode into mid. And that will get their second turret in the game, opening up more avenues for them to attack from. As lanes will be flipped, and Lakai is forced to run bot.
He will have to go bot and answer this wave, as you just said. And I think, you know, during this time, it feels like BYG aren't really making use of their gold lead, right? They're not really finding anything more than just, you know, waves, the mid tower that was destined to fall anyway. So will it be enough? I mean, they have around a 2.4k gold lead here, but 2 minutes on the Dragon, and I think Frank Esports, they've definitely got the scaling they need. At the same time, I feel like if you're Frank Esports, you have the luxury of giving this Dragon if you want, right? You can just buy time, more scaling on your Vlad and your Cassio. But I think also they're strong enough that they can fight it if they want.
I think so. I mean, level 11 has come across, right? So the second point into your ultimate, you're starting to feel pretty good about your chances, especially with those mythic items complete, about where things go. Maybe you do invite the testing as to just how strong are we at this given moment. If it fails, it's not the end of the world. You know, 7 stacks on the Rod of Ages. You still got time to work towards the coveted level 16 and have another crack at that soul point later on, right? But with Baron around the corner as well, I think you aren't really too concerned if you are, what, down 2 to 3k gold?
Yeah, I definitely think the scaling can certainly make up for that. And obviously, if you pick up a soul, the gold lead, you know, it almost doesn't matter at that point. The soul just worth so much gold on its own. 1 minute away here, though, from the neutral objective spawning. And currently, Frank Esports are the ones with control. Will they be able to keep it? I'm not sure. Actually, second item is picked up here for Pretender. I think pretty important spike. Wasn't sure he'd quite have enough gold to pick it up, but does have it in time. And with the Dragon, again, being so early in the game, right? The fact that they've picked up 2 already, third Dragon, normally a Dragon that you kind of have time to wait for, is going to be fought before Baron even spawns.
Yeah, which is actually a really interesting breakpoint in this game, right? Because it certainly forces a bit of confusion as to how do BYG also want to approach this. As much as we say, what did Frank do? How much do they sacrifice? There's going to be 2 things happening at once here, potentially. And a team fight loss here could certainly result in 2 objectives being picked up back-to-back. So far, Frank Esports in the river.
Kung Yue, I think he's looking. He gets a little bit of poke. Frank Esports, though, are they going to give up this mid-wave? I feel like they can't, so they might end up losing their control over this area. It is difficult, though, for BYG to start it up, right? Can very easily get poked off it and allow solo kill for a big flank angle. Well, Hollow perhaps looking at something early.
Yeah, Lakai could be in trouble right now. Solakil does have the advantage, right, of no TP, but he's right by that Dragon if that were to break out. Has the Ghost and Ignite, but Ignite already being used on that occasion. Chain of Corruption blindly across the wall. Not going to find what they need.
Goes wide, and I think this is starting to look better and better for BYG. I feel like they have the better position. They've used the Vlad Ignite. Hollow's very, very low. I really like this for BYG.
Yeah, Hollow's gone. Oh, the explosive cast missed, point blank. Hollow's been given a rare chance to survive. The smite is still intact, but his HP bar is far too low that this Dragon is gone. They will not entertain the idea of going for their third Dragon. But this is now an interesting point as to what do BYG do here. They can get this one for free, but do they look at Baron after?
Yeah, so they pick up the drag. Can they look for Baron after? I'd say probably not. I don't think the DPS is quite there, at least not before Frank Esports can answer. And I think, you know, wise decision from Frank Esports to say, okay, this fight isn't looking as good as we'd perhaps like it to. And can wisely just give that one up and buy a bit more time for scaling. Same time though, BYG, I mean, they managed to pick up quite a bit of gold off the back end of this. Looks like this will be the tier 1 bot falling as well. Have they overstayed their welcome? They've got Kaiwing in the area.
Oh, they were considering it. Now backing off, shying away, but still saying, hey, these are staggered recalls, isolated members. Perhaps there's a world in which we can run some of these members down. Doesn't materialize in that way, unfortunately for them. BYG will get away with it, and they will be able to hang on to that 3k lead they've had for what feels like the best part of 10 minutes now.
And the Wit's End is actually completed for Likai and the Jack, so perhaps can start to play towards that side lane a bit more. At the same time, Solokil is itemizing towards that Void Staff, so when that comes through, we'll kind of reset that lane back to normal. Frank Esports now potentially looking at this Baron control. Despite being down in gold, have extremely good Baron DPS, so can do it very quickly just with the Cassio. I mean, even with the Lethality Varus, Cassio alone,
yeah,
I can do this very quickly. That being said, though, I feel like, again, for both teams, starting up objectives is always risky because there is a lot of poke coming in from both teams. So it can be difficult.
Yeah, certainly if the Jason and Varus are both still alive, then you're highly concerned about doing a dance unless you've got a flanking angle to try and quickly make it one favored for yourself. Let's see what happens here, though, because the Rod of Ages is now finally complete at 10 stacks. So level 14 is here for the Cassiopeia. But the side lanes certainly are a point of attack, which BYG have put a lot of effort into, right? 3 turrets to 1.
Yeah, and as you say, there has been a lot of effort, I feel like, put into snowballing from BYG, and it has kind of brought them to a 4K gold lead. At the same time, though, only 2 kills, right? And only a first dragon picked up. So not a lot of kind of, I feel like, tangible lead outside of, obviously, the gold. And I think a lot of that, you know, like not having the drags can be kind of a big deal, right? A lot of the time it's just, if you're the comp that needs to snowball, having that extra kind of guaranteed scaling from the dragons feels very good. Anyway, he might look for something around mid, and it's not like BYG really scale bad. I do just think that Castillo and Vlad scale a little bit better.
Yeah.
But I don't think that it's to the point that they're worried about getting outscaled. But it's always nice to kind of have those dragons as your backup. 2 more minutes here on this next drag. I think Solo Kill should be able to pick up the Void stuff in time, and I think it is a pretty important window. You know, there's a couple Merc trades as well as the Wit's End completed. So not having the Void will feel difficult. And Pretender also looks like he's itemizing towards the Rylai's, or perhaps the Demonic, but most likely the Rylai's, which will mean he won't have the Void for dealing with the Jack. So kind of saying, okay, Solico, you know, you're going to be the guy that has to deal with that. Eminem gets chunked very low. Probably needs to look for a reset here. Void stuff is completed now by Solo Kill. And Baron has been live the whole time, but no team's really found the tempo to be able to go and do it. Hollow perhaps looking top.
Yeah, there was so much vision planted around the Baron. It was this weird dance where they were just in a 1-4 split between top and mid for such a long time. Both mid laners were the only ones that had their TPs available. And they were both not opting to play towards that bot lane. So it was a bit of a weird stalemate for a second there. And ultimately, I think both teams came to the same conclusion that, hey, we've run out of wards. Both have been cleared out. Let's just go back to base, repeat our business, stick to our lanes, and maybe just wait for this 4th dragon to spawn.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there will just be a little bit of waiting for this 4th dragon. And it's got to be a big one, right? Because I think if BYG can pick this up, potentially they can play for a late game dragon win condition. At the same time, though, if Frank get it, oh, Engage comes out.
It certainly could. Kino with instant regret, flashing away straight away. There goes the depth charge onto Kaiwing, but he nullifies that with a great stopwatch. So still no inclination of a big team fight. There is explosive cast, 2-man Solar Flare, 2-man Cyclone afterwards. Kino with the hook, but still no clear target as to who they want to kill. Lakai's in, the Counter-Strike finds nothing, and Kongyue's in trouble. Hollow can't kill, confirm. Kongyue gets away on just under 200 HP, and we're still yet to find that 4th kill.
A huge amount of damage goes over, but no actual kills. Frank Esports, though, with their DPS, they're looking towards the Baron, and this one will not stay up long. Kongyue is extremely low. He's going to try contest on very low health. Will he be able to? A huge poke comes in and hits Hollow, a very key target. Both junglers on 1 HP here.
It certainly is. Both junglers have such a crucial role in this one, but so low, so risky is this one. The poke, as you highlight before, could be devastating, and it certainly is. Summoner Hill comes out. It's a contest, it's a steal, but it will not be so. It's Frank with the Baron. Frank disengaging away, but how many members will survive with this buff active on their head? Solo Kill, trying to do so much. But as he comes back up, he falls on down, and Eminem nearly on the tail end there, sniped away Feng.
And I think perhaps just a little bit ambitious from Frank Esports there. The DPS obviously is good. It's not as good as perhaps if you had like something like the on-hit Varus and the Leandries on the Cassio. But up against so much poke, right? You've got the Gragas poke as well as the Jace. I think 116 did about 3,000 damage just poking on that Baron. I think as well, you know, so much of it goes on to Hollow, who just ends up really low. Fortunately, did manage to secure the Baron. But I feel like overall, it is better for BYG. They managed to tie up the Dragons, take some gold off the back end. And I think actually taking Baron off the table completely for both teams is probably better for BYG. Let's take a look at the replay. So, I mean, health bars are extremely low here. I feel like there's just, they're not really, ooh, yeah, once Kaiwing kind of messes up with the turn, there just isn't enough threat onto the poke anymore, right? It can just keep coming through and there's no real trade back. 116 constantly found massive windows. Also, Lee Kai finds really great angle off the back end. So, yeah, big one for BYG. I'm on 6, so he does not have the flash anymore, and he's in a 1v3.
And he certainly isn't a 1v3. Zenith Blade just a little bit too short, jumps back in, tries to remove Eminem, but it's not to be enough. And that certainly feels good when it is Eminem, your sole survivor with that Baron buff, able to find his 2nd kill of the game. Their 3rd overall. BYG, though, as you already mentioned, certainly going to be feeling pretty good about their chances in this one, right? Baron being removed, another Dragon found. They've stabilized the Soul Point. They're looking to try and remove as many of these late-game conditions. But it certainly is a tall ask now that we have actually hit that point where level 16 is starting to be found by the likes of a Cassio and a Vlad.
It is, but I think at the same time, the gold lead has ballooned enough that you're starting to kind of be able to really push this gold lead even further, right? I feel like when the gold lead sits at around 3,000, do you really feel strong enough to look for dives? I don't really think so, but I think now BYG, they're definitely strong enough. They've got their core items here that they're going to be able to really start forcing Frank Esports back. And despite Frank Esports having the scaling, at least in the Casio and the Vlad, both of them are pretty weak, right? No Void Staff completed for the Casio, as well as no Rylai's. And Solo Kill sitting at 0-3 on the Vlad.
Yeah.
It's really just up to M&M.
It really is, and it's a bit of a rough, ask at this point. It needs to all go down to the Poke Varus as he needs extra damage sources. I think what's really impressive for me is BYG's identification very early on into this game is that we need to target these solo lanes, put them behind so they can never team fight us. I mean, you can see the third item picked up here by Lakai is the Hull Break here. Noticing that, hey, if we just split push and never let them team fight, what does their comp really actually achieve?
Yeah, and I think that especially putting behind Solo Kill was a big win, right? If you're at Vladimir at 28 minutes and you've only got the Night Harvester and the Void, they're both good items, but there's no big AP coming through, right? There's no Rabadons or anything like that. Actually, kind of fishing for something from Kaiwing, but I feel like there wouldn't have been follow-up for that anyway. So curiously on ult coming out. Baron now is gone from M&M.
Oh!
Wow.
Killer Instinct, that was a little bit cheeky, a little bit rude, quite honestly, as the Ghost Blade was instantly popped with a Shadow Corruption for good measure too, and Feng didn't even have to cleanse. That's how confident he was in his ability just to hit that ultimate button and see what would happen.
Hollow, he's trying to look for something, but already chunked low. And I think right now, BYG, they have so much control over this game and so much poke coming in here from the Jace as well.
Oh, big cask. Kino not really wanting to go for the depth charge, however, to follow things up. Not really content that the explosive cask found the target they were after. And maybe just looking to try and zone them back with HP advantages that they can say, look, these turrets, they're going to continue to fall on down in our favor. 5 turrets to 1.
Yeah, BYG, they're really starting to just take complete control of this game. And I think as well, if you can take away these jungle camps and stop both the Casio and the Vlad from picking up any more gold, you can stop them from reaching those breakpoints that they need to actually really contest. I think, yeah, both objectives here will spawn in a couple minutes. And BYG, I mean, I want to say they've been in complete control most of this game, but really it's been sort of soft control, right, for most of it. But now perhaps getting to the point where they can force fights over and over. They are kind of the aggressors on each of these objectives. And perhaps you're seeing the fruits of giving up those first 2 drags, saying that we can get the gold lead that we need, and then using that gold lead that you gain from that to contest the drags after that.
Yeah, I think really for Frank Esports, it's all about making sure that you win this next major team fight around that Dragon or that Baron. You lose that one, I think you kind of write off your chances in this game. But as for BYG, if they never even give you the chance of going for that, if they can continue to siege that they've been doing so successfully, have the Baron, we get an inhibitor, keep trading up in that fashion, I'd be feeling pretty confident about their chances in this one. And I guess, once again, raising the stakes. This is a pretty big game. Frank Esports, they win here. They continue to be in 3rd place outright. And that's what's happening right now. It's a big team fight with Hollow. He's in trouble. Petrifying Gaze goes across. Flash to disengage away from that explosive cask. In comes the Kai. He's got the stun. But that's enough to force him away.
It's a 1-for-1 in the end, but that's the jungler going down. Hollow falling. Can anything be done with that? I mean, his death timer is pretty long. I think that could just end up being Dragon picked up uncontested here for BYG. Will Frank Esports perhaps try and look for the Baron off the spawn? I don't think you can. I just really think you're too far behind at this point to look for anything like that. And without the Void stuff on Pretender as well, it's going to have a big problem dealing with this beefy front line. And yeah, I think BYG will just pick up the drag and feeling in firm control of this game. And it's very different, right, from how this game first went between these 2 teams. I think, as you said, it was like Frank Esports with 20 kills to 2 or something, right? It was a very one-sided affair. But now BYG, I'd say it's their game to win.
Yeah, this time less kills, longer game, but the kills have been very calculated, is what I would say to try and describe this one, right? It's been all about BYG playing for the map, as Kino is going to go for a nice little flash away, dodging out that solar flare. Still in a fair bit of trouble, still quite squishy, but he's done enough with the buff of that hook. Kaiwing now jumping across the wall and making sure that he protects his team. M&M flashing away from Feng, who is dead. He had the killer instincts, but not enough to find that kill. And Frank Esports will find a moment of reprieve.
Feng, I don't know what you're doing there, man. He ulted to like, what, 3 dudes, and he also burns both his sums and doesn't get anything out of it. Frank Esports, they can perhaps look to turn on this Baron. It's essentially, I want to say, a 5v4
Maybe even a 5v3 with Keener being so low.
He's extremely low. But BYG, I mean, they have the higher health bars and they have the poke. You know, solo kill very, very low. It's about to get taken out. Does burn the pool.
Yeah, now certainly Frank Esports cannot take this one despite numbers advantages. Their HP bars basically match what would have been a 3v3, you'd say. In jumps Lakai, finds a double, and the smash goes across and gets another one. I mean, it's just a little bit too clean so far. The poke, the damage, the all-in threat, and the teamfight team is getting out team fought.
Yeah, I think really Frank Esports, they took too long to make anything happen there. If you don't either instantly do the Baron or instantly force something in the 5v4, the poke coming out from BYG is just too much, and there's not enough sustain coming through, especially with solo kill being so far behind. It's not often you see a Vlad of all champs chunked out before the fight starts, but that's what BYG found there.
That they certainly did, Shock, and now straight on towards those Nexus turrets. They want to end this game. They know they can end this game as they both crumble down. Nobody here from the side of Frank to defend it, and with this win we go back to a 4-way tie in 3rd place.
Yeah, I think statement win there from BYG as well, right? They're a team that they've struggled a little bit, and again, the last time Frank Esports kind of annihilated them, but now tying up that head-to-head one for one and then kind of re-establishing that 4-way tie. It's insane, right? We're in week 4, day 3, and the playoffs still feel as close as ever.
They certainly do, and now you start to ask your question of like, okay, we feel like we know what our top 6 is, and I want to say I kind of know what the top 2 is, but outside of that, I mean, it's just such a unsure, uncertainty, I guess, really is the term you're looking for, because everybody's taking down everybody, and it's a case of, you know, on the day, and that's the scariest part, right? Because what does it mean when we start to walk into, you know, best of 3s and best of 5s? You know, how much diversity do we really have there to try and test these teams?
Yeah, and that's something that I think is worth bringing up, because a lot of these teams will actually fare a lot better over those longer series, right? It is somewhat difficult to tell how good teams really are from best of 1s alone. But yeah, the fact that it's so close, and especially with the seeding actually being quite advantageous, right, with being able to secure the bye as well versus teams starting potentially in the lower bracket, there is like a lot up for grabs. And even if you're a team that might somewhat struggle in those longer series, if you can just start with really good seeding, right, you have time to kind of watch the other teams, you know, figure out what the playoffs meta is. It gives you kind of that cushion with which you can use to end up bouncing back.
It certainly does, and I think also for LCO teams watching, they don't even know which team to try and you know, start preparing for, because they're thinking all these teams all having this massive power struggle, you know, to try and go into that upper bracket where, you know, the LCO teams would be slotting in. So it's an exciting time, I suppose, in the PCS with just, you know, this massive, you know, occasion of, you know, who is the better team in that given state. But ultimately in this one, they took a gamble, they took a risk, they went for the Vladimir. It wasn't able to try and, you know, truly shine like it really would have hoped to achieve. We saw obviously how strong it was in the early moments, but as soon as the ganks went topside, completely different story.
Yeah, I think really well played there from BYG to consistently find those kills onto solo kill. I think as well, the Casio, we kind of said about how it's like good in the 1v1, but the problem is if Jace ends up being fed, right, and 116 I think had the most gold in the game at some point, it can be difficult for Casio to play into the long range poke, and that's exactly what happened. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see Pretender's damage being quite low, even though he's shown good play on the Casio before. It's just the reality is he never really gets the opportunity to hit anyone.
No, he doesn't, and I'm interested to see really where the MVP vote goes this time, because I feel like you could certainly you know, put a vote in for Lakai, who, as I said yesterday, seemed to be like the big shining hope for them in their defeat. Came to this one and had a clear objective that I need to get ahead, so I'm going to get the resources, I'm going to get the attention, and I'm going to actually justify it, right? But also you could say that maybe, you know, 1116 was on point with those shock blasts and was an absolute menace in denying them for that Baron flip.
Yeah, I think for me it would probably go to 1116, especially because he like essentially first picked blind picks, right? They didn't really use the Jace as a flex. They just picked their top side in those first 3 picks, right? So that really gives the entirety of Frank Esports here the opportunity to just counter the Jace, right? And he's playing up against stuff like the Wukong and the Casio, but he still makes it work really, really well.
So he does. Let's look at some of the highlights of that game that really put it in such a strong position there for BYG. This is a clear demonstration of what we're, you know, really mentioning about this Jace from ahead. This is the first moment where we're looking at a Baron, and Frank Esports are forced to back away from this one. It's just so low. such a low affair here. They're forced to run away. They're thinking it's a 5v3. Basically, we've done the damage, but the retaliation a little bit too good here from Jax.
Yeah, and I think kind of just finessed, honestly, by BYG. They played on their range really well. You know, poke comps aren't the easiest things to execute, but they have a mixture of poke, a mixture of engage that really allows them, you know, once we get the poke down, we can pull the trigger and punish them, and that's exactly what they did here. It's a really nice synergy coming in from BYG, and yeah, take a look at the damage. I mean, it really is just a 1-1-1-6 show. There must be, you know, something like high 30s, low 40% of his team's damage there. And again, like the Cassio social range, the Vlad fell really far behind, and despite the poke Varus getting ahead, never really found purchase into the game.
Yeah, never really got themselves in a position where they could force, you know, BYG to walk into them, that they could justify, hey, face check a Petrifying Gaze and see what happens, right? We never saw those meaty Hemo Plagues onto multiple members with the Sanguine pull underneath to get it all done. Actually, it's going to be Kong Yue that picks up the MVP in this game, despite the performances that we saw from both solo laners. Kong Yue giving us that Predator Gragas and putting in work.
Yeah, I will say that the kills he got onto solo kill were very important, right? Like a couple times he goes up top and he really swings the matchup into a way that you're perhaps not expecting once you've been countered in that top lane. So I think credit to him, you know, did kind of get the ball rolling, especially for top lane.
Yeah.
So yeah, and as well, like starting to see, you know, perhaps the Gragas in the jungle is actually looking good, right? We've definitely had some kind of worrying performances from the Gragas in the jungle.
From the very get-go.
Yeah, and I still think it is like better in the solo lanes, but the fact that now it's not just a two-way flex, potentially 3, even 4 if teams look to play it in the support role as well. And having that kind of extra AP champ, I think actually means a lot, because we've kind of seen that, you know, once the Elise and the Maokai are banned away, that can kind of shut down a lot of those AD solo laners, especially if you're not playing a melee with Sejuani. But now, you know, Gragas entering the meta, we potentially have something like the Lilia coming through as well. It really means, like, if teams want to play, you know, your Jace and stuff like that, the option still exists. But that's it for that game. And after this break, we will have CFO versus PYG, PSG, which is an extremely high matchup, so you better all be there after this break. See you soon.
What I say, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah. I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I don't let you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been on my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my station, you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah. I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that's you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down, down, down. gonna sell all that you had before you. And you don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not tempting to feel. I don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now.
Hello and welcome back to week 4, day 3 of the PCS. Here we have an insane game for you guys. It's CFO up against PSG, their top of the table clash. And I mean, can you ask for anything more?
Doesn't really get much better than this, does it? You know, the big power struggle for that first position, the reigning champions up against the champions that have reigned supreme for such a long time here in the region. And a game that really was quite hyped last time, right? Because it went the distance of 34 minutes, but it was PSG coming out the gates with a brand new jungler and saying new roster, but, you know, it hasn't really phased us one bit. We're ready to go.
Yeah, and I think since then, you know, Jinji has really slotted into that PSG roster, right? I think they're currently sitting at, what, like a 5-win streak or something?
Yeah.
They've been pretty much unbeatable. And Waku as well, you know, obviously he started off the split strong, but he's unbelievably gotten even stronger, right? He's really hit his stride, and he's had some ridiculous performances. And I think on the side of CFO, if you don't ban or pick Zeri in this matchup,
it's a mistake.
Something's wrong, right? Like, I think Waku, he can't keep getting away with it. He really looks like a completely different beast compared to these other 80 carries on the Zeri. And I think as well, it'll be a lot on CFO as their roster is here. Rest, Gemini, Jimmy, and Shun, and Slay True to see if they can kind of blow up that bot lane, right? I think Shun definitely likes to play more of the early game. Is known for stuff like the Draven, the Kalista. But at the same time, taking down PSG's bot lane, it's a rough one.
It really is a rough one. I think this really is the battle in that bot lane that I'm most excited about because I've been so impressed by Wako and Woody, but Shun and Slay True have been putting up big, impressive numbers themselves, looking to try and say that, hey, we deserve to be in the conversation for best in the region too. I think Jimmy, and whilst he certainly struggled in recent days, he certainly found a little bit more success and tried to be another threat added into the lineup. And I've always been an advocate for what Rest can bring to the table. So I think there are certainly some very interesting narratives based on maybe your own preference as a player in League of Legends as to what you highlight. But, you know, I enjoy bot lane a whole bunch. So I'm really looking towards that bot lane to sort of see where it goes.
Yeah, and I think another thing about this matchup is that, you know, while Impunity has kind of been starting to contest towards these top spots, this is potentially your grand final preview, right? Like, these are two teams that I think could be fairly safe bets for actually just being in the finals. And I think, yeah, that bot matchup, it is going to be such a huge part of it. I'm really interested to see kind of what's going to happen with the drafting, because very early on in the split, Draven was banned against Shun almost every game. In recent times, I feel like it's only been banned maybe once or twice. But here we are looking at PSG's roster. Aja, Junja, Yubao, Wako, and Woody. I mean, a team that is just strength to strength, right? They're across the board really, really strong. And I think it's difficult, right? You target someone like Wako, and then you've got Yubao there on something like the Rise, you know, very confident on that. Junja, I feel like he's picked up MVPs. He's never been just like pure 1v9 performance, but also never done bad, right? I feel like always just consistently being such a strong part of the team, finding the engages that he needs, being there at the right times, which is so important from a jungler, right?
It really is important, and I think certainly his link-ups with Yubao have been phenomenal in the amount of time they've had together. Speaking of, Yubao, yesterday playing the Rise, didn't have the same level of performance as he's usually been known for, where the elusive hands of getting away on 1% every single time. Always went for those very, very deep flanks, but certainly created a lot of space for the rest of his team to pop off and perform. Doing a bit of a deep dive into the jungler, right? So Junjie made his debut up against CFO last time, came in, got the dub, walked away and said, job done. And now look at it go and do a 2-0 up against him. And you can see that his impact has certainly been felt in the league. Basically first across the board in the majority of stats, damage, experience, and certainly up there in terms of first blood participation as well. But Gemini has certainly been one to contest him in that role. And I think junglers feel, I want to say, fairly stacked in the region, but these two certainly come to mind.
I can definitely agree, Jungler does seem stacked in the region. I think one thing that perhaps separates Junja from the other ones is that his DPM is often so high that he is just that damage threat for his team, right? Obviously slightly inflated from some Maokai games, but I do remember, you know, one game on the Wukong where he was actually out damaging Wako and Yubao in the fights, right? And I think that's definitely something that can't be understated. Gemini, I think he's been playing well. I think his performance is honestly kind of similar to Junja, where he kind of just like fills the role really well, kind of does what he needs to. Perhaps isn't quite as explosive with some of his plays, but he certainly gets the job done. You can't complain about him at all.
You certainly can't. And I think going into this draft, I'm really interested about a couple of things. You've already mentioned the Zeri, and for good reason too, right? Wako last time went 5-0. Yesterday went 14 kills. Maybe Zero deaths as well, right? I mean, it's just untouchable. Really, really, really good at that champion, so it needs to be addressed unless somebody like Shun is feeling super confident, like, hey, I don't think you're going to ban away my Draven. I feel like I can outplay you with this in a trade. The thing I'm most interested in, though, if we do look at the mid lane as another point of interest, would be, say, Yubao, right? He's been that free champ Andy. Last time had the Rise and the Silas banned away, forced onto the Azir. Does he feel pressured enough to play something different, given the fact that Jimmy and Stocks are starting to rise?
Yeah, it'll be interesting, right? I'd be surprised if he kind of moves away, just because I feel like mid lane is kind of, while mid lane is important in this matchup, it's like, can you really afford to ban out mid lane when it feels like the jungle picks are so strong and bot lane's going to be such a big deal? Like, I feel like it's almost hard to levy bans at Yubao, and that's like nothing about him as a player, right? He's an extremely strong mid laner. It's just, I feel like you almost don't have the opportunity to.
Yeah, and I guess then, you know, we might just go for a very typical draft, right, where you are just trading, you know, Maokai, Elise, Sejuani, and so on and so forth, right, and then maybe even popping your head into top lane, right, and banning the likes of, you know, your Nars, your Jaxes, maybe even a Scion. These have been some very common bans they've certainly used in the last few games they've played in. But I am curious to see sort of what the approach would be. I'd love to see a Sejuani banned away, right? Because I just feel like a lot of teams use it as a crutch. And I certainly feel like, you know, the likes of a Wukong and Vi really demonstrate more so than any other jungler your ability to team fight or, you know, skirmish well.
For sure. Those junglers, I mean, they're kind of the linchpins of this meta. For a reason, they've shown very strong, consistent team fighting, and a lot of the meta is just about that, right? You see time and time again, games, while they may snowball one way or the other in the early game, ultimately they do come down to those 5v5s, or the Dragons, or the Heralds, or the Barons. That's what really ends up kind of turning the tide of the game. So having that stronger team fight is not something you can say no to.
You certainly can't. So I suppose returning back to the bot lane whilst we wait for drafting to start up. Yesterday we did see Shun play the Jhin, which is pretty exciting, right? With a debut on a Tahm Kench. The comp was pretty cool in general, right? It was a Maokai that came together so well to ensure that the likes of a Jace and a Jhin could land their poke, and they did a lot of damage at just that, right? So I think if you compare that with Wako, you deny the Zeri, it really has been, you know, Lucian, Varus, and Caitlyn otherwise is his default pick, whereas I feel like you've seen a little bit more creativity coming out from Shun, right? If it hasn't been the Jhin, it's been a Kaiser. If it hasn't been that, it's been a Sivir. And look, maybe it is the day. If they do decide to not ego ban the Draven, that one gets a debut too.
I would love to see the Draven come through. I feel like up against Wako, though, once Zeri's off the table, you know, Wako hasn't shown a lot of champions, but he's shown very good performance on all of them, right? I don't think targeting beyond the Zeri really does a whole lot, and I feel like targeting the Zeri is more a necessity than a choice, right? It feels like you just have to do it or you're going to lose, because Wako is just way too good on the champion. I would love to see something like the Draven come through. At the same time, I'd perhaps be surprised, because I think, you know, initially it was banned a lot. Some teams started to leave it through, being like, okay, maybe you'll take it, maybe you won't. Hasn't picked it up, and so teams are perhaps now thinking, okay, we don't need to ban that anymore. At the same time, it could be playing the long game, right? Eventually, teams are leaving it open, and he's like, hey, you forgot about my Draven? Locks it in. Could see a big performance.
You certainly could, and I find this one really interesting. It goes back to a point we've already raised, right, where, you know, you're fighting for the head-to-head now, and this could mean, you know, massive amounts for the likes of CFO in particular, right, if they can tie it up 1-1 for that potential tiebreaker. But is this one of those games where you feel the necessity to debut some new picks and maybe give a bit of a reveal for the other teams in the region to see, okay, what have they been hiding or what have they been prepping for, you know, that playoff run? I guess coming into this one, do you have a particular percentage or a particular favorite for this one? Because I feel like PSG would still be looking to be the favorite in this. I don't want to go for like a cop-out answer of saying like, you know, 60-40 again, but it does feel slightly skewed in their favor.
Yeah, I think it's it's hard to say one is just like way more favored than the other, but at the same time, I feel like it's hard to bet against PSG. If I had to choose a winner, I think just PSG look like the strongest team in the league overall, especially because it's like, I feel like more than just having a solid drafting and solid team play, their individuals are so strong that allows them to win games that they really have no right to, right?
Last night in particular.
Exactly, yeah. And I think especially when it moves more towards playoffs and there's more hype games, having those individuals on your team is so important. I guess I would probably say, again, I don't want to cop out, I don't want you 60-40. I'll go 70-30 to the way of PSG. But I think it does depend quite a bit on the draft, right? Like, I think both these teams have avenues that they can attack the others in that. But here we are in the draft. First ban is Illusion. I wonder if they'll put multiple bans then towards Wako.
Yeah, it would be interesting if that was a big focus, right, based on what you've already mentioned as to maybe not feeling the necessity to go for that. The Maokai, as you would expect, is removed nice and early on. So we're imagining a Zeri, but they've also gone from a Caitlyn instead. So if it were to be triple AD carry bans right at the gates, maybe it's a dicey gamble where they're saying, we want you to not ban away particular junglers or force you to ban what you maybe didn't want to.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll do something like ban the Lucian, Caitlyn, Varus, and first pick Zeri.
True.
Because I think you could take away just 4 ADC picks, secure the one you need, and I think it's quite difficult for PSG to opt into the Zeri ban. 1, because it's like a ban against yourselves, and 2, because that potentially lets through so many of the strong picks. Okay, PSG, I think they read the strategy coming out from CFO, angling clearly for that Zeri first pick. They ban it away. But now as CFO, you can potentially attack bot lane even more. Ooh, okay, so actually match with the Elise ban.
And do you go for a Sejuani ban as your last option here now to make sure that neither side has that easy ability to try and draft some melee solo laners for huge ganking success? Let's see what PSG decide to consider. They spent a long time debating as to whether or not they ban Zeri in their second slot.
Okay, so Asher's banned. Varus kind of comes to mind as like the obvious ADC pick. Jack's currently the hover though and could be picked up with the Sejuani in that 2-3 as well.
Both Azure and Rest have been so phenomenal on this Jax, haven't they? I mean, I've been so impressed, especially with the versatility of Rest's approach to playing the champion. We saw that Blue Jax build as well, which certainly sprung to mind. But you called it. They've said it would feel a little bit crazy to go for that so early on. We've banned so many AD carries. Let's go for the Varus.
It'll be real interesting, because what is the answer to this? You know, we've seen Lucian Nami as the answer, but it's banned away. We've seen Caitlyn Lux as the answer, also banned away. Perhaps, would we see Wako play something that's not an ADC, something like a Ziggs? Perhaps can, but it feels almost like a waste of his talent, right? He's just so good at auto-attacking.
Yeah, no, I always feel a little bit upset when you have someone so, gifted mechanically that they're kind of relegated to just, wave clear duties, if you will, as like a Ziggs, for example. So they hovered the Sivir for just a second there, instead actually going to go for the Wukong. Sejuani's still up and available, and then they lock in the Annie too. Our second one in as many days.
Yeah, I wonder where that's going, because when I think of Yuba, I'm not really thinking an Annie player. At the same time, it's starting to be played mid more and more globally, so it might be on the table. Can always keep it as a flex pick as well. Sejuani is locked in, is just the normal trade for Wukong. Now with Varus, we've seen a couple different things, right? If you go for the on-head Varus, perhaps you can play something like the Nautilus. If you're looking for the poke Varus, you more need that kind of range support. So I think that kind of still remains up in the air, but Sejuani Jax, I love that as a 2-3.
Certainly do, and it means that your top side is so strong at the moment, right? Definitely gives the ability for Rest to play fairly aggressive and without a lot of fear. I'm really curious to see if this Annie will be a flex into the bot lane for Woody, having already been so high on the fact that Yuba has been this, free champ player. PSG gonna hover the Draven and maybe pay a little bit of respect towards Shun.
Yeah, they're playing with us, I think. I would be surprised to see either of those locked in. I wonder if a Gragas could get locked in early here. Obviously, it doesn't really have any potential of going to the jungle here. Will this actually be locked? Okay, no, it's the Sivir instead. So they've maybe have their bot lane. I feel like Sivir Annie probably not the best lane. We might see something like a Lulu picked up later and see the Annie go mid. But if you're up the side of PSG, I feel like banning away some of these melees that work well with Akali. I think Sylas, Jace, and Akali are potentially your options. Ooh, actually a Karma ban. So instead of targeting the supports that work well with the Varus, I feel like there's too many up though.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're removing the annoyance of all the shielding and the mobility, which is certainly what PSG want to do, right? They want to press their ultimates and they want to stamp forward at you. So I can understand, but certainly at the same time, it does feel like Nautilus can cover the bases of both if you want to go on hit and poke. So that would seem like the most likely response afterwards. You called the Gragas. That's going to be denied away now by CFO. And now back to business here for PSG.
Yeah, so I guess if you're committing to support bans, what do you ban now? Ash, Karma both gone. Lux is obviously an option. Could ban away the Nautilus. Obviously, that's a pretty common pairing with the Varus. Be kind of interesting, though, because I feel like Nautilus... Yeah, okay, so they actually go for the melee mid ban. But with Akali still up, which Jimmy has played plenty of times, I'm not sure the Silence ban really does a whole lot. But it's there nonetheless. Now, your second ban here is the Sion. I was about to say, I feel it's too good up against, especially what is often a poke Varus. You know, Sion, literally unkillable up against it. Diana's the Hover, but I don't expect to see it locked in.
Yeah, that'd be pretty wild if we got a Diana coming out this in this draft, wouldn't it be? I mean, it'd be certainly all-out dive attack, as is the Nasus Hover as well. So really just looking to try and confuse the opposition. It is ultimately going to be Aja settling for the Gnar. And I feel like we have a lot of really good Gnar players in the PCS.
We do, and I think holding this anti-flex is really nice. It can still be support, it can still be mid, and that makes it more difficult for CFO here. You kind of have to pseudo-blind both your mid and your support. If you can pick something that does well into the Annie, I think that's definitely a bonus. Heimerdinger is the Hover, not something we've seen of late. Hasn't actually received nerfs as far as I know, but just kind of fell out of meta. But perhaps we'll see its return here.
Yeah, I think they've just tried to go for the gamble of, you know, what could we take into if it were to be an Annie in the bot lane. Certainly gives you so much harassment with that Varus, which I really like. But what is this fifth and final pick, right? You're imagining a mid laner that can complement the Sejuani. Would it be the Akali to be aggressive, or do you feel a little bit more comfortable just blinding the Azir?
I kind of like taking the Azir more if you are playing, especially poke Varus, because it feels like between the Azir and the Heimerdinger, you actually have pretty good DPS still on those neutral objectives, as well as just on the front line. But Kassadin is the Hover here, would be extremely good up against Azir Sejuani, as well as a Heimerdinger. I mean, there's a lot of AP. It's a relatively free early game. The Victor instead, I mean, it's definitely a bit stronger early, especially in the 1v1. Yubao, he does kind of like having that early game strength. And they will be locked in. Okay, so two extremely strong teamfight comps coming out.
They certainly are, and this is exactly what you want. A clash of two heavyweights, really going to go blow for blow here as to just how strong they can be in these team fights. Certainly have answers in the side lanes, but it's all about that clash of the full 5v5. And I like the fact that the Annie was held for such a long time to try and cause a little bit of confusion on the side of CFO. But the fact that Yubao will be playing his fourth champion, another champion that can certainly roam up a tree and, you know, play to his playstyle.
Yeah, and Wako as well playing a new unique champion, right? Don't believe he's played the Sivers so far. But you have to feel like he should be able to play the champ, right? It's really just a quintessential ADC. It's been out for, what, how many years now? Pretty much the entirety of League of Legends. So, yeah, we'll have to see how he performs on that champ. So far, has never disappointed us with any of his new champs. And we'll have to see, you know, does this strategy from CFO pay off? You've tried to limit Wako's options. Was it a fool's errand? We'll see.
That's very true. And as much as I've been really a screaming advocate to try and get ourselves a Zeri Annie, this is going to be the next best option, right? A case of saying that, you know, do you want the Lulu Enchanter to play a little bit more defensively, or do you want the Annie Enchanter, if you will, right, to certainly be up in their face and bully the fact that, hey, we are outright the best bot lane in this region.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it like does come down to kind of the skill of the bot lanes, right? It's one of those matchups that seems fairly volatile. I'm honestly not sure how the Heimer Annie thing goes. I feel like Annie should do well. You've got long range orders, and I think you can kill the towers reasonably quick from the Heimerdinger, but it's not a matchup I've seen before, so pretty excited to see how that plays out. And I think that mid jungle 2v2 as well, it's pretty spicy, right? I feel like Azir Sejuani, level 6 especially, has very strong spike into the immobile Victor. At the same time though, Yubao in the 1v1, I feel like Victor, one of the few champions that can actually match Azir in terms of lane phase poke. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of action across the board.
Does your prediction change much based off the draft? It was 70-30 before.
Yeah, I would say slightly. I'll maybe put it, I want to say it's going not completely towards CFO, but I think the Jack Sejuani is an unstoppable 2v2. I really do like that. And I think having DPS, allowing the poke Varus to actually shine, they've got a better chance. I'll still say PSG's a better team, but draft brought it closer to 55-45 to me.
I was waiting for you to say the 50-50 and we'll just load into game and say there is the most cop-out of all cop-out answers. But I think you raise a good point, right? Like they've got a pretty well-rounded composition that sort of excels in multiple departments. The split push pressure with the Jax, the complementing of an Azir to try and be fed, and sort of that early spiking of the Varus, which really is all we can ask for. Like the hallmark once again of some good drafting and good players to execute upon that plan.
For sure, and I think both drafts are pretty even. I think a lot of my kind of hesitation, I guess, comes from like the known versus the unknown, right? We know the Jack Sejuani is really strong. I'm not too sure how the Annie is. Like, it's kind of been, I feel like it's done well globally, hasn't done so well on the PCS. Also seeing Waka on a new champion, Yuba on a new champion. It's just a lot of questions around PSG, but so far they've always managed to answer them before.
Yeah, they certainly have, and here we go for that big game you perhaps have all been waiting for. A battle for the throne. Reigning champions up against champions of old. It's CFO up against PSG, and a chance to get the perfect head-to-head if you're a PSG fan, and a chance really for revenge as CFO.
Indeed. Now both mids go for the Corrupting Pot as well as the strong laning Keystones, so going to be heavy trading a lot down there. The Annie as well does go for the Aerie. I think we've seen a variety of different runes from the Annie support globally, so but Aerie is the one picked up, obviously, for this laning phase. Now, it's lethal tempo for Shun, so it actually won't be the poke Varus. It's going to be the on-hit. I suppose it could be poke with lethal tempo, right? It's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, I'm imagining it's going to be the on-hit, but you certainly can just have a little bit of a mixed bargain as to really what do you want. But between that and an Azir, I mean, this damage, you just press forward, don't you? I don't feel like you have the necessity to try and overextend yourself with the Emperor's Divide. You can just stand strong with your soldiers and just win from a DPS standpoint.
For sure, and I think the top matchup is one that we haven't really talked about, like between the players a whole lot, but I think both top laners are extremely consistent in their terms of impact on the map. And they're big parts of this team, right? A lot of the teams kind of feel like it's more about the bot lane 4v4, not too much about the top side, but you have to feel like both these top laners can be the difference makers in a game where there's so much talent just across the board.
Certainly is, and it begs the question, right? Are we going to see any solo kills? Are we going to see any kills without the influence of a jungler or, you know, a particular roam from one of our solo laners? Is the divide between these teams that big? Or are they as evenly matched as the standings have demonstrated, right? You know, so many games have gone by since these teams have last met. So what has really changed?
Yeah, I'm not too sure because I feel like the meta has changed a fair amount since the last teams met, right? Like I think last time it was, I believe, Zeri Yuumi up against Lucian Nami. And obviously, you know, bot lane's here, completely different style. Wako pretty heavily attacked in the draft. So that's potentially something that can come out here. And I also believe last time Jimmy was on, I want to say the Akali, and couldn't really find purchase in a matchup where Yuba had so much pressure over him on the Azir. But instead this time, you know, Jimmy, he's opting for something a bit longer range, something that with a bit more lane agency, if you will.
Certainly is, and you really like to see that, right? The fact that he has been finding a little bit of form in recent games gone by, the fact that he can look to try and abuse that from the very get-go here in this laning phase. And maybe enough pressure to lock Yubao in lane. That would be the biggest win, I think, for me, that if you can prevent Yubao from roaming, you've denied a lot of what makes PSG so strong.
I think you're right, and I think by picking Azir, you've almost done that already, right? Because it's a champ that has so much pressure, and I think Victor being the answer, like sure, it contests the 1v1, but can Victor really roam around the map? I don't really think so. So they've already achieved, I think, part of that win condition there. Yubao, though, no slouch in those team fights, so we'll still have that going for him. Ginger is behind the pushing bot lane of CFO here. They have the turret behind them.
Yeah, cheeky little turret attack as a ward though, isn't it? And Jinjia just buying time, waiting for the moment. Woody would have the flash stun if need be and caught upon, and I think it certainly is about to happen. Jinjia's going to poke his head into the lane here with the red buff dashing on through, but Woody not willing to pull the trigger. Doesn't want to flip the lane state as it stands. I think Wako far more interested in farming up a storm because he's down 10 at the moment.
He is, and I think Woody perhaps just not willing to trade the flash for cleanse, and I think couldn't catch up to Slay True there. But missing that gank window, I mean, it does feel kind of bad. CFO can go back to pushing, and once Gemini is back on the map, won't have anything to fear from the jungle matchup. And I mean, if you can shut down PSG's bot lane, that's another one of those keys to the matchup that we're kind of thinking about. And CFO, I mean, they're off to a good start, but a pause comes through.
Off to a good start, but into a pause, which is not a good start, is, you know, the anti-hype, if you will, right, as to getting ourselves into a position to figure out where will this game land. And I guess it sounds like we are really banging on about this point, but Wako has been in such an impressive form that the fact that he is trying something a little bit different here that won't have the same levels of impact from the very get-go, right? Like, Sivir does need time and at the best of times can certainly get outranged by some of these champions. And you're sort of starting to see it already from the laning phase, right? That the Heimerdinger and the Varus are forcing you to, miss out on some of that CS. I think this would be a remarkable story if Shun was to come out the gates and not only, nullify the lane, but actually just win.
Yeah, and it would also be really interesting for our kind of top 3, right? Because I believe, then CFO would have lost to Impunity but beaten PSG. PSG who beat Impunity. So it would be real interesting, right, for that kind of, who beats who, perhaps a rock, paper, scissors sort of matchup at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think CFO, they've done a good job, at least with their comp, of making, I feel like, a difficult game state for Waka, right? Like, you already see in the laning phase, like you said, also having the range of the Azir up against the shorter range Sivir. And I feel like Jax is also one of those champions that is just really annoying for ADCs, right? Like, ADCs hate versing Jax.
Yeah, they certainly do. And I mean, whenever your flash is down, you're kind of just a bit like, I don't really want to entertain any ideas of a fight right now. I'd much rather just sort of sit back and wait for that to come on through. And I guess that becomes the question as to, can you find yourself in a spot where there is a position gap or a, a bit of team fight protection? You don't have the same luxury or the same repositioning capabilities as you do in the Zeri when you can just jump across a wall and 1v9 like last night.
Now, Dragon is actually started on spawn here from CFO, and this is something we've seen from them time and time again. I feel like if you took the average Dragon time of all teams in the league, CFO should be #1. I mean, they get the Dragon Soul so early, and it's really something common you see from them, right? CFO bot lane known for their lane dominance, and convert that lane dominance immediately into doing this drag. So picked up extremely early, probably almost as soon as you can possibly get it there, right? You can't even DPS it that much faster than that. And that's really nice. I feel like if you can pick up the drag so early there, it will put a bit of pressure on kind of that Victor Sivir scaling to eventually kind of come out at that 3rd dragon and fight. And also it means that you have ample time to kind of fix your tempo before fighting for that Herald.
Yeah, and I think also if you can find yourself still winning this bot lane in a very powerful position, if you can get enough plates, perhaps a Herald as well to try and break open more, then you can plant your, your bot lane into mid. You're guaranteed that those dragons just continue to keep rolling and rolling and rolling, and the pressure becomes, that much more for PSG to try and contend with. So I think early signs so far, CFO certainly have found themselves a draft advantage, and it's a case of making sure that it continues to work in their favor as level 6s start to come across.
Vamscepter picked up for Shun here, so definitely playing towards the on-her build if it already weren't confirmed with the lethal tempo, which is an interesting choice because I actually would have thought that this would be a game for poke, right? Like you've got the sustained DPS on your team and you can just look to poke out the Victor and the Sivir, but instead saying, okay, maybe you just want extreme DPS up against this team, and having lifesteal against Victor I think does feel pretty good in those team fights. So interesting choice, and I'm excited to see kind of how it ends up paying off for them in those team fights. Going to be paying a lot of attention to the Varus. And there will be obviously the Rylai's rushed out from the Heimerdinger, which I think is actually kind of underrated, right? Just being able to apply that slow to all targets in the fight. Really high impact, even if it's not super visible to the eye. But it certainly feels annoying, especially if you're playing these 80s or these melee carries, stuff like the Wukong here or the Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, that soft CC is, as much as it doesn't seem to be, anywhere near the same impact as right, it's like a stun coming out from an Annie. You raise a really good point. It's going to be very frustrating also for the scouting potential of zoning away, the flanking Wukong or the Gnar looking for the big angles, right? So the fact that Rylai's can come out so easily, it's going to be a nice pickup here, as Wako is going to make sure, not going to get stunned up with a nice little spell shield. Gemini waiting in the wings. He's going to get spotted out, though, if he goes into the river. Instead, may look to try and go through the lane.
Yeah, I wonder, are they just going to clear out this vision and perhaps look for something? I mean, all sums are up. Perhaps instead just thinking it's some sort of counter gank opportunity. I feel like ganking a Sivir is very, very tough. But it does have level 6, so perhaps could look for something and maybe even want to play for a dive. Or do they just want to secure this? And Herald is up, so if Gemini shows here, you have to feel like it will be Herald traded on the other side of the map. So Gemini, he's very committed to this.
Especially given that Jinjie is on that side of the map right now and actually might just pop his head into the Herald pit now. So a lot of time being lost here by Gemini. Jinjie obviously cannot start this one up unless his team has the ability to rotate and roam with him, which is not currently possible. Both top and mid are pushed in.
Yeah, so he's crossing. He does have that mid priority from Jimmy in here. Will he just look to start this up? I mean, has mid and top priority, also has first move from the support. I think Gemini will start this up, and this is a good look for CFO. So far, winning in the lanes, and also, if they can get this, we'll be picking up all of the early game objectives. It's definitely the ticking the boxes in terms of what you want up against PSG.
Yeah, I mean, you've been a big fan of their ability to be so objectively minded, right? So strong at picking these up and putting the pressure on the team to say, well, you've got to respond, otherwise we're just getting so much gold and so much control of what the game has to offer for us. So the fact that they can get both for free, and it doesn't feel like Gemini was punished at all for spending such a long time camping bot.
He really wasn't. I don't even think there's much of a CS lead for it, and I have to feel like this Herald should go bot. I mean, if you look at the bot CS, even without the poke variant, have built up a pretty significant lead, right? Like, we don't often see the PSG bot lane fall this far behind. Perhaps looking top instead.
Yeah, it certainly would be the case. Instant flash away there from Aja. Oh, he's still been hit by the stun, but it doesn't matter. Glacial Prison goes wide. Rest in trouble, and the punishment is unreal. You miss your skill shots, you will pay the price. And that's 2 kills all the way into Aja's hands.
A massive misplay there from CFO, and I think, you know, when they're going for that top dive, I think perhaps they thought that if the Herald wasn't contested at all, that Junja was just not in the area, right? They was perhaps on bot side instead. But it's just waiting in the wings wisely the whole time, and I feel like as well, wasn't particularly well executed, right? The flash stun misses, the flash Sejol misses, and Junja in the right position. 2 kills go over to Arja on the Gnar. Feeling really, really good about that one.
Really intelligent player, though, by Jinjir, though, to read the understanding that, hey, something seems a little bit fishy. Where could the Sejuani be? And that could have been the breaking point, right? It really made sure that CFO had the perfect early game start here in the 10 minutes. A kill denied, you know, then the Herald with the plates would have been the icing on the cake. But now a 20 CS advantage with 2 kills to his name. Aj is living in paradise.
He is, but I don't think it's all doom and gloom here for CFO. They still have this big bot lane win condition, and they have a Herald that can be dropped here. And they're starting up second Dragon, you know, again, extremely early into the game. They have both mid and bot priority, and I think this one might be contested from PSG. I mean, they have Arja's TP as well. They're certainly angling for it.
Yeah, but both junglers do not have a flash there to try and make this one all work out. Yubao. Oh, he's actually got the gravity field. The stun is good. And the Empress Divide has to be committed. Jimin was in a lot of trouble. Yubao showing great restraint here not to commit any further. And the Dragon will reset. A flash, Tibbers, it's missed. I haven't found the stun.
Wow, really nice flash there from Slay True to actually avoid that. Now, Jimin actually TP's back to bot, so is going to be here in time despite getting chunked out. Will actually be here ready to fight, although does not have the ulti this time. And this is very, very close. I feel like it's slightly better for CFO with the Bear and the Victor all gone. Are they going to be able to pick it up, though?
Yeah, this one's going to become a bit of a flip. Glacial Prison, it does not matter. Jinjir secures it for his team. 1 Dragon apiece. Aja across the wall, wait for the jump across with the Mega Gnar. He finds it. Jimmy stunned and smashed.
Yeah, I think Arja just TP's in there, and I don't think anyone really noticed. I think also worth noting is that Rest, he didn't TP, but he did walk down, so there's no trade on the top side. And that's a really important Dragon for PSG, right? You kind of shut down CFO as having the drag win condition. And now 3-0 for Arja. I mean, he's really starting to run away with the game. Feeling very good about his position. I think also off that, if they can deny any of the CS under tower, you fix what was a 30 CS deficit for Wako. Oh, they're actually looking bot.
Yeah, might not be able to fix it anytime soon, though, if this kill goes across. What does PSG decide to do? Do they turn around and fight? No, Woody is gone, but Wako in a 1v3 says, look at the ricochet. Look at the damage. He has a flash. He does not have an ultimate. As we go back into a replay at that clutch Dragon fight.
He does. So the initial, I mean, the Bear was, you know, just, it was extremely close. The Chains of Corruption, though, it does miss. And then I think this standoff, it kind of favors PSG just because their top laner is the one with priority. So if they can TP in, it's always going to be better for them, right? The longer it goes. And I think CFO, they kind of fumble the secondary engage, right? They get a little bit of poke, but it doesn't really end up leading to anything. Yeah, just a little bit of damage traded. No kills actually going over, and eventually Arja wisely uses the blast cone instead of immediately eating over. Does just secure the kill. And we go back to live where Jimian has gone down to a jungle gank, I'm assuming.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, you saw in the picture-in-picture there that Jinjir has poked his head into mid lane, and with the double ult from Yubel as well. They've managed to get that kill confirmed. So, what was the bleeding question was, can you keep Yubao locked in place? But if you do force him to lane, he'll just kill you instead.
He will. I think, yeah, Jimmy, I mean, he's had a fine early game, but I think now really starting to fall behind, right? Like 0-2 on the Azir, not a position you want to be in. And actually looking at the top side of CFO, they're actually, you know, pretty significantly behind. It's really up to Shun. You know, is he able to kind of put this game on his shoulder? We're going to see a replay of what happened here. So Jimmy, I believe, doesn't have flash after the previous fight, but does have the ult. Oh, wow. Okay, so he did have flash, but Ginger just, you know, played with the clone really well around the Azir ult. Very nice play out of him. Another kill goes down onto rest. I think Ginger might have just got another gank off. So finding angles over and over, really showing why he's probably the best jungler in the league.
Absolutely. And I mean, we were questioning the fact of like, what kind of, you know, gravity does it take to be drafted into our roster and said, hey, we're going to go up against the favorites in the region, and to right out the gates perform at that level, to now come back in and say, hey, a few weeks have gone by, I'm much more at home with this team, much more synergy and coordination. And everywhere I go, we're just getting kills. Now it's a 4-0 Gnar.
I think that's crazy as well, right? The fact that Gnar is 4-0 up against the extremely strong skirmishing of the Sejuani Jax. And I think CFO, they kind of did it to themselves, right? Ever since that first dive top that was, you know, massively fumbled, Arja's really just taken that lead and run away with it.
He certainly has. Black Cleaver with the Sheen as well. So strong. I don't think anybody can contest this Gnar at this point of time. And you don't feel anywhere near as bad now that, you know, your other lanes, in particular bot lane, was getting targeted and was getting punished, because even that has now started to stabilize. Woody in trouble, completely stunned out, and it's going to be Slay True that finds the kill with the empowered rockets.
He does go down. CFO's bot lane really trying to claw their way back into this one, trying to drag the rest of the CFO topside over the finish line. Mythics now are completed for both mid laners, and this I guess third dragon will be spawning in just a minute here. Herald is up and available as well and hasn't really been looked at too much here. PSG, I think they might start it up knowing that the Sedge ult was committed. Should just be able to pick this one up.
You'd certainly imagine so. Obviously, Heimerdinger ult burnt in the process too, so you'd really be looking at the likes of a Nazir and a Varus to try and give you that team fight X factor. But it's not to be the case right now. The Herald is actually healing just out of leash range, so PSG maybe have bought themselves a few extra seconds that they really wish they hadn't. And Aja certainly threatening right now in Mega and can do a fair bit of damage. This one seems like a foregone conclusion. It's a done deal. And now they can gear themselves up for that second dragon pickup in 15 seconds.
Yeah, I think both teams really going to want to contest this one. PSG, though, I think they're slightly stronger. I mean, especially if you look at Arja is extremely strong in this fight. Has the Black Cleaver as well, which is, I feel like we haven't seen that too much. Now, CFO, they're on this on spawn. I mean, they're already dealing damage to it. Will PSG instead just try and trade 2 towers mid?
Yeah.
Might be the play.
Looks to be the play, isn't it? The classic where you summon the Herald to try and bait them away from that dragon. So as quickly as CFO can rush this one down, PSG are also saying, well, let's get as many turrets as we can. Let's try and get the first one in this game. They've done a sizable amount of damage with the plates removed as well. And with everybody in the area, I mean, it's a case of let's get as many as we can.
Yeah, I think it's a big gold win for PSG. They can definitely look to kind of extend this further, especially because the first tower gold now goes over to Yubao. So feeling really good about that. Mid tower didn't end up falling, which is like kind of a saving grace there for CFO, but it's extremely low and will most likely fall soon. And you can see, just have a look at the carries here. I mean, Wako, despite having all that pressure towards him bot and falling, you know, very far behind the lane, is only 400 gold behind Shun, which you have to feel is a really good spot to be in.
Absolutely. I mean, you'd be very happy with that, given the fact that you are playing the Sivir, that you want a bit of time under your belt, that you've managed to hit this point, and you know, still stay fairly relevant. But the biggest thing for me, as is obvious by the scoreboard, is just how far ahead Aja is compared to this Jax. So. Really excited to see if it can continue in this grace and if, you know, Aja will be the MVP.
We'll have to see. I mean, so far, he's looking like you might be able to, right? He's 4-0, extremely strong in this game. You can't count out Ginger, I feel like, in the MVP, though, right?
Oh, for sure.
Because he has been the one who's been setting up all these plays. While Aja has been the kind of the beneficiary, it's been Ginger who's been there, you know, for the counter ganks, for the proactive plays, onto a lot of those mid ganks as well as that final top gank there. So that is the dragon picked up by CFO, but they're now down 3,000 gold, and I feel like PSG perhaps scales slightly better, although it's close. Like I definitely don't think scaling is outright in one team's favor. But I think just in terms of kind of player scaling almost, I feel like Wako, kind of known for his team fighting more, Shun known for his laning more, right? So we've kind of got out of Shun's territory and more into Wako's, which is perhaps what PSG want.
I think it's a really valid point to bring up, right? Because it's actually quite interesting as to who do you think is favored if it were to go into scaling, if it were to go into, you know, 5-6 item territory. But right now, it's all about trying to isolate people, and Aja is just a little bit too clean with these jumps away.
Yeah, just barely got away there. I think if the Chains of Corruption had hit, probably could have been bursted down, although Wall is very tanky, and I think if CFO could pick up that massive bounty there, obviously would be a huge win, especially if it goes over to the likes of Jimmy and really needs gold at this point in the game. Yubao is about to pick up his second isolated tower. I actually want to see the difference in mid lane gold right now, because I feel like Yubao quietly is actually running away with the game almost, right? He's been left alone just to farm up a storm, has a 20 CS lead, now 2 towers to his favor. Must be massively ahead in gold, at least in that mid lane 1v1.
And he's just shown such a great deal of diversity in his approach to this game, right? We always characterize him as the roaming machine, right? The king of doing just that, but has shown that, hey, if you try and force pressure towards me, I'll find ways to take you down individually, and I'll find ways to vacuum up gold. 20 CS lead, 2 turrets isolated as you highlight, and I'd imagine certainly in a position where you're thinking, hey, this Victor also is a major threat that we need to really address.
Yeah, there are just so many threats coming through from PSG. Like, honestly, you could look at all 5 members here, and even Woody, who doesn't perhaps have the most damage right now, still has that AoE stun, right? So there's no one on the side of PSG that can be ignored. On the side of CFO, though, I mean, they're starting to fall behind, you know, on those carries. It's really just up to Shun. Can he make something happen here? Junglers will find each other.
They certainly will. His Gemini is going to collide heads here with Jinjir. And I think the big thing for me that they can at least be happy about is that they've got 2 dragons to their name, right? The next one up in a minute 30. If they can claim that one as well, and perhaps get some kills in the process, you're starting to feel a little bit more confident about their chances of getting right back into the game. I feel like the magical number that we've always talked about, that magical gap has always been 3K. Any more than that, you start to get a little bit concerned.
Yeah, I think you're right. 3K is definitely still kind of, you can deal with it. You're not really losing too much, right? Like, you're not starting to lose your jungle camps. You're not getting dived under your towers. But once it balloons beyond that, it can be very difficult. Jimmy must be sitting on a lot of gold here. Hasn't based in a very long time. Now, it'll be interesting. Can either of these second items for PSG, either the Shadow Flame on the Victor or the Navori on the Sivir, be picked up before this drag? Because I feel like you don't want to give CFO this 3rd drag win condition. At the same time, if you could buy just a couple more minutes of scaling, you know, it might hit breakpoints that kind of can't be come back from for CFO.
Yeah, I mean, 2 item spikes have just been found here from Shun, and you'd be really hoping that Jimmy can also replicate that as well. Maybe get himself in a position where the Azir is able just to stand strong with the lethal tempo empowered Varus to, you know, hit down any key target. But I think with the amount of CC, the strength that these bruisers have right now on PSG, it'll be very hard for them to be given that opportunity. So let's see what they can do, because they've managed to find themselves in the river first. PSG don't really seem too concerned. I mean, they've got 3 towers, every single adder is gone. And it's a case of, well, we know you want to fight, we know you want this dragon, but we're not going to give you that for free.
Yeah, they're on it very early in PSG this time, not willing to just go down mid, actually do want the trade. RJ has a really good position here. I think CFO, even if they pick up the dragon, might find it difficult to fight after.
Big stun goes out, Glacial Prison is not going to be stolen away. Jinjir is the focus, and it's his clone that got targeted, but it's not going to be him. Rest in trouble, forced to leap away. In goes the Gnar, and finds the stun onto 2. That's all you need, he's unstoppable. And for good reason too. Aja is absolutely playing out of his mind so far. Shun next on the chopping block, flashing across the Empress Divide. We will not be locked in place, we will not be CC'd. A good anti-stun for good measure. And Jinjir is, well, handsomely rewarded with a double of his own.
He certainly is, and I think after that, I wonder, do they even have the tempo to go Baron? I think they do. They have a lot of DPS, especially with the Leandri's Victor. And I mean, look at Yubao in that fight, right? So much damage dealt, really seeing the kind of the benefit of just having your Victor sitting in the side lane, you know, quietly scaling up. And when push comes to shove, he does 4,000 damage in what is such a key team fight. CFO, they pick up the dragon, but at what cost, right? You're now down 5,000 gold, even before the dragon is, or sorry, the Baron is picked up.
Yeah, 5K before, and that's going to balloon so much further ahead. Now that you've picked this up, you've got the localized gold of the Baron itself, and with the amount of towers they've taken, that's only going to balloon that much further. Let's run it back here, because the ult goes out in the clone. What a play from the Wukong.
Yeah, really nice there. And I think CFO, they'd already kind of put themselves in a position that team fighting after was going to be difficult. Letting Archer just find that great angle on the side, I feel like it's almost too much from CFO. Like, I think prioritizing the Dragon too highly, right? You can't just get the Dragon at the cost of losing the game, right? Of losing the entire team fight and the Baron as well. And that's kind of the hyperfixation that can come with trying to stack up those Dragons. And you know, it's a blessing and a curse, right? Sometimes CFO, they get their soul extremely early in the game, and sometimes instead they, you know, have that extremely bad team fight off of it.
Yeah, and that may be the straw that breaks the camel's back, it feels like now, because you found yourself in a position where perhaps there was an avenue back in, perhaps a point of power that you can be quietly confident about achieving, but you've just lost so much to try and get to that point in this game. And with PSG having prepped these waves ever so well, they are taking down as much as they can and making sure that 5K soon becomes 10.
I think it will. I mean, PSG are ahead enough that they might even be able to look for inhibs here. There is a lot of wave clear from this Azir, but the Azir is 0-3, right? It's definitely not the strongest at this point in the game, and I think PSG could find a way to push off. They've managed to take the bot lane tier 2. Perhaps can start to work on the mid lane as well. They have 5 members around, so actually ignoring the top at the moment. TFO, they kind of look like they're posturing for a fight. Perhaps want to try get some sort of engage before the Baron really starts to have effect, but I don't think they're going to be able to find it.
No, it just felt like a massive contest for the red buff of all things, didn't it, right? So red buff confirmed, smited away there by Gemini, but it doesn't stop the fact that, hey, there is still a Baron for another full 60 seconds. And this mid-tier 2 is the next to fall on down. Maybe Rest can find a flanking angle. Note the ult goes out from Victor and realizes, might not be a good idea after all. So as good as their wave clear is, they will have to take some losses.
Another tier 2 knocked down. It looks like PSG can tend to kind of play this a bit slowly, right? They don't feel the need to end the game in any kind of immediate fashion. Have a minute 35, though, on a Dragon that you have to say PSG are massively advantaged at, you know, have a massive gold lead. At the same time, though, they really need to stop CFO from getting it. I feel like a Dragon Soul, if CFO pick it up with this game, it's not game winning, right? Like, they're far enough behind that it will still be close, but it is something that as PSG, you really don't want to give over.
No, you certainly don't, right? You want to make sure that you've got every single buff under your belt and have as much team fight strength as you can. I think at this point, right, PSG will have a TP advantage. A small window in which they can continue to try and utilize this Baron buff as it does now finally expire. Maybe now is a chance to try and exploit Rest even further. He's completely isolated from his team. His flash is not up. He can leap towards, but 3 members are soon to be here. Perhaps a stun from the Tibbers comes on through. Shrelis to start things off. Just a passive stun is what they'll find. Make it a 4v1 and a Gnar stun for good measure too. And now that Jax is 0-4 and your solar lanes are 0-7.
It's a rough spot to be in, and definitely not what you'd expect from Rest, right? Like, I feel like Rest can, as we were saying at the start of the game, consistently finds really good impact for his team, but after that very early death, really just hasn't found a way back in, and will now be dead for this 4th Dragon, so I have to feel like there will be no contest coming in from CFO. Most likely will just be picked up here by PSG. They have so much control over this area, and with Rest dead as well, I think they're just going to have to give it over.
I think so, and this is so crazy to me, right? Because this is that battle between 1st and 2nd place right now, and you start to ask, really, is the divide between these 2 mega teams that big?
Yeah, and it's weird, right? Because I feel like Impunity actually put up a much better performance versus PSG, to the point where PSG perhaps shouldn't have won that game against Impunity, but here, really kind of cementing their place back on top. And as well, like, you can't help but think Impunity beat CFO. Are we perhaps seeing, you know, it's hard to say off just 2 games, right? But are we perhaps seeing Impunity moving more towards that title contender rather than CFO? I still feel like probably not, but it's certainly something to think about.
Yeah, it's certainly hard to try and justify some, you know, abstract conversation points like this, especially in the best-of-1 format, right? But if PSG were to win, they'd create a 2-game buffer between their opposition and CFO. Certainly a bit of daylight between that and the rest of the league as well. And you can certainly feel pretty comfortable about your chances of a top 2 finish for that instant bye going into the playoffs. Let's see what CFO can do, though, from behind, because they are staring down the barrel of an 8k gold deficit. They need some kills, they need some bounties, be it kills from champions or from objectives themselves, and perhaps they'll get that opportunity with the 2nd Baron spawning in less than 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's 60 seconds until it's all going to come to fruition here. I think both teams can do Baron so fast, and PSG, you have to feel like, can just start it up straight away. And Wako, you know, I feel like had a rough go of it in the early game, but the thing is, the champs that are meant to outrange him or make his game difficult just aren't strong, right? The Azir is so weak. Rest as well is sitting at 0-4. So the stuff that would make the Sivir pick kind of, you know, difficult to have impact, they're really just not strong enough. And now 18 seconds on this Baron. I think PSG, you can kind of just push in your waves, look to start it straight away. If you can get Aja in a flank position, it's going to be so hard for CFO to contest.
Yeah, and he's so strong now, is Aja, right? 3 completed items with the Force of Nature as well as the stopwatch too. Gemini, obviously very slippery, can just dodge out of that harass that PSG were throwing it towards him. And they've done enough, right, to try and control the vision, control the space, more so than anything to make sure that, hey, you have to face check us, and you have to face check us blind to see if we're doing Baron.
Wako is engaged on by Rest.
Yeah, this is huge right now. On the hunt has to be Pop, still looking for the kill. Flash away, turn around, Rest in trouble now. Overcommitted himself because he's surrounded by multiple red bodies. Leaps to safety. And the rest of his team certainly do rally around him to protect and make sure that nobody will fall on down. And the bait for the Baron proves to be costly.
Yeah, I think actually big win there for CFO. Rest, you know, finding something in this game. He gets both sums out of Wako and chunks him low enough that he can't actually contribute to the fight at all. So yeah, massive win there from CFO. They buy themselves at least a little bit of time for PSG perhaps to make another mistake again. And I think what's key is perhaps punishing the fact that Wako now has no sums.
Certainly, and it's to be matched by both AD carries now. They're very vulnerable. They are that on-hit ability, right? So these bruisers have a big role to play now, despite one being 0-4, the other being 5-0, right? They can certainly lock down even if their score is not reflective of being ever too strong. Good play there by Jinjia, right, to try and smite steal that, you know, Scuttler away, so they will have guaranteed vision at least on that Baron, despite CFO being first to redeploy back there to make sure it is theirs. But 30 minutes into this game now, and if the Baron isn't be rushed anytime soon, it's a chance for them to, you know, cool their heads to maybe reevaluate. Okay, Soul Point is what we put all our eggs into the basket for. We have to guarantee that surely.
Yeah, I think CFO, they're going to have to find some way to contest. If they can find another pick like that, potentially have the opportunity to look towards that Dragon. Whether or not that'll be enough to kind of tip the game into their favor, that's kind of yet to be seen, but it'll be a start. The CFO, I wonder if PSG will instead just like push them out. Perhaps look up to just start this Baron, right? Try and force them away from the Soul nice and early. Could even see an engage on the mid-wave here. It's getting really dicey. Everyone's kind of looking for something but can't quite find it yet. 5v5, an actual ARAM on the mid-wave. And RJ, he's almost got the Narbar already. Waiting in the wings.
Things to look out for. Yubao no flash, Wako no flash either. Jimmy does have the potential to outplay with a massive Emperor's Divide with the flash engage himself. You're always going to be concerned about where that Mega Bar is. And where the Nara is at any given moment. It's been so impactful, flanking from angles, completely unheard of.
And Woody's gone for the reset, so won't be on the map in time, but will be able to just fill up all his wards again. And PSG, I think you want to avoid a trade here. You're strong enough that you should be able to get both. You can just kind of chase CFO around, eventually force them to commit to something, and that's when you make your move. They're kind of corralling CFO here. Dragon's up in just 8 more seconds.
Both teams testing the waters. Gemini flings at the Glacial Prison, hits nothing. Wako pops the Nitrous and just zooms into action. Aja has bounced into life. Cyclone is huge onto 4 members, but they can't find the kill. The carries can't follow up their bruises, but they've done enough damage to force CFO back to the fountain, and surely now PSG can rush towards at least a Dragon and steal that away.
They can, but I think they need to be careful. Don't commit too many members to this, just in case there is some sort of Baron trade coming out. Looks like they commit the bare minimum. Keep the rest of the members on that mid-wave, so really nice macro here. Oh, actually perhaps bringing the members away. Or is Aja going to be the one to solo that? I mean, Gemini is actually in the area. This is risky. They're walking away from it.
This is really, really risky. Jinjia needs to sprint on down right now and say this is going to be a smite fight, much like it was before. Gemini dashes across the wall again. No blast code, no chance to secure it. 6 dragons, and it's Soul Point for both.
It is. Next Dragon fight really is going to be the decider, and I think PSG have to feel so much better about it. Up 8,000 gold, and to try and greed a bit more, there to kind of, you know, get both. And was kind of close, I think, to Gemini getting in there and able to steal it, but was not quite able to. And another thing I want to bring up here is that Yubao has actually been able to complete the Rabadons, whereas Jimin's still working on the Void Staff, and the Void Staff kind of has to come in through here. But hold that thought, Baron has been started up by CFO. It's actually getting pretty low.
Yeah, a lot of damage, especially with the on-hit Varus right now. Chain of Corruption goes out for a lot, but the Glacial Prison as well. When Junjie jumps in and realizes it's already gone, a massive objective bounty, gold in the pockets that CFO so desperately need. But can they disengage? Will they fall victim to the same fate they felt when they went for the dragon and lost all their lives in the process? 2 have been removed, their jungler and their support, and that's probably your best case scenario, unless Rest is in trouble as well. The empowered Baron recall is not enough to get him home, but he's taking the fight to Aja. But it's a 1v3, and it's a little bit too much CC, unless he can get Woody, and he doesn't get it.
Oh, so
wow.
Close. Yeah, wow. Okay, so it does end up being Baron on 2 members here for CFO. And importantly, taking it off the map means that you have this little buffer period where PSG can't do a whole lot, at least into all this Baron wave clear. And one thing I want to quickly come back to is just the mid lane itemization difference. Oh my god, look at the top laners, man. They both had so much impact in that fight. But the mid lane, I feel like Jimmy and forced to go Void. You kind of have to because there's just so much magic resist coming through. But it also means you have so much less AP than Yubao, just itemized full Rabadons. But let's look at this fight. The Baron goes down really early, but then PSG, they find the angle in. I feel like the engage wasn't the best. Woody kind of went in just a bit too early, and then there wasn't any follow-up. But ultimately, CFO, they kind of scatter in all directions just to try get as many Barons as they can out of here. And they managed to get 2 out, which is better than none.
I think it still remains on the best players possible, right? You've still got it on Jimin as well as Shun, which is all you could ask for. Slay True going to get soloed out by the Wukong, and right in front of Gemini. He can't help.
He really can't, and this is what we always say, Junja ends up as that DPS threat, right? Here he is with 4 kills, just solo killing people left and right. And can they get anything off that? I'm not too sure. I feel like Baron's still up here for a minute on Jimin and Shun. Should be able to hold the base. Oh, but still looking for picks.
And it's a Baron that really is a denial more than anything, right? They've been unable to utilize the carries that have it to actually siege and push. They're just defending as best they can. And I go back to the point before for Rest. He's struggling so much. 0-5. He just really wanted at least 1 kill.
He's been close a few times. I feel like he's actually still managed to find some pretty big impact in this game. You can't imagine how different the game might have been if that top dive had worked out. You know, very early on, could actually have the top lane scores, you know, easily reversed at this point, just from that single play. GA is now picked up for Arja and probably will not be dying this game.
Maybe staring down the barrel of a perfect game individually.
Yeah, now 135 on the Baron. This is sole point for both teams. And PSG, they're so much stronger at this point. They have the control. They have all the items they need. CFO, can they somehow upset PSG and steal this Baron away? I feel like it's almost impossible. PSG, they have so much control over this area already. Getting set up nice and early. They know how important this dragon is for both teams.
And it's frustrating for CFO, right? They've got the TP advantages on 2 members right now. Both Aja and Yubao do not, but they can't afford to split push. They're forced to group up as 5. They look at Aja and say, hey, 1v3, we're not interested. You've got a GA. You're far too tanky, and it would be a waste of time. So the mid ARAM continues.
It does. 45 more seconds here. Both teams trying to find something before the fight starts. Soft engage comes out, but it's not committed to. Yeah, and I think... Ooh, Rest, okay, he's going to take some chunk on the side. Is forced to counter-strike and leap strike... Or leap strike. Leap away.
Shredders was actually used there as they spotted out Rest, considering whether or not that was a pick target they could go for. Look at Slay True, waiting right now with the bouncing bomb, finds out 1. Glacial Prison is huge, but it doesn't matter because the stasis wants to get on Junjie. 2-man ult, Emperor's Divide, shove back the clone, that's not who you want! And the Slay True dies. Wako's found his kill, Rest is now 0-6, double for the Sivir, bursting into life, getting resets, getting kills, getting excited about it. Gemini and a Dream, dead and shoved up against the wall. It's a clean 5-0 ace, and it should be PSG marching to victory.
They will, and a much more one-sided affair than we perhaps would have thought. 19-2 is the kills in the end at more than a 10,000 gold lead for PSG.
Same roster and ultimately the same result here, Shock. They've shown that they are just a cut above the rest. Ever too good. 12k gold lead and a game that really never looked out of their hands.
It didn't, and I think, you know, for the first 10 minutes, it was perhaps slightly sketchy. I think out of their hands, you know, we wouldn't go that far, but I think CFO were actually doing a pretty good job, right? They were getting those objectives. They got both the Dragon and the Herald. They had that 30 CS lead in bot, but it all started to unravel with that, you know, initial dive on top side, which Junja, you know, counter ganked so well, and from there, I feel like CFO never really managed to recover. And I mean, also very different way for how they normally win, right? Like Arjun normally has a lot of pressure, but he's never normally that primary carry. That title is kind of, you know, normally held by Junja or Yuba or Wako. But this game, I feel like, you know, Wako actually kind of got to take a back seat and say, hey, I've already done the hard work. It's up to you guys now. And they certainly deliver.
They certainly did. In the case of, you know, you've targeted the AD carry champ pool in the draft and you forced me onto the Sivir. But have you forgotten how star-studded the rest of my roster is, and you've just let them have an absolute field day here on the Rift? And I find it an interesting discussion now for the MVP because, yes, I think you can look at this at face value and say, oh, Aja, perfect game is Gnar, has to be. When do you ever see a top laner pop off like such? But I think Junjie might just squeeze in ahead because he empowered and enabled and really got everything done.
Yeah, I think it has to be one of the top jungle. There could maybe be an argument for Yuba in some of the later team fights, but I feel like he was kind of the one who, you know, helped solidify the win, but wasn't the one who kicked it off. And one thing I want to quickly bring up is, you know, rough week for CFO, right? They lose to Impunity, they lose to PSG, and I feel like when it's getting so much closer to playoffs, you know, losses in the second round robin feel a lot worse than in the first one, right?
That they certainly do. 2-0, perfect head-to-head record now as PSG take down CFO in a very convincing fashion, and that moves them up to now a 6-game win streak in what, 12 games played?
Yeah, and I think you're starting to think now, you know, who can contest PSG because they, I mean, they were pushed to the limit by Impunity, but they didn't quite manage to do it right, and CFO as well. There's other ones who are kind of looking to kind of be that title contender. They can't do it either. Are PSG just going to run away with it? We're going to have to see.
We certainly are. And I guess going back to the draft, I mean, is there anything that really stood out for you that you would have liked to have adjusted now? Because you looked at it in isolation and thought, okay, before it was 70-30 in favor of PSG. After the draft, you're saying, I think really CFO got everything they asked for. Any sort of reflection now that we've seen the game play out?
Yeah, so I think obviously there were questions around PSG, right? Like how is the Annie going to go? How will Yubao do on the Victor? How's Wako on the Sivir? And the questions once again have been answered, right? I think Yubao played a very different style and he played it very well. And it's also very nice that Wako, you know, if all this pressure is put towards him, he can just rely on his other teammates to kind of, you know, I won't say carry him, but like he didn't need to do anything really to win that game, right? He just did his role, which is nice. When you're such a talented player, sometimes it's nice to kind of get carried, well, not carried, I don't want to use that word.
It's a weird word though, but I guess it kind of conveys the same point, right? Like, you don't need to be, you know, the superstar you expected day in, day out. You can sort of afford to sort of take a back seat and watch the rest of your team showcase why they are on the first place team. Let's run it back one of the major team fights in this one where it all starts to go horribly wrong here for CFO, overcommitting for the Dragon and losing so many in the process.
Yeah, I think really just fixated on the Dragon a bit too much and allowed Arja that fantastic flank position. It's really just, I don't know, too greedy, I feel like. It's much better almost to just play for the fight. Obviously, if you can get the Dragon, it's good, but they lost so much off this. They lost the Dragon, the Baron, so many kills off the back of it. And yeah, looking at the damage here, I mean, it really tells the story, right? It feels like the CFO carries, none of them really ever found a way into this game, especially Shun as well, finding such a big lead. But it was kind of questionable, perhaps, to go the on-hit in a game where it feels like range is actually quite nice. Never really does a whole lot of damage in the end. Yeah, on the side of PSG, I mean, Yubao, who went kind of under the radar for a lot of that, but it is MVP going on to Junja. I think well-deserved, 79% KP, but more than the actual KP, just the critical points, right? Stopping that top dive, really shutting down Jimmy's win condition as well. I think just, you know, always it's, stats are one thing, but the eye test is completely different, and he passes the eye test.
Oh, 100%. I think this was a very intelligent jungle performance and an MVP that goes beyond what the stats will describe. Whilst they do obviously look phenomenal, 5-0, 80% KP, nearly up to 5k gold difference over his opponent. The gameplay performance, the understanding of what needs to be done in that one, just the mechanics. How many times do we see him juke and jive with the clone to, you know, soak up so many key ultimates like the Chain of Corruption, like the Glacial Prison, and still say, hey, I'm here and I'm going to be a menace.
Yeah, and like I think those team fights again, we've said it about PSG before, but that's when those individuals talking about like the mechanical skill on the Wukong like really come up big, right? He soaks up so much damage in some of those fights, and completely just it's really just you feel like if you put a weaker team in that position, potentially CFO can come back, right?
Sure.
Like the fights were reasonably close, but it's not to be up against PSG. They're just a bit too strong.
They are a little bit too strong, and I guess yeah, we're now looking at a best of one where we're thinking the results are coming in, the standings are getting even more solidified, especially top heavy now. But what does it look like in a best of 3 and a best of 5? Because, you know, it showed a very different side of PSG with the drafting in this game. And I think the approach now has to certainly be reevaluated.
I think it does. But coming up next, we have S9W against Duish team. We just saw the top of the table. Now we see the top of the other end of the table, if you will. But yeah, it's going to be a good game anyway. So please come back after the break.
I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's like I always find. I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're cheated. Get up in the vibe. Intoxicated. Get ahead of time. And even it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on the wheel, not attempting to feel. Don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. In a dream,
reaching for the surface, and when I let it go, you bring it back to me. Bring it back to me.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Week 4, Day 3, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. If you've just joined us, we saw a top-of-the-table clash between CFO and PSG actually ran away with it. I think the scoreline was, what, something like 20-2 or something. It was very one-sided, and perhaps not what you'd expect out of that, but now we have S9W up against Duish Team for our 4th game of the day.
Yeah, we certainly do. So we've had the battle at the top, now it's a battle at the bottom. It's a case of sort of seeing, you know, which team can evade that last spot, and yeah, also, I guess which team can also look to try and continue to cause some upsets, given that we do have this massive case of so many teams stacked in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, you know, onwards, all vying for that playoff, you know, position, and they definitely have the tools equipped to, you know, cause a little bit of upset.
Yeah, it will be interesting because since last time these teams met, I think the first time they met was Duish Team's first win, and at the time, S9 hadn't picked up a single win. Since then, they've both moved to 2 wins, and they're now tied down there at the bottom of the table. And I'm honestly not too sure what to expect out of either of them, right? I think Duish Team, they kind of played lots of, you know, really wacky drafts. S9, they've shown, especially in the mid lane, like Calumny, I think, has played, you know, a lot of really different stuff.
Yep.
So I don't really have a prediction. I just kind of, you know, I need to wait and see.
Yeah, I think it's curious because I think coming into this one, you've had Sem9 have to take on Impunity, PSG, and CFO. They've been absolutely battered by the top of the table. So it's a case of, like, let's not lose hope because we've now got a chance, right, up against opposition tonight. So same roster as always, Relia, Fia, Calumnia, YJY, as well as Kerez. So I'm really hoping for them they don't feel too deterred by recent strength of schedule, which has really been against them. And I'm hoping that they can come out the gate swinging with a composition that works for them. I think what I've seen from Relia, it always excels when you're giving me split-pushing champions. Fiora, Jax, Camille. I think for Calumnia, he certainly loves to try and play the carries, but at times he's getting a little bit too carried away. We're trying to be like a sole AP threat, for instance, but then drafting or itemizing very defensively as a result. I wouldn't be too amiss to seeing some very early aggressive picks as opposed to, you know, both teams playing it safe, looking for some scaling, and us going, what, 40 minutes in?
Yeah, could be on the cards. I think YJY as well has kind of actually had a lot of good performances, even in the games that they were really struggling in. So my eyes are perhaps on him to be the difference maker in a game where the teams are a bit more evenly matched. Perhaps he can be the one to really, you know, drag S9 across the finish line. But on the other side, we have Duish Team. They line up Lakunai, WSL, Zhaotu, Pepero, and Inhao. A team that has played a lot of different stuff. WSL had a monstrous Elise performance, I believe it was, something like 11-0-13. Yeah, really nice performance. And actually, I believe WSL has played a huge amount of unique champions, right? Something like 10.
Yeah, actually the highest in the region, right? We've had Lydia's, Carthus, the Nidalee, as well as the Lee Sin too. So has been very akin to saying, I will play anything that fits the build that my team needs. I think the big thing that's different for me about this roster is that they've actually had a win. They took down Hellpigs last night, right? Their first win in 8 games played. So in terms of a mental check, I would say that Duish Team might be excelling.
Yeah, I mean, it's the mental, it can't be understated, right? Like, I feel like coming into this with confidence does matter a lot. And obviously you've beaten S9 before, so you feel like, okay, you can perhaps do so again. But I think S9, you know, since the last time, having picked up their wins, should feel a bit more confident coming into this matchup as well. And taking a look at the supports, it's actually surprising to see Kerez first in KP for the supports, which just shows how big a part of this team he really is.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, you'll see the aggressive supports be a big part of that, right? The fact that he is willing to play things like the Pike, even the set support gave us a cheeky performance on the Karmas as well. So, I mean, it's definitely very akin to saying, I'll play whatever is needed upon me. NL, I think, has been very much more towards the Enchanters, but in recent games too, has said that he wants to get amongst these melee supports that are becoming more and more prevalent as a result of the patch that is trying to force them back into the meta. So I'm curious to try and see who gets the advantage here. I think for YJY, that you sung his praises. 4 games in a row of the Varus. Let's see if they prioritize it again in this game.
First bans here are interesting. The Lee Sin, Tristana, and Talia. So completely different from what we've seen in other matches as well. Maokai and Elise both still up and available. You have to think they should get banned, but we've seen before that Duish Team, they're very happy to give over the Elise and counter it for better or worse. why is the ban? So perhaps, yeah, really like this AP jungler trade. I think S9 as well, they like playing AP junglers because Calumnia, you know, he really likes his AD mids. So actually perhaps not surprised if Elise and Maokai both end up going through.
I was just going to say, I wonder if you feel, well, why would we ban it on blue side? It's up to you now to say, okay, which one do we not want to face? Or perhaps you say, let's just trade and we both get a really insane AP jungler. I wouldn't be too amiss to that. Instead, they say, hey, WCL smurfed on the Elise last night. Let's see if you want it. Can you do the same?
The Elise will most likely be first pick. Now, WSL, he's played a lot of different champs into this. I believe we've seen the Nidalee and the Karthus.
Yeah.
But I feel like if we're going to see one of those two champs, I'd much rather see the Karthus. But I'm still not sure those are the best answers, right? I feel like something like the Sejuani is actually pretty good. Like, you do get very tanky. But we'll have to see. Yeah, could be the Renekton Sejuani, or perhaps go for the Renekton Nidalee again, which I can't say I was a huge fan of last time.
Yeah, no, they did take the gamble with it, didn't they? BYG, it was the Renekton Nidalee, and last night it was the Renekton Elise. They're hovering at the moment, but it feels so overforced, knowing that you do have the ease of execution with a Sejuani, which would give you a lot more to play around. Instead, though, they will say, I feel comfortable enough on this, and that should be enough to try and match the early game tempo that Elise is outputting.
Something I think worth bringing up about that is that I believe last time Duish team did this, they were up against a team that was significantly stronger than them, and we normally say that picking some kind of combo like the Renekton Nidalee, it's saying you're better than the enemy team, right?
Yeah.
And I think here that is potentially a lot closer to being true than it was in their previous match when they played this. And I also think Nara, questionable response. I feel like when you're up against Nidalee Renekton, pick something like the Cassante, like the Jack, something that's difficult to die.
Yeah.
But I feel like a Nara is actually very diveable.
Yeah, very vulnerable, right? Unless you do get hyper-accelerated like we saw in the last game. Not to be the case, though. YJY does, in fact, get that 5th game in a row playing the Varus. Just gives you that ease of execution to say, I'm going to pull the trigger. Here's some poke. There's an ult. Let's go forward. What did Duish team now lock in as a response? They've obviously confirmed their top jungle. And there's been a bit of targeting towards Zhao in the mid lane. They have shown us that with this comp, they're prepared to play a Jhin. They played it with an Annie last time. And a Jhin is locked in.
Wow, so virtually no DPS coming out from Duish team, and then this is the high execution composition. If there's a team to play it against, I feel like S9 is probably your best bet. At the same time, though, I think could play something significantly easier and could make things, you know, a bit more forgiving for yourself. But hey, I respect it, the confidence coming out. Aurelia is banned away, so respecting that AD mid coming through with the Elise. And actually, a lot of the AD mids are gone, right? No Triss, no Jace, no Aurelia. It's going to be interesting. I feel like Columbia might just end up having to play an AP mid anyway, or perhaps can reach deeper into his champion pool and find something else. Set is the ban too, so that could be a Set support ban, right? I think it was Keres.
I would say, yeah, it was Keres. Yeah, he played it with the Callista in the bot lane. So certainly a lot of respect bans are coming out. The Heimerdinger as well as the Karma in response to make sure that if you are, you know, going to go for an Enchanter to pair with this Jhin, it's not going to be that one. I'm curious to see the direction, as you say, right? A lot of these targeted bans have certainly trimmed the AD mids down. I wouldn't be too surprised if we were just get like a handshake, something like, you know, an Ahri or a Ryze, given that they are still up and available.
So the Nautilus is locked in. Keres, he's shown that he has plenty of melee counter picks, right? I believe he's played the Pike before, so that could be on the table. Especially when you've got that Elise, right? Feels like those two pair very, very well together. What will be your 4-5 though? I feel like you do go for an AP mid, honestly, just because it's so hard to find an AD mid at this point. Yeah, Lissandra, I like it. I think it's pretty hard to gank mid from Nidalee plus Ryze or Nidalee plus whatever is locked in.
Yeah.
And also I think it provides great engage, which is obviously good against the two poking champions and then Nidalee and the Jhin. So your last pick here should be your support. Leona is perhaps the obvious pick, but Keres, he's picked some weird stuff before.
Yeah, I mean, I quite like the Leona. I think it gives you a lot of avenues to attack from. We could certainly see a pincer where, you know, they come at all sides to try and gank in terms of the mid lane. It makes obviously Calumnia's life a little bit easier also to try and find those resets if you can lock down targets to get the ball rolling with your frozen passive. I guess that does mean that Zhao says, hey, that's a lot of really good ultimates. Maybe the Silas is a great response here. So the Rel instead of Leona. Magna Storm certainly can find a bit of value. But it's another one of those champions, right? You've got to be very good at Rel to make it work.
For sure, Rel definitely not a champ that every support can play. But when it looks good, it looks really, really good. So Silas is the last pick here for Duish team. And I feel like just in terms of ease of execution, overall strength of comp, I much prefer S9s. But if Duish team can get this Nidalee Renekton rolling, they can take over this game very quickly, right? I think Nidalee Renekton, another one of those kind of combos that always exists on a knife's edge of, if you can blow up Relia's Gnar, which is very gankable here, you can kind of run away with the game, but if you don't, quickly get outscaled.
Yeah, I think you certainly asked a lot of your early game from both teams now, right? You want this at least to certainly be ahead, much like we've seen it do when it has been let through the draft. You want to make sure that this Varus is able to pump out a lot of damage as well to try and keep this Jhin and Nautilus squishy and sort of at bay. But always, 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 whenever we see a Renekton, and especially with a Nidalee, it's like if you aren't finding yourself up, gold at 15 minutes, you sort of drafted yourself into a big void.
Yeah, definitely agree. And I think another thing that we've kind of seen bite teams before is that a lot of the time, even if you've got like pretty good picks, once you get on the mid game, if you don't have the Baron DPS, that threshold for you starting Baron is a lot different, right? If you most comps, you kill 2 people post 20 minutes, you start the Baron, that's it, right? But when you're playing the comp like this, I mean, where does your DPS come from as DWT? It's like if you get a couple kills, you look to start it, potentially you can be 3v5'd off it, right? Just because it takes you so long to do it.
Yes, good point.
So that's just another thing that kind of adds to the kind of skill required to play a comp like this. You're instead looking perhaps just for towers, dragons, rather than just the easy Baron win condition that a lot of teams go for.
It'd be interesting to see if they've, assessed that, right? And said that that is going to be our game plan going into this game, that we know that we don't really have the strongest objective damage, so we need to certainly look for picks and poke and looking to try and bridge the map wide open, right? That we have to make it, a 1-3-1 or sort of a 4-1 split. Once again, though, it always circles back to that point of hard execution. And, you got to find yourself asking the question, well, this is why you are where you are in the standings.
For sure. And both of these teams, I mean, they've, in the games they've won, I feel like shown signs of life. I feel like a lot of the time, though, do make things very difficult for themselves, right? In the way they draft or the way they play. And I'm worried for Duish team that this game might not be too different from that.
Well, let's see what they can do, Shock. It's both teams battling at the bottom of the table, tied in 9th place with 2 wins to name and a chance to seek redemption, to try and break away from the pack, pick up the wooden spoon, and feel good about their chances to close out split number 1. Duish team took the win last time. Will they take it again? Well, let's find out as they take to the Rift.
Will we see anything from the level 1? I think that Nidalee always has potential for some sort of level 1, especially if you've got strong laners. But here, I mean, honestly, laners probably aren't strong enough to really justify any sort of early game invade. Something sort of interesting is actually the Aerie picked up for the Lissandra. So most likely just going it for the melee lane, right? Wants to bully the Silas a little bit. And it looks like it most likely will be on hit Varus as well. Has picked up lethal tempo. And I think I do prefer it, right? I feel like the poke Varus has kind of struggled a lot of the time.
They've been very particular conditions. I think it's probably the way you want to frame it, right? Where it looks like it's better. Certainly, it doesn't seem to be a blanket in all cases. Draft Varus, go lethality, win game, right? It's certainly been a bit of a bait. So I think going back to your point previously about Baron DPS, whilst Duish team might struggle, S9 for me excel.
Yeah, they've definitely got, pretty much across the board, decent DPS at least. The on-hit Varus obviously does do very well. Junglers here, opposite pass, going to have Fear pathing top, whereas WSL actually pathing bot, so pathing away from the Renekton lane, which is always interesting, right? Because a lot of the time you see this Renekton blinded, but then never really finding purchase. Although, WSL, he might, instead of pathing bot, just go for some 3-camp top. But it feels like because he's gone for Krug second, most likely will not. It's always interesting, I think, jungle pass when you've got champs like Nidalee and Elise in the game, right? Definitely can go for stuff that's a bit different from normal.
I think it's almost warranted with these kind of champions, because if you do look to try and follow the cookie cutter style of play, it's a little bit too predictable, it's a little bit too easy. You have to kind of invent some weird ways that really offset the understandings of timings that these laners are working around, right? When do they decide to try and be aggressive? When do they place their wards and so on? So both pathing towards very different directions, with at least starting at the bottom side of the map, so looking to try and work towards top, maybe anticipating that WSL is doing the same to protect the Renekton.
Yeah, perhaps so. Now, Fear was actually spotted out in the ward and does get hooked.
Yep, same with the Deadly Flourish as well. Into the Spear. The Spear did connect despite the repel with nowhere to go. Instant flash after. Summoner Hill burnt too. Glacial Augment finds its value, slowing them down impeccably well. But a pounce across the wall. And that is first blood for Duish team.
We talk about how this comp, it might be difficult for Duish team to pull off, but so far, I mean, this is a good start, right? You get that first blood onto WSL's Nidalee. And maybe Columnia actually could be in trouble. Does drop the ward. But that's a rough death for Fear, right? He hadn't even pathed into his top side yet. And so is going to be, going to spend a lot of time starting to clear that. And also importantly, won't have the red buff for any ganks, right? So it's going to be taken out of this game a lot. Now Fear, I think he enters the river just a bit too much without that priority. Takes so much damage before this fight really starts. And then from there, S9, they try and kite it out. But just don't really have the strength to back it up.
And really well played by Duish team. I mean, the damage all lands. The Ignite guarantees that the Summoner Hill finds little to no value. And the skill shots is the biggest thing for me. The skill shots were connecting.
Always important with the Nidalee. Pretty much all your damage comes from... Oh, Fear, he's in big trouble. The blue smited away.
He's stolen away the blue buff. It goes from bad to worse. You've already died. You've already lost so much. If you get killed again, it almost feels like this game is over in the jungle. Pouncing across to get it done again. That's a solo kill, and that's a Nidalee that's saying, you can have your first pick at least, but we're just better.
Insane performance from WSL, and that's really what you want to see, right? This Elise is completely out of the game, will not have any relevancy other than perhaps just a cocoon for the CC. And I mean, I feel like that was almost slated to happen, right? After Fear died bot side and so far away from his top side, now WSL can just take all of this. And what do you do as Fear? It's not like you can really enter the bot side here from WSL because the Nidalee just has so much tempo and now has so much of a lead that if you ever encounter her again, you're just going to die.
Yeah, you're absolutely terrified now about the counter invade. You're screaming for attention from your laners as well, who also have to fight off their own battles and have been reluctant to assist. And it really begs the question, right? With a Nidalee that gets ahead, suddenly it becomes an absolute menace to contend with because the clear just goes through the roof.
It really does. Now, there is a lot of comeback XP still on this patch, so there is a potential for Fear to keep up in levels, but you have to feel like if you don't get anything done early as an Elise, again, you don't scale horribly, but you might as well be playing a different champion at that point, right? And I think WSL certainly gets the start he wants. Kunai, though, in the top lane is just playing that Narvis Renekton matchup without jungle support, so it does feel sort of bad for him. But
Yeah,
I'm sure more than happy, right, with a 2-0 in Italy.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, right, is the fact that you're probably feeling bad in isolation, but quietly confident knowing that, hey, if Nidalee does come to my lane, we have more than enough damage to guarantee that this Gnar will be falling on down. So level 6 is just being ticked over now for the Renekton. Teams are grouping up here, looking to try and put a bit of vision down, or at least a bit of a contest with numbers advantages as the first Dragon is there.
Will it be started up, though? I'm not sure, because I feel like WSL needs to put these camps on cooldown. Can always come back to the Dragon later. I don't think there's any chance Fear can really start it up. I think it's really maximizing that clear as Nidalee here. Try not to give Fear a window back into this game. Super important. And Xiaotu looks like he's itemizing probably towards the Merc treads fairly early, up against that double AP mid-jungle. Bot lane sort of just trading back and forth.
And where do you sort of expect to see the next bit of action really break from? I mean, is it mid lane, for example? Is it a very volatile matchup?
I feel like mid lane is not really the place to be. Although it's interesting because Columnia's gone for tier as well. So very different Lissandra build from what we normally see. I would expect next to either be like a counter gank bot to try stop Fear from trading, or some sort of pressure top before this Herald, right? I feel like if you can get a gank onto Gnar before the Herald, you all but guarantee it. But WSL, perhaps he'll try and play for everything, right? Like maybe he'll try and get the Dragon, just cross mid and go straight to the Herald. That's kind of the luxury of having so much tempo here on the Nidalee, is that you can do stuff that other junglers take much longer to do. Does not have the bot prior, at least for now, though. Will be spotted out on the ward.
Certainly will be. And he's going to clear that one out nice and early as Fear is in the area. As you say, lots of catch-up XP, so I'm going to be matched at level 5, despite being down a considerable amount of gold. They're just protecting that mid lane more than anything, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they kind of have to be around here for the 2v2. A lot of CC coming from the side of S9, but also just so much damage from the side of Duish team. Dragon, I believe, still has not been started up, and Herald's on the cards now. I'd be kind of surprised if WSL trades this one away. I feel like you want to just keep fighting. You don't want to trade sides. Don't give any kind of jungle like way back in, right, for Fear. And it looks like, yeah, Duish team, they will be bringing members back up, and S9 wisely back away from this Herald. And now that you get confirmation on where Fear is, it's easy for WSL to start this up, knowing that there's no trade coming onto your bot lane.
Yeah, and it's an interesting call, right? Because they could have very easily started up that Dragon, but decided to make the call, knowing that they saw all that vision from Calumnia roaming topside, that no, we actually want to protect this Herald. We're not trading at all. We're getting everything.
Certainly are. So this Herald will be picked up. Obviously, no plates have been taken yet, so there's not a great place to put it. But I think in a way, it's just a really valuable jungle camp even, right? Like you're not even needing really to get much out of it. You're really just trying to, keep getting your Nidalee ahead. Don't give a window back in the game for S9. And at least not having an opportunity to grab and use a Herald for a dive or something, it's pretty big as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's another sore point that really sort of snowballs what was a very strong early game for the Nidalee. S9 going to start with this Dragon here, commit bodies in the area. It's going to be a four-man collapse from either end as they start it up, but they know that they certainly can't contest if Duish team show face.
It feels bad for Fear. Starts up objectives, but just always ends up leashing it for Duish team. Just really isn't strong enough in either the jungle or the lanes to have any business doing these, and is probably better off just playing to try farm his way back into the game. And Xiaotu, I mean, he's getting pretty low in terms of mana. Same time, don't feel like much will happen here.
You would be kind of surprised if something would break out as a result of this one, but it does feel like every single time Calumnia gets the ability to try and leave the lane, it is to go towards topside to try and give Relia, a point of power, at least something for them to rally around and feel hopeful of. It certainly has been easier said than done between the walls and all the Nidalee traps, though.
I think you're right, and Fear really struggling to find a way back into this game, right? Almost looks lost in the way he's walking around the map, but that's just kind of the state of the game right now. There isn't many places for him to pressure, and anywhere you go, if WSL is there to match, you're almost just forced away from it. I am curious as to where this Herald will end up going. I feel like, without plates anywhere, it's not an obvious choice. Perhaps you just... Yeah, actually, I'm not even sure.
It does feel a bit curious, as to where it could potentially be used, because every lane feels like a bit of a stalemate as such, because the junglers have been so hyper-focused on winning out individually, more so than anything. So you're sort of waiting for that moment for the game to sort of explode open and an area for them to exploit be revealed. But as it stands, that XP lead really, or that gold lead rather, really does all stem from the Nidalee.
Yeah, and look at the XP. I mean, almost a full level ahead in the jungle this early on. Does feel pretty nice. It's sitting there at 2-0. You perhaps expect even more of an XP lead, but doesn't quite have it yet. Lots of control around this bot side. Herald, I think, probably should just go mid. I feel like it's quite hard ever to take plates up against Lissandra, obviously, as a Sylas. But giving gold over to the Sylas, I think, is one of the better uses of it in this game. And it also means if you can pick up that second Herald, it can allow you just to break open the map. But perhaps that's just the mid laner and me talking once that gold onto the Sylas. We'll see, though. Could even path back towards top and try play for some sort of gank here.
Yeah, certainly could. I mean, both these top laners have been trading fairly aggressively and trying to find their advantages, and Relia is certainly utilizing his ranged advantage to good success, having built up a nice little lead for himself.
Fear is in the area though. This is a 2v2, but I have to feel like it's a 2v2 that Duish team should win. I feel like there's not enough burst here from the side of S9 to really kill someone, and then certainly in the long fight should go the way of Duish team. Although WSL's gone for the reset, so it's no longer a 2v2, instead of 2v1. Is waiting in the wings, hoping for something to happen.
Cancels the recall there. Like Unai just keeping him interested for a fraction longer, whether or not that hurts him even further, given that WSL has no interest in coming top lane anytime soon. He's farming up an absolute storm right now, still waiting for a moment to summon his Herald, and it was about to expire, so kind of just relegated to summon it in the mid.
Yeah, I think it's still a decent choice. I mean, is just going to be able to go mid, get a little bit of gold. They've actually brought up members, so perhaps want to try and pick Columnia. But it's going to be very safe on this Lissandra. So it will just be a little bit of plate gold going over. It's shared between a lot of members. So it's probably not the best usage of it. But at the end of the day, you're nearly still getting further ahead. So you're not hating it. I still feel, though, there's a way back in this game for S9, right? The gold lead is not super significant. And while the Elise will most likely be out of it, there's still strong team fighting from the other members.
Yeah, you still obviously have to merit the other individuals in this comp, right? You were mentioning that you certainly enjoyed what they had to bring and had to offer. And, well, the offering there is that Keres gets picked apart by the Nautilus. Magnastorm didn't really do too much, but there goes the Chain of Corruption, locking them all in place. But Pepero utilizing his range advantage with that curtain call, sniping up the double kill. And they'll find a third as WSL confirms that he is just so far ahead.
Yeah, what a disaster there for S9. I mean, that's a 4 for none trade or something like that in the favor of Duish team. And there's just no damage coming through. I don't think Columbia had his Everfrost before that fight. You know, Fia so far behind as well. And obviously, Varus, he had the shield bow, but just never really got the opportunity to DPS. So starts out with Keres just getting one shot before he can really tank anything up. I mean, actually just explodes. And yeah, not enough damage from anyone else remaining here. Pay attention to YJY's auto attacks. I think he only gets off, what, like 3 or 4 before he just gets CC'd down. And that's the weakness of the on-hit Varus, right? Is you've got great extended DPS, but if a fight's short, you don't really get an opportunity to deal damage.
Yeah, you certainly don't. And you're always hunting, right, with your passive to get that first kill for that boost of attack speed, right? That little cheeky way to almost snowball your way to a second kill, but unable to have any uptime in that fight. Just too much CC, too much damage. And yeah, not enough fun.
Not enough. S9 perhaps looking towards the Herald. Might be able to pick it up if they know the Duish team is on the Dragon. At the same time, though, a bit of a consolation prize, right? I don't think there's really anything you can get off this Herald. And it will be the second Dragon going over to Duish team. Not as early as we've seen in some of the matchups before, but early enough that you will start to feel this pressure a bit later in the game. And don't tell me that Duish team can force them off the Herald. I mean, he's trying.
He certainly is, right? With the Dominus active right now, he's saying, hey, I'm going to stand and deliver and make sure that my team rocks up and takes this one away from you. The rappel goes down. Fear's flashing to get it. I'll die, but at least I'll get this Herald. You can kill me now. Job done. Rift Herald secured, but at such a high cost.
Yeah, I mean, I think flashing for it, probably not worth it. I don't even know if there's any way you can use it. But hey, I can respect the hustle. He does pick it up. And actually, Pepper could be in trouble.
Yeah, Pepper instant cleanse out of that one, right? Going to get dived in a 1v3. Flashes straight over, buying time with the TP. Columnius is here too late. They've lost their opportunity. The TP was enough of a deterrent. And then Columnius like, I can't even run back topside. The hook is ever so close. And Duish team still firmly in control.
They are, and this could be looking at a perfect game, right? Currently, S9 haven't picked up any kills, dragons, or towers. And this could be the game to do it, right? We said in champs like Duish team, their comp exists on a knife's edge, but if they find the snowball, they certainly have the tools to end this game quickly. And they're doing a great job of it so far.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it's a case now of, as you say, the emergency bandage. You flashed for this Herald. It has to go somewhere, and it has to find a lot of value. And that's just so hard to ask of, right? Because the Elise doesn't really feel like a champion at this point, right? Especially when you're up against a 3-0-4 Nidalee that is well on their way towards what? It feels like a third item, quite honestly. 6 decks in the Dark Seal, and already the Night Harvester complete.
Herald will be dropped on the bot tower, and I think that could stop the perfect game if it ends up taking the tower. We'll have to see. Xiaoju looking on to Columnia.
Yeah, really wants to try and zone away this this dive attempt. Not going to go for the Rod of Ages, actually. Going to use the Everfrost, just a little bit more utility, a bit of extra CC. Spear doesn't connect, but the chains will. The hook was good for insurance, but they didn't need it. The damage profile is just so high. In jumps the Kunai with the TP, rather. Depth charge onto another. Rappel, up, down, hook. Left, right, good night. Duish team just wiping the floor.
They are. They're just farming champions at this point. WSL, he doesn't need to farm camps anymore. Perhaps the saving grace is S9. They did manage to trade 2 towers, but it's starting to feel like too little too late, right? Down 0-11. Significant gold deficit, as well as no dragons to their name. You can't feel like you really have a win condition here as S9. To be fair, Rally has actually done pretty well in his 1v1. But it's like always the problem you kind of have with S9, right? Is it often feels like there's not enough players playing well at the same time.
Yeah.
They kind of take turns popping off, and it's very rare that the kind of the stars align for them almost.
It has been a frustration, and it sort of goes back to my point from draft why I've been a big fan of the split push champions for Irelia, because at least he has a way to try and say, well, if we are struggling, there is that avenue that we can potentially flip the game on, right? Maybe a cheeky tower here, you know, a drawing of attention of 3-4 members where we can then sneak in a Baron as a result, but much harder to achieve on a Gnar, although you can certainly put in a lot of work. I mean, I remember a few, well, I say a few patches ago, a few metas ago, really, we did have the whole break in Gnar, but certainly not the case anymore.
Yeah, he finds the ulti. There's no follow-up.
Certainly does, but look at that. I mean, the pounce from the spear, the extended range. I mean, it feels to me as if WSL was saying, hey, you thought my Elise last night was good? Let's see if I can try and beat that record on Italy.
Yeah, sitting 5-0-5, I mean, certainly a possibility. Depends how many kills they can farm in the fountain, I guess, at this point. This time they're still looking for something, but I feel like they're asking for so much, right? It's so difficult to find any meaningful kills here, especially ones that would lead to some objectives. But perhaps can still try.
Yeah, the big takeaway for me, though, Shock, is that, yeah, Duish team, with all these skill shots, they just continue to land. And I mean, you know, it's almost like the classic, you know, Jace Varus comp. You need to make sure everything's connecting, otherwise you're quite scared about your chances of success. There is a flanking TP, hook from Enhao, forcing out the mini Gnar, who's now in a lot of trouble, really, forced to run right on back. There is the Magna Storm onto 4, but they have no damage. That is a dead rail saying, where is my team? Fear is crippled, Calumnia is low, flashing on through. WSL says, how many kills do we get here, boys? The tower's gonna die as an extra casualty as well, and Fear is so lucky, but you know that WSL is coming in. He wanted one auto, and he'll get it.
Wow, I mean, how many kills are we up to now? Something like 17? It's getting pretty ridiculous. Well, yeah, he managed to get out of that fight. But Duish team looking towards Baron at 20 minutes with a team that shouldn't really have damage for Baron, but is just so fed at this point that it almost doesn't matter. And WSL puts up 3.6k damage in that fight. I mean, really, really nice performance from him. 2 nights back-to-back. Feeling good.
Yeah, no doubt. The perfect week 4 performance on these early aggressive junglers. To smurf on the Elise like you do, then to have the ego, in my mind, to say you can have the Elise, but I'm going to stomp it, says it all.
And the TP, it came in from Calumnia, but I think Relia's Gnar kind of ran out a bit too soon. And the best you can do is to shove an Aftershock Nautilus, which does no damage. And then the turnaround from like Duish team, I mean, the Magnet Storm was really, really nice. Credit to Karras, found an amazing engage. But like you said, where's the damage? There just isn't any. There's none to find from the back end of it, Duish team. I mean, I feel like the tower might have been the one doing the most damage in this fight, and it still wasn't enough. Really good juggling of the aggro there with the stopwatch. And I mean, the fact that a comp with no Baron DPS picks up the Baron, it tells the state of this game, right? As well as the 2 Medjais picked up from the mid jungle. I mean, really feeling themselves, and who wouldn't with the score now 16-0.
The double AP threat from your mid jungle duo saying, we are so accelerated. Hey, that Dark Seal for sure is a Medjais. And whilst it's not your classic perfect game in terms of the fact that towers have been taken, still, I mean, S9 are struggling to find a kill, so the Medjais feels like a valid pickup.
Yeah, I like it. I think that, you know, if you give over the Magi stacks, it sucks, but when you buy it, if you got 10 stacks, you get the extra movement speed. It's actually a really strong item, even then. Shelter will be knocking down this tower. How much can they get done with this Baron? I feel like if you find any sort of engage, the game just instantly ends. At the same time, if you can't find something, I mean, you don't have the best siege comp. You have decent poke, but it's not amazing. I suppose the engage is good too. I think if you walk away just breaking the base, you're already happy. But if you can get even more, if you can find kills, you know, you got a 10k gold lead, right? If you find any kill here, you can certainly play for the win.
Yeah, 10k gold lead at 22 minutes is fairly devastating to say the least. Hook very close to landing there, as they now do begin to break open that base. Now let's see if they can try and pick up an inhibitor. It might seem a little bit far-fetched, given that they are all in as it stands right now on this top lane. But S9's attention is certainly divided between, do we attend mid lane, or do we look to try and zone them back from what is now an inhibitor down to 50%.
Yeah, okay, engage comes through from S9, actually.
Yeah, complete hard force by Columnia, isn't it? And complete overextension at the same time. Flashing on in, self-cast the ult, dies for it, no follow-up once again. WSL is godlike. Is it anybody's surprise? From start to finish, has been performing ever so well. Inside your base, you're not even safe there. 4 members dying for absolutely nothing, and a TP on a minion to make sure that, hey, we are ending this game right here and right now. What a speed run from Dewish team, showcasing that we're tied in 9th place, but the record means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, they pick up the win 20-0, and I do have to say that I think obviously it looks very one-sided here, but that's always going to happen with that comp, right? It's either you're going to hard win or you're going to hard lose. There really is no in-between when you're playing something like the Nidalee Renekton and the Silas as your top side, but they certainly made it work, right? We've seen a similar comp out of Dewish team before. It was against a stronger opponent, and S9... I feel like confidence shattered after that game.
Yeah, and that was the big concern, right, coming into this one. The fact that they have had this really rough run of games. Impunity, PSG, CFO, back-to-back, that you come into this one maybe already feeling fairly deflated, that even if this game looks even on paper, maybe a lot of that has already faded away quite early on. And you felt it from the fact that these really strong champions were given over to them, but unable to really ever get started.
So MVP, I think, probably goes to WSL. Will be 2 nights in a row, and he's certainly looking like perhaps a star on this roster, right? They're a struggling roster, and it's always difficult, I think, to look good on a team that so consistently loses. But I mean, in all his wins, you know, really coming up huge. Not just like winning the game for his team, but actually just like 1v9ing, right? He's put up some massive performances.
Yeah.
So, you know, big credit to him.
Huge credit to him. And I think certainly, in my mind at least, if I'm ever looking for a team that's struggling, if I want some position to pop off, it's usually the jungle, because they dictate so much of the map, right?
Yeah.
In terms of, hey, we're going to go for the invade here, we're going to control, you know, an objective, for example. I think you can certainly be biased and say, like, you know, oh, I'd love my carries to pop off, right? Like 30 minutes in, hey, it's time to 1v9 simp, cleanse all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But more often than not, you're very happy when your jungler is the one really on full throttle.
Yeah, I think you definitely, even if you have like a really good carry, say like a really good ADC, sure, if your games go long enough, perhaps they can get you over the finish line. But if you lose so early into the game, kind of like just what happened to S9, it almost doesn't matter, right? We were kind of singing, or at least I was singing, YJY's praises coming into the game. Yeah. But unfortunately, I feel like didn't get an opportunity to play at all.
No, it didn't. And I mean, from a lot of the kill cams we saw, it was a case of him just getting locked in CC hell, just unable to play, knocked up, bounced around, and said, hey, you can get a couple of autos in. You can't even stack up lethal tempo, which really says it all for me. So a very rough game for them, and a weekend that they'll be really wanting to forget.
I hope they forget soon. I mean, a game like that, 20 kills to 0, it really felt like, you know, Columnia, when he's like hard forcing that engage at the end, I think he just wants it to be over, man. Like, you know, it's just so lost, and there really just isn't much of a win condition coming back into that one. But let's take a look at a replay. So this was where S9, they tried to find that engage, but I feel like it just wasn't executed well enough, right? Relia uses ult so early because his Narbal's already out. Columnia's committed all the damage already. The Magnet Storm is huge from Keras, but with everything already used, you know, if you have List ult, List Flash ult with the Gnar ult here, perhaps even from that deficit, it could be winnable.
Yeah.
But it just really isn't there.
No, from that point onwards, it's all being consumed. S9 are far too defensive on the retreat, looking to try and fight for their lives. And Dewish team, almost like a shark in the water, smelt blood and certainly preyed upon it. And you can see here from the damage overall, really was the case of the mid-jungle exploding into life. A double AP threat with the Magi's really fully charged and ready to go. But I think it really was all about the jungler here, and rightfully so. WSL in 2 games, perfect games at that.
Yeah, so what's his combined scoreline? It's like something like 19-0 and like what, like 20?
How many assists? Yeah.
It's insane. Like that kind of scoreline over 2 games, really, really nice. 85% KP, almost 28% of his team's damage, and a 4.5k gold lead over his opponent, who he pretty much single-handedly just dismantled in that game. So can't really say enough good things about WSL. He certainly put on some pretty insane jungle performances the last couple of days.
He certainly did. And as always, as commentators, right, it is so rough to write off a team from the very get-go. But when you see the Elise go 0-2, you're already in the back of your mind thinking, oh no, this is not going to be a pretty outcome, right? So Yeah, commiserations obviously to Sem9, right? They look at that one and say, we got what we thought was OP in the meta. It's not really played out as we expected. Dewish team have tried this kind of composition up against a far stronger team. Maybe learned from that, if you will, or maybe just said, hey, look, we can actually exploit it up against you here tonight. So at least one more place in the standings has been resolved.
Yeah, so that is pretty nice for them, right? Finally escaping the tied last place position. But we have one more game coming up for you guys, which is J-Team versus Hellpigs. Another tied match, I believe. Actually, both sitting at 4 wins. So that will be us. Come back after the break. We'll see you soon.
I'm on a street
born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
Hello and welcome to the final game of Week 4, Day 3 of the PCS Spring Split, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. Duish team just 20-0'd up against S9. I mean, they just destroyed them in a game where both teams were actually tied going into that match, but it certainly didn't look like it once the game actually played out. But now we've got J team up against Hellpigs. So Skimmy, why don't you tell us what happened between these two teams last time?
Yeah, so, both these teams are tied in a similar boat to the last game we just had, right? So similar sort of odds in terms of trying to find a case of form, I guess, right? Consistency really is the undoing of both these teams. And sort of last time they went up against each other, 32-minute game, 18 kills to 4 in favor of J team. It was a bit of a Bruce masterclass, 6-0 on the Zerayumi. But in recent games, right, he's been very much at home, sort of looking to try and play the Civis. So I'm very curious to see if the Zeri gets let through in tonight's action. So let's run through the roster for J team. Last time they did have RUA, but Long has been the starter in the most recent matches. He's partnered by Lalva, Minji, Bruce, as well as Enzo. And look, I mean, I'm really curious to see what they can look to try and put out here tonight, because if they can emulate that same performance they've had up against Hellpigs already, I think it puts them in a really good position to still try and mount a last-minute assault towards that top 6.
Yeah, and I think that last-minute assault is probably what they've tried to bring Long in for, and I feel like Long's actually had reasonably good performances, right? Like, I think it was the Fiora last night went pretty well.
Yeah.
In his first game, he picked up a solo kill on the Jax, but I think top lane, it's like it's not J Team's problem, I feel like, right? Like, I feel like just the bot side, especially just like either the mid jungle or the bot lane tends to fall so far behind that it's just unsalvageable for the rest of the roster. So I guess kind of top lane was the area that they felt like could be changed easily, but at the same time, I don't feel like it really solves their issues.
No, and I think they've also not really played towards top lane a whole bunch either, so I'd be kind of curious if they were to change up the fold completely and go towards that. I can't imagine it's going to change anytime soon, otherwise you're completely undoing all your hard work. But on the opposite side, it's Hellpigs, with Taco and Taco as your top-end jungle partnership, with Hong2 in the mid lane, Tide and IC8 as the bot lane. And they gave us something a little bit new last night, right? They had the Ezreal Ashe as a combo, which was slightly different. We also saw Hong2 slightly deviate away from his classic scaling mages and tried out the Sylas.
And it didn't work out that well for them. I will say that Tide, I think, even in that game, played pretty damn well, to be honest. He was very far behind after the early game, but really did what he could with it. And I think Hellpigs, when they get the stuff that they're good at, I think have shown reasonable games. It just feels like that's so narrow almost that it's quite easy for other teams to deny that onto them. And they have shown a little bit of like variation in terms of the champs they can play, right? We've seen Heimerdingers, we've seen the Darius at least once, I believe it was.
Yeah.
But it's never really... They're not really looking at a team to me where it's like, okay, they've got so many picks and it's like a huge problem. It's more like annoyances in a way.
Yeah, and here's a big point of comparison, right? I think mid lane is certainly a place we can look at. We saw Minji last night play the Annie mid, and doing a bit of comparison for their damage, you can see first and second in the league for damage as mid laners, a big part of getting their team across the finishing line. In terms of their laning strengths, they haven't been the strongest in that department, as you can see by the 14-minute mark, and they certainly do get caught out of position with some isolated deaths, but the damage is the big thing I want to go back to, and I think that's what we're sort of gearing ourselves up for. Two heavy hitters playing control mages, looking to try and scale to a 3-item point.
Yeah, and Azir is a champ that's been pretty heavily contested between the two. Obviously, if you're playing champs like the Azir, your damage is naturally going to be higher. It's actually first banned away here, so it's not going to be contested at all. The Annie is the match ban, so actually respecting Minji on that despite kind of yesterday's performance. So interesting bans to kind of start this off. I wonder if there will be any priority put towards Azeri. Kassadin is another ban. So perhaps J-Team really trying to target away Hong2, saying, okay, if you're not on these scaling mages, you're not the same kind of player.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, I think it's a really good area to try and exploit, especially because you know that Minji can then try and find a way to get ahead individually. He's shown that he'll play things like the Yone or even the LeBlanc, for instance. The Ashe coming out at the last minute as well seems quite nice, given that Hellpigs have played it twice in a row already this week up against Frankie Sports as well as Duish Team. From Hellpigs' side though, do you just go through the motions now of banning away those top tier junglers, or do you actually leave it up for chance? They do let the Elise go through again.
Questionable. I feel like giving Elise, other than that last game, has normally been a death sentence. But perhaps Hellpigs, maybe they're fine with playing, or perhaps J-Team say, okay, we don't even care about the Elise, we'll just go for the Sejuani. And Hellpigs, I could actually see potentially Elise just being ignored completely, right? If they don't want the Elise in a Sejuani matchup, one where you really do have to get stuff done early game as the Elise, you might just ignore it altogether.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I think this is really promising from the side of Bruce, at least, if they were to lock in Nizeri to try and get them a little bit of deja vu. It worked phenomenally last time, and maybe it can do it again. They're just going to lock in their bot lane straight out the gates, not muck around whatsoever. Zeri Lulu confirmed, and that should certainly give them a point of power to be really inspired from.
It does. I think Zeri Lulu, probably the strongest bot lane combo on the patch, and not just the strongest, it's like strongest by a mile, right? Yeah. It looks so much better than everything else, at least in the PCS. Fiora is a hover here, could also be a Jax, no, but it's just the blind Fiora locked in. I mean, Long, he had, despite losing, a pretty good game on it yesterday.
He did, yeah.
And so he has locked it in as well. Will they go for their double melees, or perhaps you need to pick up some sort of AD?
Yeah, I wonder if you do need to lock in your mid lane now, in case you're feeling concerned about it being pinched. Perhaps you think of like a Sylas or an Akali, things that ring to mind that fit the bill there for Minji. Or if you feel that you need to try and lock in an AD carry before it gets removed away. I feel like that would be a little bit amiss because we know how flexible the Zeri builds are, so I don't really think you care if it's like Varus or Kaiser or whatsoever.
Yeah, I think Varus is actually probably just a bait into Zeri at this point. It really just feels like you don't beat her with the on-hit build. You don't beat her with a poke build anyway, so what's the point? Now, last pick here, or third pick, it should be the jungler, I'm thinking, unless you're really willing to just drop. I wouldn't mind a Wukong, to be honest, like just really play for that kind of team fight. Ooh, actually take the Jack, so worried about that getting banned away. That will mean Hellpigs drop their jungler. Something they've done before, and when they've done it before, they've often gone for stuff like the Gragas, which hasn't looked so good.
No.
But we'll have to see.
Yeah, Taco hasn't seemed ever too comfortable on the Gragas, but this week at least we've seen other junglers in the region show that there is a degree or a point to prove with it. Different rune setups. We've seen the Predator also tonight as well, which has worked out wonderfully. So if they are to be relegated to that point, then certainly a case to be made. Now, despite Varus seemingly struggling in those isolated 2v2s, still is very strong, very annoying with his ultimate and heal cup.
Yeah. I think it's an interesting ban, right? I feel like almost Varus would be a bane in this comp, but perhaps they're just respecting the fact that, okay, maybe the only way we lose is our bot lane just exploding early game, and I could see that. Second ADC ban, though, what would it be? Maybe a Kai'Sa or something? Oh, the Lucian. Okay, so still respecting the Lucian Nami. I feel like Lucian Nami's definitely fallen off quite a lot, but it hasn't really been nerfed, more just kind of the way the meta's going.
It's almost like they're trying to tunnel J-Team to go towards something like the Sivir themselves, or perhaps Xayah as well, if they want to try and evade all these diving threats. We certainly know that Zeri will dive in, especially with Lulu there to back them up. The Elise does get banned. It felt warranted, right? Two very different targetings of what needs to be removed from the opposite team. And is that meaning that, Taco's champ pool has been forced to go down to something like that Gragas? I feel like certainly not now that you've just locked in a Cassiopeia.
Yeah, so I think Cassio is extremely good in this game. It does well into all the champions that have been shown. Great as Sylas, great as Sedge. Also does pretty well into the Fiora. So it's a nice pick, but I do want it to kind of be that solo AP. I kind of hope it's not a Gragas for the last pick. It's interesting though that Cassio was 4th pick rather than 5th pick, because I feel like seeing the whole comp as Cassio is nice, right? Like if you can see that their bot lane doesn't have a ton of range, that feels a lot better. If you verse something like a Caitlyn Lux or a Caitlyn Hymo, yeah, it can be quite difficult to actually deal the damage that you need.
Sure.
So interesting. But at the same time, it's real good against their top side.
Yeah, and it's interesting also because, Wukong's still up, right? So if you were just going to lock that in as your 5th pick, why is that your 5th pick? And why is it not coming a little bit earlier? They have, in fact, pivoted away from the Caitlyn and opted for the Xayah. So maybe respecting what we mentioned before, right, about some of the ranged threats coming right at them and sort of needing that free get-out-of-jail card. But yeah, the Wukong seem like a done deal. So I'm not sure if they, in their mind, said if we pick Cassiopeia, we can sort of force them to pick a different champion in bot lane.
Yeah, maybe that's it. That there is just, they feel like can kind of force stuff out, and then having the jungle counter might be a little bit better. Oh, okay. So it's actually the Viego locked in instead. So I guess that's why it wasn't locked in. And so I really like Hellpig's composition. I think that they've got just an insane front-to-back team fight. It looks really, really strong. But I actually like J-Team's composition as well. Like, that's a really fierce topside, right? I mean, having the Sejuani with both the Fiora and Sylas, it's almost unstoppable in the 3v3. I do think Hellpigs have done a pretty good job of countering it. And I think I do favor Hellpigs in this game. But honestly, I think, again, both teams walk away pretty happy with what they've got.
I think they will be. I feel like it fits the bill for what makes them ever so strong. You've got Long showcasing that he will be a massive threat in these side lanes that, J-Team can really try and showcase their ability to, pop off in the bot lane as well. The thing for me with the Viego is it's been such a long time since we've seen it, and sort of there's been a reason for that, right? Because you've been so reliant on your engage coming from the jungle as opposed to, your support or sort of elsewhere. I think my favorite partnership has usually been the Viego and the Lissandra, but a Viego and a Cassiopeia also work wonderfully well with the amount of uptime you have.
For sure, and I think that Viego, it's, you're kind of struggling for AD picks at this point. Like, it's really the Wukong and then what do you pick after that? And I think perhaps when they've got a comp that more wants to, like, kite back and then re-engage, right? Like, you've got the Zeri, Lulu, and the Cassio kind of want to walk backwards, but when the fight starts to go into your favor, you have the Jax, you have the Viego that can go forward, right? And even Zeri as well. We've seen her dashing into 3 people and living a few times. So it's an interesting choice, and I think one that offers them a fair amount of flexibility. We'll have to see how it works out for them.
Well, let's wait and see then, because this is that final game of the week. Week 4 coming to a close, and it ends with this game right here. A battle in 7th place with 4 wins each. Both these teams have struggled at the best of times for consistency, having taken down the best, having lost to the worst, and now having to face one another to divide up the standings. Last time it went the way of J-Team, and with a few cheeky picks, this time with a different lineup, let's see if they can get the dub again.
One thing I want to bring attention to straight away is that Minji's gone for the first strike, which I think is... I want to say, I don't think you're going to get to proc it a whole lot this game. When you're against the Katsu and the Zeri, it's very rare that you're going to be the one hitting first. And I think Conqueror probably would be the better choice. Perhaps saying, though, that, you know, there's no chance I beat Cassio in any sort of extended fight. Just wants to go for the burst instead. Also, Tide picks up the Ghost, which is very nice. Doesn't go for the Cleanse up against the Sejuani. I feel like just relying instead on the Mikhails coming through.
Yeah, Ghost and Flash really suggest to me that you want to be a teamfight demon, right? You don't even care about heal, don't want exhaust. It's all about just locking down as many people as possible, keeping that ultimate, your Lightning Crash, active for as long as it can be as well. I'm really excited about this top lane matchup in particular. The Jax came out very early, given it was a blind Fiora, so a lot of confidence from Long and from the team as well to say that you can lock that one in straight away. And he showcased that he can play the teamfight Fiora, but he's very at ease also going into the whole Breaker 2.
Taco with a really interesting path. He starts the Raptors solo and then just invades straight into the enemy jungle. And I think Lava will have no idea about this happening, right? Like, there was no wards. And Lava's actually about to be spotted out on this Raptor ward as well. And I think if he doesn't enter his top side in time here, he's going to be extremely far behind as Taco takes away his blue and his Grom.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a really good ward to give you even more confidence that you can guarantee this one is going to be taken with no consequence as a result, right? So with the Gromp blue being denied, you go back to your side of the jungle. And a Viego that wants to be farm heavy, going to be very happy.
Yeah, what a nice win for Taco there, especially because it was all in the 1v1, right? His laners didn't have to invest anything for him there. And Lava's going to be left wondering, you know, how did this happen? And where do you look after this? Because you have to kind of look for some sort of gank, I feel like, with your camps down, but no lane is really gankable at this point.
No, I mean, now the grand reveal comes out, hang on a minute, where is my blue buff? So do I just feel relegated to go for an invade? Because as you say, the lane states don't seem too desirable. Can I try and deny away a red buff perhaps? But, you know, that's just been taken by Taco. You go top side and maybe all you'll find is the Krugs. And even then, you're still not too content. You're just lost.
Yeah, poor Lava. He's just checking camp after camp and finding them gone. Where can he look, though? I mean, maybe just cross back to bot side. It's really difficult, though. I feel like when this happens, if it's a trade and you're aware of it, it's easily recoverable. But when it's a surprise, it's a really rough start, I think.
So let's see what he does. Obviously, he's been communicated to his mid laner that I'm going to go for an invade here because we know that Taco's top side has just been cleared. He's been able to drag up Bruce and N, so we've found priority in bot lane as well to at least ensure that the Scuttler goes their way. But you're going to have to try and force yourself into the enemy blue, and even then, that's been denied too.
Yeah, although Lava, he does have a lot of bot priority, so perhaps could look for something. But without red buff and down a level, I have to feel like he is going to be the one eventually forced away. Still looking for something, though. It looks like he will slowly return to the jungle. Something I want to talk about, actually, is the Heimerdinger, because I feel like it's been played a few times, and it's never really found a lot of success. Actually, pretty heavy trades coming out on the top side. So what are your opinions on the Heimer? Because I feel like often it works really well into the melees, right? Like if you pick it into something like a Nautilus, you can very easily just disengage, make their life very difficult.
Yeah, it's looked the best for me when I've seen it into a Nautilus especially, right? Because the turret goes down, you iframe it perfectly with the hook, and the Nautilus absolutely hates the life, especially running the Glacial Augment build. In terms of the enchanters, though, doesn't feel anywhere near as strong, I would say, as Taco is the one on the receiving end, flashing away. Passive! What a flash from Long! Completely denies that one, but it doesn't matter because Lava dies to an empowered turret. Taco comes in and also cleans up too. You pay them credit, but it backfires beautifully.
It does. I think Lava perhaps feeling a little desperate just to force something to happen, and it really blows up in their face. I think, you know, the kill on the Jax is one thing, but I think a kill going over to Taco's Viego it's a champion that can very easily snowball out of control and already finds himself at a massive lead in the jungle. Let's take a look at this. I feel like maybe could have been executed a little better. I think Long goes a bit too early. You know, taking that tower shot instead of Lava just being the one that can tank up for a bit longer, I feel like is not the best. And then, yeah, perhaps slightly mis-executed at the very back end of it.
Both just dying to turret shots ultimately, right? Enough time was spent there where it is fully charged up and hitting very, very hard. And you can only be happy as the side of Hellpigs, right? That both your Jax and Viego are the ones to profit from that.
Trading continues in the top lane, and I think the fact that Long isn't the one that picks up a kill there is kind of worrying for him, right? Lava does get himself back into the game with that kill, but you know, a top lane matchup that you've picked like this, it's always going to be extremely volatile, and I think perhaps it still goes in the way of Fiora, right? Like it is just the Sheen longsword matched, but it's, you know, perhaps you could be starting to build yourself a lead here. Instead, Taco on the Jax buys himself more time for his team to win him the game.
It certainly does, and it's a good position for the Hellpigs to be in right now. But despite those heroics with the kill advantages, it is still actually J-Team with a very minute goal lead to talk about. So they've certainly found themselves some advantages with a very sizable CS lead, especially in the bot lane, much in part to the Xayah and Heimerdinger combo. Question though becomes, what happens when it comes to these objectives? Because it's going to be Lauva that starts things up.
Yeah, perhaps will be first dragon picked up by J-Team. Hellpigs, though, I think perhaps fine to give this one over, right? Like, they've got a lot of scaling, don't need to worry about contesting anything too early in the game. Instead, can perhaps play for another repeat top gank or even a Herald. And worth noting is that Long actually moved across the whole map for that, which is really weird. You don't often see top laners committing so much, especially to such an early drag. I feel like it's not really worth it.
Yeah, I mean, the saving grace will be he'll be back to lane in time, right, to collect this massive wave that's going to crash in, but it does give free passage for Taco to walk in and basically say, my path started with invading your blue buff, you've got to be locked underneath this turret right now, Taco can protect me, and we can take away another one.
Yeah, definitely good in the short term for Hellpigs, although the dragon going away perhaps isn't the best. Now, direct your eyes to the gold lane, because it's actually in J-Team's favor, and you're perhaps wondering where. Look at the bot lane CS. I mean, massive CS lead in the 2v2, which is, you know, sort of, I feel like it shouldn't be that big. Obviously, Heimerdinger Xayah, a bit stronger in lane than the Zeri Lulu, but still, I mean, massive lead.
You have to wonder really how it's ballooned to that level, right? Maybe some poor trades have gone against them. Stun passive connects there on towards Taco, but then that's reciprocated completely with a petrifying gaze. And Lava's life goes from bad to worse.
I was literally just thinking bad to worse in my head. I mean, that's such a rough spot there. I mean, you don't have the flash to get out. The kill goes over to the enemy jungler as well. Taco will pick up both the Herald and that kill there. Puts himself in such an amazing position. And I think Herald honestly could probably just go towards bot lane, try and get your Zeri Lulu out of what is looking to be a very tough matchup for them, and start equalizing that gold up.
Certainly can. And a Viego that's this far ahead this early on is very happy about their chances, right? It's a bit of a gamble when you take these carry junglers, right? But if it pays off in the first 10 minutes, you're certainly very content with your chances in this one. Lava also opting for the Sunfire build. We've certainly seen a few of those. Deviating away from the classic norm for such a long time now of the Radiant Virtue Rush. So wants to be as tanky and really as relevant as possible, but you can see why, I guess, Bruce is so far ahead. I mean, these feathers are relentless combined with the rockets too.
Yeah, perhaps we are seeing the Heimerdinger finally kind of come to fruition in the PCS. They've actually taken 3 plates purely in the 2v2, as well as having that massive CS lead. Actually, heavy trading coming out top. Long, I think he could perhaps go for this.
Yeah, he certainly can. He's just having to bait at the Counter-Strike right now, and that's expired, so it means he's hunting for those vitals. One more attack, but he realizes that Taco is here. Just out of reach of that stun. Falls right back to his turret, and thankfully for Taco, he can reset back to base.
It's very, very close, and I think if Long had gone any further, actually would have found himself going down there. Has to be careful, though. I feel like Taco actually could perhaps deny him off this wave. Although with the W up, yeah, will he actually look back to it? I feel like if Long ever uses W, he's just going to die. But if he can hold it...
Well, I was curious to see if he would decide to go for that fight and take the gamble as to can you riposte in time, but it seems fairly predictable with the animation wind-up, right? Still looking for the Heartbreaker. Instead, doesn't want to give anything up for chance. He's got a massive lead. Back to base he goes, sitting on a ton of gold at just that, and picks up a Divine Sundra at only 10 minutes in.
And that bot tower is almost dead, purely in the 2v2, so... It must be a huge gold lead here for Bruce, and perhaps a 4-man dive from J-Team could bring them back into this game. Taco, he's spotted out. The chain does not connect.
And this is almost that funny conversation that we had before, right? As to, you know, if you have a struggling team, what role do you prefer? Do you prefer the fed AD carry or the fed jungler, right? And right now it feels like that is the complete package. The narrative is built around them. What can the Viego do to try and make sure the rest of his team is in a point of happiness, I guess, right? Or can Bruce literally look to try and 1v9 from the very get-go?
Yeah, it's going to be real interesting. I mean, that is a monstrous bot lane lead, right? 40 CS and like 4 plates purely in the 2v2. That's insane, especially because J-Team dropped their bot lane, right? Like Helpix actually invested bans to make sure they couldn't get what they wanted, but they still come away with this massive lead. Now, we have seen Zerululu scale, you know, absurdly well so many times. J-Team, they're actually going to be spotted out here. Ooh, I feel like if that hook connected, or the chain connected, they actually would have been in trouble.
Yeah.
Sometimes you hope they don't hit. Getting a little bit of a trade here, trying to get aggressive, but with lava in the river is going to be difficult. Second dragon will spawn here in only 20 more seconds. And I think any fight currently probably goes the way of Helpix as long as Taco's in it. Obviously, Bruce has a lot of gold, but hasn't yet picked up the Mythic. Looks like this will be Herald onto the mid tower.
Oh, and it's still once again so volatile in the top lane. Flash! And a stun on his head. And Long is denied the perfect execution. And now Jax wins that again.
It's been so close so many times for Long, but can't quite manage to get the kill. And now that's such a massive lead here, I feel like, for Taco. He gets plates, he gets the kill, he's going to get a nice reset. And in a matchup like that, if you can pick up your Divine Sundra before your opponent, it almost completely changes the matchup, right? The item is just that strong. Dragon, it's been looked at. Can be started up though. I mean, Tide, he actually cancels his base, so perhaps at least want to contest it, if not started up.
Yeah, maybe Helpix really want to try and force this, right? Given the fact that Taka could TP down to the bot turret if need be, and the fact, as you already mentioned, Bruce doesn't have those items sitting on a ton of gold in his bags. So they do actually decide to shy away from this one. It just feels like a bit of a dance around this as to who takes the gamble first more than anyone. No one's really willing to make that risk.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to start up. I think both teams can very easily punish. I think on the side of Helpix, you're actually pretty happy just with it being delayed, but junglers actually find each other in the river. Taco, he has a stack Conqueror, perhaps doesn't feel safe chasing. But I think, yeah, Helpix, if you can continue to kind of deny this dragon from really being picked up, you slow down the game, which I think is amazing for their comp. And J-Team's comp, I mean, it scales fine, especially with how ahead Bruce is. But I don't think it's quite as good. Lava re-entering the river. Will be spotted out on the ward again. So if he starts up this drag, which I think he's looking to. Ooh, and Taco's actually ahead enough that he could just take away another blue.
J-Team have just not had a single blue buff this entire game. Hey, it's been so rough. In we go though. Viego actually buffering the ultimate beautifully away despite receiving the Glacial Prison. Is away with it. That's not going to deter J-Team from continuing their attempt to take down this first dragon. 4 members strong. They've got the damage, it seems. And Helpix can do nothing but just watch.
It will end up being picked up. I think Helpix still did a pretty good job of delaying that as long as they could. It still will be, you know, a pretty early third dragon though. So eventually they're going to be forced to fight this. And if that's before the point the Tide is strong enough to actually team fight, it could be rough, right? And we've seen Tide have great team fights, but down 50 CS in the 2v2. Can you even hit your items in time? I'm not sure.
No, I'm not sure either. It feels pretty uphill battle at this point right now. Those mythic items need to start coming on through, and Long is going to be able to at least match now the Jax Divine Sundra with one of his own, but it feels like we're going to be seeing the biggest shopping spree happen here for the bot lane of J-Team as the tower finally falls on down. They achieved the only plates from the bot lane as well, it's worth noting. So it's time to shop.
Looks like the Herald will be picked up, but what I'm really interested in seeing is the ADC gold difference, because it must be absurd at this point, right? 50 CS, a tower, and 5 plates taken in the 2v2. That's an absurd amount of gold.
I mean, just look what they've purchased as a result, right? There's the Warhammer with the Gale Force and a completed Rylai's right at the gates. So, I mean, wherever this bot lane goes now, they certainly ask the question of, you know, come challenge us because we're exceptionally strong. You'd imagine that would just get planted in mid lane and look to try and find a second bit of siege. And it almost feels like they're playing a Zarya comp as if it's Caitlyn.
Then I think Tide not having a mythic at 1530, I mean, that's that's really starting to be worrying, right? Your top side is very strong. Taco perhaps still looking for something here, but the fact that you're going to have to contest this third dragon so early into the game, and your Zeri at best has one item at that point, it's not inspiring confidence.
No, but what it is worth noting is that this game is still on an absolute knife's edge. The gold is dead even between these two, although there are very different points of strength. And J-Team at least have had 2 dragons to their name as well, so they've got a soul point to look forward to potentially. It just means wherever this AD carry goes, you would like, you know, the Taco twins to really be there to try and shut them down.
Yeah, I think if you're... Okay, yeah, take a look at the player gold. Tide 4.8 to Bruce 6.5. So, what is that, 1,800 gold just purely from the 2v2. And don't forget as well that the support's relevant in this matchup, right? Up 800 gold in the support role as well. So that bot lane combined, you know, actually massive lead. But Taco on the Jax also up 1.8k. Feeling very, very good about his lead.
Certainly is. So let's see what Hellpigs can do with this, because they still do have that kill advantage, right? It's only been 1 single kill going the way of Lauva, having dived for it. That wasn't a top lane at the very start of this game. Maybe we are just going to be cool, calm, collected, look to try and stay to our lane, and very much wait for that next dragon, which is 2 minutes away. Might be when Hellpigs decide to group up as 5. That would actually work out quite nicely there for Taco's Jax as well, as his TP will be up and available once again.
Okay, yeah, 2 more minutes. I feel like at the moment, you're just trying to make sure you kind of complete any last items you can before what is going to be a very important dragon fight. Zeri does pick up her shield bow. And I mean, I think with the Lulu, you actually do spike hard enough at that one item that you can fight on these items and not feel awful about it. At the same time, though, you have to feel like Bruce is going to have a lot more impact in any of these fights right now. But only 1:30 away, and I feel like Hellpigs do have to contest, right? It's the 3rd dragon, and only, what, it's going to be like closer to 19 minutes here.
And just look how long Taco's waited. Oh my god, he's dashed away. So much time lost camping bot lane, hoping that he'd be interested in having a cheeky trade there with Hong too. It just wasn't to be. Praying a fight would break out. Praying they'd find a kill, didn't summon the Herald to get a turret.
Okay, so it looks like J-Teams, they're the ones that have the control over this area now. 50 seconds away. If they can get this 3rd dragon, it would mean so much for their composition. Hellpigs, though, you have to feel like they want to contest, and their top side is so, so strong. I think if Long comes to a team fight right now, he's going to be so much weaker than Taco.
Huge stun, huge follow-up, even better kill. Look at that. From start to finish, it was immaculate there from J-Team to remove Tide.
It is, and I think off that, they should secure the 3rd dragon. TP comes in. Perhaps Hellpigs still want to contest or could just be protecting this tower, but that's a huge win, I feel like, for J-Team. Getting this 3rd dragon puts that permanent soul point pressure on the scaling team of Hellpigs, and that death, I feel like, from Tide, it's really, really avoidable and somewhat unforgivable.
Yeah, it feels really punishing, as you say, and committing the TP through to the mid lane there is suggesting that, yeah, we do not want to lose this time. We don't want to lose both. We're sort of willing to accept that there will be a loss at least in one area. Another blue buff being lost, right? The top side of the jungle just does not exist. 4 in a row now having been stolen away, and the Herald, just before it's about to expire, is relegated to the mid lane. Quite good timing, right? Now that the dragon has spawned, so maybe Hellpigs can find something off this.
Yeah, I'm surprised dragon actually wasn't started up at all. Perhaps couldn't find the time. Ooh, Herald actually doesn't get the charge, but okay. Tide actually gets back in time, which means dragon's back on the menu. I'm not sure why J-Team couldn't find the ability to start it. Perhaps felt like top lane was just too weak, but I think that Hellpigs kind of get away with murder here, the fact that they're going to be able to pick up this drag.
Yeah, seemingly is the case. As right now, Lauva is taking his red buff, and the damage is, yeah, it's high enough for sure to take this one down. So J-Team aren't going to give this one up without a contest elsewhere. That's forcing the TP out from Taco to respond to Long, who just wanted some solo experience, wanted a chance to try and catch up, as he has been fairly neutered in these first 20 minutes.
Now, trying to siege onto this mid tower is J-Team. Looks like it should probably go down. It does. So J-Team, I mean, they use giving over the dragon to kind of secure themselves a bit of gold in that mid and top. I feel like the dragon is just worth so much more, and I would even have probably liked to see Long, despite being behind, you know, fight for that dragon. I feel like it's just that important, especially after you get that pick onto Tide. But ultimately, they give it over, and I think it's a huge mistake. Now, your Dragon win condition, it's kind of gone to the wayside.
Yeah, it feels rough. It really does. You had an option, having found that peck. Yes, sure, you need another 20 seconds before it was going to spawn, but to allow them the invitation back in to take that one off you feels certainly unforgiving. But Hellpix did invest TPs into it, right, to guarantee that at least the turret wouldn't fall down. They wanted to showcase that they had a strong resilience on their defense. And they've certainly bought themselves enough time now that 2 items are starting to come across for the majority of their major threats, right? You know, you've got the Rod of Ages with the completed Seraph's Embrace there too. And Hong2, the specialist of these late game carries, despite being 0-0-1, is well prepped now to start to really shine.
Yeah, I mean, up a massive amount of CS here for Bruce. Like you said, has the 2 items completed and is certainly ready to fight. I think we probably won't see too much action for a while, but the next fight could definitely lead to a Baron. Both teams have great DPS. J-Team trying to take a little bit of this topside control back, allow Long to push up in that side lane. And I think both teams destroy Baron once again. Like, actually melt it. There's just so much DPS coming through. So if you win a fight, even, you know, being like a 1-for-0 or a 2-for-0, you can definitely look to just start up the Baron, force the other team to come and contest you, and then look to fight again off that. 3 more minutes on the next drag. So kind of going to be, I feel like, in a bit of a lull period. But J-Team, you know, Lava finding his way back into this game is now controlling this vision, trying to let Long push up, although it is difficult, down pretty significant items. But if they can commit enough numbers, especially with their mid-priority, they could maybe drop this top tower.
Yeah, as they're putting a lot of attention into this top lane right now, making sure that Taco, despite being so far ahead of Long's Fiora, isn't going to get a free pass to continue to share that same fate. Elsewhere, though, it was Minji just free farming in the mid lane. That has to now be responded back to, and it's this big attempt to clear out vision very deep from J-Team to make sure that we can actually maybe have a crack at this Baron and force a face check.
Yeah, Taco, he's trying to regain some of this vision here. Very deadly to face check. They don't really have a dedicated member other than Taco who can face check bushes. But obviously, you know, he's kind of stuck in the side lane right now. Doesn't get the opportunity to leave. And Long finally picks up that tier 1 top tower. But is significantly behind in items compared to the Jack. So still has a hard time actually getting priority in the 1v1. Has mainly been using the fact that Bruce and Enzo are so strong in that mid wave. Can just lean to any side of the map at any time.
Yeah. And it's stayed that way from the very get-go, hasn't it, right? That there has been that sort of lopsided affair as to who is really the strongest point on either side. Some important item spikes have started to come across, though. You've seen now that the Mikhails is there for IC8. You said it was going to be a major component, right, given the fact that Tide is running the double mobility, Flash and Ghost. So certainly with a little bit more farm under their belts, the Mikhails could have a huge, huge impact. But, I mean, we cannot discredit the fact that still Bruce is up by such a large margin.
He really is. I mean, he has such a massive gold lead, but at least now the items are sort of matched, right? We've got 2 items coming in here for Tide. Will not be the lifesteal build. So perhaps saying, okay, there's not really any poke. I'll be fine just with the Lulu and PD for the extra damage. Hong2 completes the Rylai, so 3 items in time for this Dragon is really good and doesn't need a Void as well. No magic resist really coming through, which is nice, right? If you're playing that solo AP, Cassio is much easier to itemize than when I think before, you know, Cassio was kind of forced into buying a Void super early, which never feels good. But 30 seconds away on this Dragon, both teams really fiending for this one. There's also potential for a Dragon or a Baron trade, given how fast people do it. Taco takes a lot of damage there.
It's just interesting to me, the fact that both these teams have, at the best of times, into more aggressive team fight-oriented teams, been, you know, at the receiving end of poor results, right? And that, you know, right now we're seeing either side very unwilling to entertain the idea of a fight unless there is an objective. I mean, it's been isolated kills, but that was during laning phase. But outside of that, it's been very much like, you know, you wait 5 minutes for this Dragon, and then we go.
Dragon is started up by Hellpix. J-Team, they definitely want to contest. It's getting very, very low.
Marco on a blast cone, jumps in extended range, lightning crash pop, flash from Minji! He says it's time to shine, there's a hijack petrifying gaze, and you're stunned and CC'd for far too long. Now the Viego on the flank, the Dragon has reset. J-Team will not get a chance to try and play for that soul point anytime soon, but Lalva is gone, so J-Team don't have a smite.
Yeah, Hellpix, I think they can commit to this one. But J-Team, I mean, they still have the health bars. TP's coming in, surely J-Team back away from this one now. I mean, they still kind of want it. Yeah, they're bringing members. They really want to fight this.
Diego's not there. He's wrapping around. Taco jumps in, followed up by the second. And that's a lot of CC, a lot of damage onto Long. Dead for 48 seconds. They found their chance to shine. And a flash away would deny the Featherstorm rip back from rooting anybody.
And finally, looks like this Dragon will be picked up. I'm surprised that J-Team kind of stuck around once Hellpigs kind of committed that top lane TP. But yeah, they committed to have a look at the damage. I mean, the fight went on for so long. There's just so much damage was put out. And critically, look at the ADCs, right? Tide still struggling to really find damage in this fight. But the top side being so strong kind of doesn't matter. And I think Minji as well, he found a really nice engage to begin that, but was ultimately not enough. And the gold all tied up now. And enough damage done on both sides that no Baron was looked at. But pings are actually on the Baron now.
Yeah. The gold difference graph is going to look so strange at the end of this game. It's just going to feel like a flat line. Because it really has been dead even for such a long time now. We're just waiting for that major moment, but it's yet to really happen.
To keep your eyes on Minji here, I feel like he finds a really good Cassio flash ult with the stolen Cass ult, you know, onto both the carries, which is a really good start, right? It is matched though by another ult that comes out. I mean, Tide just instantly goes down. And I think Taco buys so much time in this fight, as well as Hong 2 now can just kind of freely DPS and hold that thought, because we have another fight breaking out.
Looks to be just a case of popping your head into the enemy jungle there, seeing if anything could happen. But there have been some pings for this Baron, but I think once again, teams are very reluctant to face check that one. Maybe now they found their target in the Jax, but a little bit too tanky for the meantime. Tide saying, Bruce, you've given me a hard time in lane. Actually pops his ultimate for it. That's going to be down now for a big team fight if it were to happen.
And mid tower being sieged, Hellpigs, I think they have the angle on it, but perhaps don't have their creep wave big enough and are forced to walk away. In the meantime, Long is starting to push down that side wave. And Taco will go to it. Has built the Wit's End, so not directly itemized for the Fiora. You have to feel he's still strong enough to keep these towers up though.
Yeah, despite the 0-3 scoreline, I think Long's doing a great job of just forcing his team to, you know, invade, be strong as a four-man and say that, you know, let's keep Hellpigs entertained. Target then feels forced to drag himself into the mix of things because he has been a very relevant factor in that. And I guess that is a bit of a headache for them, right? The fact that, you know, your Jax has to deal with two major threats. Are we going to get split push and lose to an 0-3 Fiora, or do I need to be there to actually do the top damage in these team fights?
And Dragon, I mean, Baron is started up here from J-Team, and it does go down pretty quick, right? They have a lot of DPS for it. I feel like Hellpigs will be forced to answer. And gee, he's trying to look for something. Baron is still being DPS. It's down to 6k. There's a pink ward on it, so everyone knows. TP comes in from Long.
Yeah, this means they want to try and commit for sure. They're looking at it. Minji still once again with a hijacked Miasma, or rather the Petrifying Gaze. Looking for it, lands it onto one. The others two face away. The Baron, it's still there, but it's reset back to 50%. Taco in trouble. He's getting low from the spit. Baron damage might just die to that alone. Long, to try and take a 1v1, but flashing away from the riposte. Gonna still live. Wild growth is enough. And then Bruce gets preyed upon by four members in his face, and with a Featherstorm already burnt, is dead in the water.
Bruce, he does what he can, does almost 5,000 damage in that fight, but it really just isn't enough. The other members on his team, the top side just falling apart, and now the Baron picked up for Hellpigs. I think they have the better scaling comp, and now feel like it should be their game to win.
What a performance right there. I mean, the hard force there from J-Team to take a moment to TP in to say we want this one, but the turn, unable to find the picks that they need. Bruce try as he might. He's doing so much into Tide, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, it feels bad. I mean, if you're J-Team's ball lane here, you got such a big lead. You're playing the team fight so much better. But unfortunately, the Hellpigs topside just kind of gapping yours at the moment. But let's take a look at the replay. So the Baron gets very, very low. And Minji, I mean, he looks for something, but I think pay attention to Taco's Jax, who's going to come from the bot side here. He has just a really good angle at the start of this fight and just buys so much time during the fight for his team to continue to DPS, right? Like his backline, especially with Hong 2 and the Cassio, does so much DPS that if Taco can just waste their time, you know, he's kind of winning, right? A lot of Bruce's damage goes into him, which doesn't end up mattering, and it comes down to the wire here at the end. It's actually the Seraph shield that is going to save Hong 2 here, and the Lulu ult as well is enough. And then, yeah, they've got the Baron DPS. They kill it in no time.
They certainly do. Frustration, I guess, really, for an AD carry. Their worst nightmare is those bruises that can just jump upon them and take no damage in the process. And it really has continued to be that story from the very get-go, where it has been a lopsided matchup of who is the strongest one, and forcing Long to group up with the rest of the team. Hasn't really paid off. 0-4 now, but Hellpigs do have that Baron, and maybe now starting to create a bit of a divide for the goal difference. Up by 5k. Another Dragon to look at, 2 apiece. Fight is going to break out here in the mid lane to try and get a numbers advantage going into that one. Minji looking for the moment to try and strike there, but no team to back him up. Long dead again on the side, losing to Taco, his arch nemesis at this point. A fadeaway Glacial Prison that hits absolutely nothing. And the feathers go up, the feathers come down, a flash gale force away, but he's dead anyway. Unstoppable now is the Jax, finding 2. And I think now, Shock, I think now for sure, this is Hellpigs showcasing that they are just a better team.
Yeah, and they have Baron waves. I wonder, can they go for the end? I'm not sure. They can definitely take inhibs. Whether or not they play for the end, I feel like they can't. But you can at least get 1 inhib off this. There are pings on the Nexus towers, but I feel like the fact that Taco's committing to the drag kind of says that maybe they can't clean it up. Although, you know, never say never. Enzo's still alive. I think he can defend, but still massive win for Hellpigs, right? Like, you're up so much gold now. You've got 3 dragons. And look at how much work Taco did in that team fight. I mean, 6,200 damage as a Jax. This is meant to be a split pusher, but it's just it's a great team fighter as well.
Yeah, the champion's a little bit too good right now. Does it all. And yeah, that rework has completely helped him, hasn't it? Really brought him back into the fold of things. The fact that you can just pick it blindly or pick it as a response and be the jack of all trades.
Here's the Zhonya's now as well. I picked up after that fight. Let's have a look. So Long at the start, I mean, he kind of just gets, I want to say, poked out for pretty much no reason, right? He's forced to flash early, and then Taco can clean him up. Minji gets another good castle, but I mean, just look on the side, right? Taco's so strong, 1v1s him, and it's not even close. And then after that, the J team members just slowly chase down in the jungle. Taco, once again, the man on your screen, actually got blast coned into an even better position, and then can just come through and clean them all up. And the fact that deals 6,000 damage and still ends with enough HP to actually just go and do a bunch after, I mean, really speaks to just how far ahead he is.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, this is your best case scenario. There is that goal difference finally. Look how close it was for the first 25 minutes. Really, a K at most was ever there as a divider between these two teams. But after those last few fights, especially that Baron contest, it really has given the invitation into Hellpigs to, yeah, take the win.
And I wonder, can anything more happen here for the next couple of minutes? It's 2 minutes away from Baron, 3 minutes away from the Dragon Soul here for Hellpigs. I think if you want to play it slow, you just play for those. At the same time, though, you're so strong that any fight you can force certainly goes in your favor. Perhaps can play for this top tier 2 at least before those neutral objectives come up, and just secure yourself a bit more control over that topside jungle. It is getting slowly sieged down. Taco, he's looking for something. And they've also got Taco on the Jax, pushing up that mid wave. Can they go for anything more here? I kind of don't think so. I think resets come through, play to just start this Baron on spawn, and then use that really to end the game. And J-Team, you are going to be forced to leave your base here. I think if you give up both the Dragon and the Baron, you're going to be in an unwinnable position. And perhaps already are.
Yeah, it's a full commit here for Long. Having gone for the death stance now as a third position, or third item rather. He's all in on the idea that we need to group up. I'm not strong enough to try and split push anymore. Maybe the threat of me even being a split pusher has completely diminished. I think Jax right now can really do whatever he likes, and they have the ability to certainly close this one out with a bang. That might be what we're gearing up for right now. 30 seconds and the next Baron spawn is among us. With all the lanes pushed against them, J-Team are going to have to really conjure some magic to find a flip here.
15 seconds now on the Baron, and this team, I mean, they can do it in record time, right? They got so much DPS. I think actually pay attention to when the Baron spawns and when it dies. I think Hellpigs can just start it up pretty much on spawn, force J-Team to come to them straight away. Spawns now, they're already on it. At 35-13 is when it spawned. Let's see when it drops. J-Team, they're trying to contest, perhaps can pull Hellpigs away from it.
Look at Taco's position though. They don't know he's there. Face check there from Long. He's going to jump into the back line. 3-man stun, but it doesn't matter. Featherstorm goes across. Bruce hits nothing with it. It was the wrong way. Stun goes across. Petrifying Gaze is absolutely huge. Bruce across the wall. Galefull dashing, praying, hoping it does not matter. Tide gets revenge for a really rough laning phase, and Lava across the wall just burns on down. It's an ace, and a beautiful one at that, as they get the Baron. Or rather, they actually peel away from the Baron, but they're going to push for the victory.
They are, and I think you really see here, Hellpigs, not only do they have the scaling comp, but also just a massive gold lead. And I think, you know, Taco on the Jax, Hong2 on the Casio did so much work in that team fight, and will ultimately bring them to the win.
That they certainly will. Another game with two teams tied in the standings, but another divider, another division of what Hellpigs can do. They beat the best teams, they lose to the worst teams, but on tonight, they've managed to break themselves apart and showcase that they are just a little bit better than what J-Team have to offer.
They are, and I think J-Team now, they moved to a pretty significant loss streak, right? And the playoff, you know, kind of contention is really starting to slip away from them. Hellpigs potentially could still contest for the very edge of playoffs, but J-Team, time is really running out for them. What dance is that? Is that a certain champion? I'm not sure.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
I am curious. Very happy though, are Hellpigs right now. As, I mean, what a result, as you say. It's the battle of the win streaks. I mean, PSG have got a 6-win streak now. That's J-Team on a 5-loss streak. It feels really, really bad for them. And I think no more so than for Bruce, who really tried to put the team on his back. You know, it was a strong bot lane that really gave it to Azeri Lulu, which is arguably the best bot pairing you can get right now. Didn't seem phased by it, but by the fact that a very creative jungle path from the Viego denied what it felt like every single blue buff that the J-Team ever had. Yeah, the Viego and the Jax were just able to take it over.
They were, and I think, you know, J-Team questions sort of have to be raised around the top lane switch, right? Because I believe this was J-Team that actually picked up the win over Hellpigs last time, right? And it was actually in pretty, I want to say, dominating fashion last time. It was a reasonably long game, but they got it done. And here, I think Hellpigs, you know, like kind of the goal graph suggested, it was pretty even for most of the game, but the top side was really far. Like they were really far down, right? And that's kind of, I feel like if your bot lane is winning so hard that they're taking like all 5 plates to the tower and 50 CS, it should be unlosable. If your top lane just plays decent, right? You don't even need to play well, but their top lane, I mean their top side, they just fell so far behind.
They did, yeah. I mean, a complete flip from what you saw last time, right? 18 kills to 4, the favored J-Team, and it was once again Bruce popping off in that game, and same story here tonight, but the worst case really came true, where the bruisers were just too much of a threat for him to try and deal with. It got to a point where Hong2 had done what he's done all his split long, right? Scaled up as a control mage, hit that late game point, and, you know, Minji, try as he might with the Sylas, was just unable to manage. Went for the more utility build, right? Went for another Everfrost Sylas, but yeah, they just were a little bit too squishy in the end.
Unfortunately so, and I think one thing I actually want to kind of think back to is that time where J-Team gave up that 3rd dragon after they'd picked Tide. It felt like that was their opportunity to grab that 3rd dragon and really start to snowball off that, but instead, I'm not sure really what they did instead. It felt like they kind of just sat around in mid lane, waited for something to happen, and it didn't, and then ultimately ended up giving the dragons over to Hellpigs and giving that time to scale into that game.
Yeah, really tried to hard force it in the mid lane, really wanted that mid-tier 1. TPs came through as a response from Hellpigs, denying that fact, and then enough time was purchased, which is always a hard thing to ask for, right? Everyone wants time. Time is the most precious commodity, right? But Hellpigs managed to find it, and they managed to, you know, match at every single turn. So I think Long's going to be frustrated, right? The fact that a Blind Fiora comes out, falls so low. But honestly, that was a big gamble at first, right? It was so close on so many different occasions, but unfortunately outplayed in the end. Let's have a look at some of the key moments in this match to close out week 4 here in the PCS. And here's an attempt for the Baron, right? This is a chance where J-Team try to start this one up, try to make sure that Hellpigs have no chance back into this one. But Hellpigs answer back a little bit too strong.
Yeah, Bruce, I think he really put in a heroic effort, but at this point, Taco was just too strong, was buying up so much time on the backline, just allowing Hellpigs' backline to just really DPS as well. And I think at the very end of it, Hong2, you know, just a bit too tanky, and Long just a bit too weak. Can't quite pick up these kills, which you need so desperately. And after that fight, it felt like that was really the nail in the coffin. Have a look at the damage. I feel like the tankiest member also did the most damage, which is something that Riot, we need to fix.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious to see who gets the MVP here. I feel like it is between the two tacos as to who gets it. I feel like the Viego was able to put in a lot of work from the very get-go to make sure that Lauva never really looked like a champion. And I think the Jax was able to not only hold their own, but just answer any kind of situation. An absolute split push threat, a huge team fighting demon, and a top lane tank that does the top damage. I mean, it's crazy.
It really is. I mean, it's weird to call Jax a top lane tank, right? Because he did have some damage items, but just the fact that later on you can itemize so defensively and still deal so much damage. But it is the top lane Taco that picks it up 7-1-7 at 34% of his team's damage and a 6k gold lead in a carry versus carry matchup. Oh, wow.
That's a brutal stat, to say the least, right, to be that far ahead. And, I mean, I think they finished the game at, what, like a 15k gold lead overall, too. To see it be that lopsided in that particular lane alone says it all. So, yeah, well deserved.
Certainly is. And I think Jax is a champ that I feel like across the world, people have very different opinions of, right? Like some leagues, Jax gets virtually not picked at all, but in the PCS, it certainly seems like both the premier top lane blind as well as the premier top lane counter. So it has to be a champ that I think LCO especially, you know, if you're watching this, like there wasn't a lot of Jax, at least from what I remember.
No.
But now, like, I mean, I think you really have to think about it. It looks just so strong.
And perhaps with a 2-week break for the LCO, they've been watching all the games in a brand new patch, you know, not only in the PCS, but worldwide, right? As to sort of saying, okay, what is our new read on the meta? What is our go-to? And does it need to be, you know, specifically tailored towards the PCS? Or do we just take a bit of a stance based on what we're seeing things like LCK, LEC, and so on start to utilize? But, I mean, that's week 4 done.
It is.
2 weeks left of action. It's a pretty crazy thing, a bit of a reality check, really, as we go through here the results. And it all started off at the top of the show with Impunity Esports getting their just dessert, taking down Deep Cross Gaming, breaking apart a divide there. Megabank Beyond Gaming then defeated Frank Esport in candid fashion as PSG, the big one, the battle for the throne, they took down contenders CFO, with Duish Team getting the perfect 20-0 scoreline into Sem 9. And as you just saw on your screen there, it was Hellpigs that picked up the W up against Taipei J Team.
It did, and I think the PSG game especially, I mean, really cementing their place at the top of the standings. Let's take a look at it. PSG sitting in that first place, 10-2. Now a 2-game divide between them and CFO in a second. We've got a bunch of teams here tied. DCG, Frank Esports, Impunity, and Megabank Beyond Gaming all tied up at the 7-win mark. And that's your top 6, at least for now. Hellpigs pull ahead of J-Team at 5 wins. Then we got J-Team sitting here at 8th. Duish Team at 9th. And finally, Sem9 coming in dead last.
That they certainly are. So as much as we ask for the divide or the separation of a clear outright 1st to 10th, it's not to be the case right now. That top 6 is looking incredibly close. And I mean, with only 2 weeks left of gameplay to go, I do feel like these head-to-heads are going to have a massive impact.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we have a bunch of tiebreakers, especially if the standings look something like that at the end. It's kind of crazy how still second through, you know, all to that bottom playoff spot is all just 1 win separated, right? And a lot of them are on the same. So that's going to be so insane to me at the very end of it. I mean, we'll have to get a head-to-head tracker or something because I've kind of been lost in the sauce. But let's take a look at next week's upcoming matches. Opening it up will be CFO vs Hellpigs. Then we see Duish Team take on Impunity. Taipei J Team hoping to pick up a win over Sem9. Megabank Beyond Gaming up against PSG. Perhaps can look to take them down. And finally, I'd say match of the day, DCG up against Frank Esports.
Yeah, another great schedule. Another great chance for some of these teams, especially within that top 6, to showcase why they deserve to be higher. As always, it's all about fighting for that upper bracket. That second lifeline cannot be understated. I guess the question becomes for teams like Hellpigs, as well as Sem9, can they continue to try and force, you know, upsets across the board? Can they try and, you know, take some points away and basically influence those playoff positions? Because it feels like their chances now are starting to dwindle, but at the same time, you know, they can definitely look to try and say, hey, we've got a best-of-1 format. It's time to play something crazy.
Yeah, and something crazy could be the Aurelion Soul, which is actually being enabled next week. I know Skimmy played it in ARAM earlier. And
first time.
I'm so excited for it. I've played it so much in solo here. It feels really, really strong. And I think it'll be a champ that it's really fun to watch, right? Like, it's just an awesome champ, and I'm so looking forward to it.
And I'm thinking if anybody's going to play, it's going to be Hong too. The scaling Maestro, I mean, that champion, you pick up all the Stardust, you're scaling, you're executing, and the ultimate, once you get that fully evolved, I mean, that shockwave afterwards, whew, feels so good.
It is, and Skimmy, I believe you'll be leaving us for next week, so would you like to say your goodbyes?
Well, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure to be here for the PCS these last 2 weeks to get a bit of a chance to see really what we're up against here in the LCO, and I'm excited to go back and see what the LCO can do on their run for playoffs as well. It's been a treat to have me, or a treat for you to have me, I should say. A treat to have myself. What does it mean? Who knows? But ultimately, thank you very much. A pleasure for you watching with us, and we'll see you next time.